Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga. Chapter 32. The statue inside the weapon armory wasn't a mortal Emperor Minran or an elder that had magnificent contributions to the sect, but it was made to the shape of a gigantic black crow. The crow statue spread its wings as if it wanted to fly through the 9 skies. Its claws were gripping 2 dual blades made out of mortal steel. These blades were the same type used to practice invisible dual blade. No one knew how long these dual blades had been here for. They did not survive the torture of time. Rust covered the blade's edges, and it looked like both blades were on the verge of breaking at any moment. Xueqi stared at the statue in a daze. Maybe he had forgotten this pose, but immortal Emperor Minran never had. Nan Huiran, seeing Xueqi saw a moment, he whispered, "Senior, this is the statue of the crow god in the legends. When our patriarch was young, the crow god had taught him on this peak. This is why our sect was established here. This statue was erected after our patriarch's ascension as a memorial." Xueqi smiled at the story. Of course, he knew this because the crow god and he were one in the same. He also knew that the whole story was a lie. The real reason why the sect was established here was a secret that only he was aware of. However, the action depicted by this statue was not false. The first time he met the courageous little boy that loved martial arts, he used his claws to steal the blades from the boy's hands. Even though he had become an immortal emperor, Minran had never forgotten their first meeting. "Let us go inside." Xueqi regained his composure and went inside the weapon armory. Inside the armory, there were all types of different life treasures and longevity treasures. The first level had 10,000 different weapons, but these were only made from steel mixed with low-level metals. These were treasures with relatively low grades. A cultivator's weapon was divided into 4 types. First, the common weapons, second, longevity weapons, third, life weapons, and lastly, true weapons. The common weapons were meant for new disciples. These weapons were extremely common because they were made from mortal steel mixed with magical metals. They were not made from any excessively rare material. Even though these weapons, in the eyes of mortals, would be considered to be heavenly weapons that could cut through steel like mud, cultivators did not think highly of them. They couldn't fully utilize the power of the mysterious truths coming from the Grand Tao. Technically, longevity weapons were not considered to be traditional weapons. They were rather treasures instead. Even if they took the shape of a weapon, they were meant to prolong one's lifespan and feed the blood energy of the user. One could say, every cultivator would have at least one longevity treasure because it would feed their life wheel. It could also have a pivotal support role in combat since it could quickly replenish the life wheel that was depleted during battle. Life and true weapons were the real force of cultivators. They have great usage in both defensive and offensive means. Within the lifespan of a cultivator, they could possess many different life treasures and even inherit a life treasure from someone else. However, they could only have one true treasure because this treasure was directly connected to their true soul. The true treasure and true soul directly reinforced and supported each other, and the true treasure, once linked to a cultivator, couldn't be inherited by another cultivator. Even though a cultivator had to create his own true treasure and use it for the rest of his life, the power of a true treasure greatly exceeded a regular life treasure. Even if it was the same grade, a true treasure would annihilate a life treasure in the blink of an eye. Some of the weapons from the first level were common weapons such as the profound steel sword, the icy crescent saber, and the meteoric claws, while the life weapons ranged from the Shanhe pagoda and the demon-slaying circle to the Zhangjiao staff. There were also a few true weapons such as the heavenly god stone, the bloody sky rope, and the fierce sun calligraphy pen. All of these life and true treasures had a very low grade. Thus, any third-generation disciple was able to pick from them. The disciples with contributions were able to pick from the second level instead. While strolling in the first level, Xueqi noticed the killing aura from these treasures and their ability to absorb the energy of the Grand Tao. He took his time looking at each one, and he then casually went to the second level. The second level only contained life and true weapons with a higher ranking than the first level. However, Xueqi also only looked at each weapon once. He did not select any of them, and they went on to level 3. Seeing Xueqi entering the third level, many disciples who were choosing their weapons were jealous. One couldn't help but say, "I went to South Mountain and decapitated a longevity spirit and made many contributions to the sect, and I only got to pick a level 2 true treasure. Why does he get to go to level 3? Level 3 of the weapon armory was reserved for disciples with great contributions to the sect. Xueqi's ability to enter it made the other disciples feel cheated. "He has the order from the elders." Li Qie turned around toward the angry disciples and slowly said, "If you have the ability to question the elders, go and do it. Chirping here is only a waste of time." Li Qie's words enraged the third-generation students. Many of them here had a high status within their own peer group, but they were looked down on by a piece of trash. "Let us see how long you can be arrogant for. One day, I will teach you a lesson." A disciple angrily yelled. Li Qie ignored him and kept on walking to the third level. Nan Huairan lamented the fact that these disciples could only see an outside appearance. Do they actually think that Li Qie was an idiot? Once they stepped inside the third level of the weapon armory, there was a blinding light enumerated from the many dazzling auras. The life and true weapons surrounded by the rotation lights of their own auras made heavenly noises and exerted the energy of the Grand Tao like an unstoppable tsunami. It was as if all of these treasures were alive. Without a doubt, these weapons here had a higher grade and status than the ones in the second level. "Senior, all the life and true weapons here are exceptional versus the ones below. The lowest grade here is inner longevity and the highest is heaven's primal. There is even a true deity true treasure here in the weapon armory." Nan Huairan explained to Li Qie. Life weapons and true weapons were connected to the cultivators using them. It was better for an inner longevity cultivator to pick an inner longevity weapon. "Look, this is Jiu Lu longevity wheel." Nan Huairan introduced. "Senior, this wheel was made from the life rings of a Jiu Lu longevity beast, and it inherited the strength of this beast. If you use this wheel to feed your life essence, it will purify your blood force. And this is Jiang Fei heavenly rope." Nan Huairan explained in a way that showed Li Qie that he completely memorized the details on the contents of this third-level treasure room. This treasure was created from the bones of a heavenly beast in the warrior canopy rank. I believe that this beast was a twin-headed half-dragon. Once you are connected to this treasure, you could use it to activate the original truths of the dragon bones. Over there is the Hellbreaker axe. It was forged from a piece of star spirit immortal steel. Nan Huairan seemed as if he knew all of the life and true weapons on this third level. He couldn't stop introducing all of them to Li Qie. Li Qie glanced at him and praised. "It seems like you are really familiar with this place." Nan Huairan blushed and replied to Li Qie's remark. "I always asked to tag along each time my master had to go to the weapon armory, so I know a little bit about this place. The fourth level, however, I only went up there once with my ancestor." Because Nan Huairan was amicable and social, unlike his master, Elder Sun liked him a lot. "The floor above. What life and true treasures does it have?" Li Qie casually asked. The weapon armory has 9 levels, but he was only currently at the 3rd floor. "I've only been in the 4th level once. The treasures there were of the royal nobles level. As for the above floors, I do not know the exact details for each." Nan Huairan shook his head. "Would level 9 contain an immortal emperor true weapon?" Li Qie voiced his question. Min Ran had created many true weapons throughout his life, and Li Qie knew that Min Ran had left a few behind to protect the sect. Nan Huairan looked around and whispered, "I heard that we no longer have any immortal emperor life treasures. So naturally, we also don't have any immortal emperor true treasures either." "There is nothing left?" Li Qie found that hard to believe because Min Ran didn't just leave one. No matter how unfilial his descendants might be, they couldn't just throw them all away. Nan Huairan shook his head and softly answered, "I don't know the exact details, not even my master knows. Like I told you before, 30,000 years ago, we fought the Heavenly God sect. In that battle, we lost the right to our ancient kingdom that we had been reigning for 100,000s of years as well as our last immortal emperor true treasure." Chapter 33. Immortal Emperor life treasures were not only a priceless item to all cultivators, but they were also an integral part in the protection of an immortal emperor sect. Min Ran created the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, and he had left behind several life treasures to protect his descendants. However, after 100,000 years, the sect currently has 0 life treasures. Now Li Qie truly understood. The Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect didn't decline for no reason at all. The Emperor Merit laws were missing and the Immortal Emperor life treasures were gone as well. Plus, there was no wise leader to guide them. It would be against the heavens' will if they didn't decline. "Senior, do you want to select a longevity treasure or a life treasure? Or maybe a true treasure?" Seeing Li Qie in a daze, Nan Huairan reminded him. Although Li Qie had made one round in the 3rd level, there was not a single treasure that he found suitable. Nan Huairan didn't understand why Li Qie didn't like the weapons stored here. The third level was not the best, but these weapons would still make all of the disciples within the sect drool with desire. However, Li Qie didn't settle for any of the weapons here, and Nan Huairan didn't dare to say anything. He knew Li Qie had his reasons, so he followed Li Qie down, leaving the third level. All of the disciples that ridiculed Li Qie previously were still there. Seeing his empty hands, they sneered. "Look! Our prime disciple's eyes are too high. So, even the third level didn't meet his needs. Heh! You don't know this, but only immortal emperor life treasures are worthy of him. He doesn't care about the other things." Another disciple, with a high-pitched voice, commented. "Why doesn't he look into the mirror and realize his place? A piece of trash like him being allowed to select a weapon from level 3 is already a great privilege given by the elders." One student, that was extremely angry, said, "He is only a useless person. Even if we bring an immortal emperor life treasure before him, he would only think that it was scrapped metal. A person that has eyes but can't see isn't qualified to wield a life treasure." Having heard all the tauntings from the disciples, Nan Huairan heavily furrowed his brows while Li Qie casually said, "It seems like all of you are very dissatisfied with me." A disciple harshly replied, "Oomph! Someone like you, who isn't qualified, shouldn't be our prime disciple." "What a shame. I am still your prime disciple." Li Qie slowly spoke, continuously being disrespectful. "It seems that I would be unfit for this position if I don't break your dog legs today." After hearing Li Qie, a disciple stood out from the crowd and straightened his posture. He then coldly proclaimed, "Oh? The great prime disciple wants to scold all of us? As your junior, I would love to learn from your many techniques." Hearing these words, the other disciples clamored and laughed loudly. All of them presumptuously thought that Li Qie, with his mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and mortal fate palace, could be easily taken care of with just the use of one hand. "Huairan, beat them until they crawl outside." Li Qie glared at them and commanded Huairan. The other disciples didn't know, but Huairan did. How did Yuan Guang die? Xueqi met his end how? Suddenly, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If Li Qie truly became angry, he would dismember all of these little boys. A command was a command. Nan Huairan sighed and stepped forward. He gazed at the disciples and calmly said, "You guys have committed the crime of being disrespectful to Prime Senior. I am here to carry out the sentence." "Nan Huairan, you!" Seeing Nan Huairan's interference, some of the disciples angrily yelled. A disciple said without hesitation, "Senior Nan, you are a favorite among the elders. To follow such a loser is to ruin your good name." Bang! This disciple, who had not finished his words, was knocked away by Nan Huairan. In the cleansing incense ancient sect, Huairan's talents weren't the best. However, as the disciple of Protector Mo, it was easy for him to deal with these average disciples. "You said too much. Not knowing when to keep your mouth shut will bring the impending threat of death." After punching the student away, Nan Huairan pointed his finger at the other students and said, "All of you come forward. Don't say I am bullying you." The other disciples were both afraid and angry. They jumped forward together, but Nan Huairan did not show mercy. He beat them all, left and right, to the floor. It seemed as if Nan Huairan had used too much force. However, he was just saving their lives. At worst, he was just causing them physical pain without long-term complications. If Li Qie personally handled it, then there might be decapitated bodies on the floor, instead. Nan Huairan knew that Li Qie, in fact, didn't care for the disciples, or anyone who disrespected him. Incidentally, Nan Huairan hoped that his brutal beating of them was enough to appease Li Qie. As for the disciples protecting the weapon armory, their job was to protect it. Other quarrels had nothing to do with them, so they closed their eyes and ignored it. "I want the dual blades over there." As Nan Huairan was throwing the disciples out of the weapon armory, Li Qie was talking with the protector in charge. The protector's brow furrowed, and he asked, "The dual blades under the crow god's feet?" "That is correct," Li Qie replied. "Recently, I have been practicing the invisible dual blade technique, and on a second look, the dual blades are perfect for me. So, I want them." The protector and guarding disciples all thought that Li Qie's request was very strange. They looked at him as if he was a mental patient. The two blades over there were basically two normal blades that have been rusting. Don't even compare it to the life and true weapons on the third level. They weren't even comparable to the common weapons in level 1. They believed that not picking a treasure from the third level was already strange, but he then picked the two rusted blades, not worth a cent, made from mortal steel. If this guy didn't have mental problems, then he would be an idiot for not knowing good from bad. When Nan Huairan saw Li Qia's choice, the first thing that came up in his mind was the serpent-punishing stick. His heart was excited because he remembered when Li Qia wanted the old stick from the fireplace in the grand chamber. All the elders, and himself included, thought Li Qia was ignorant for valuing a regular stick so highly. However, that stick had beaten a genius, like Xueqi, as if he was defenseless. Now, Li Qia suddenly wanted those 2 blades? It might not be just a coincidence. He probably had his eyes on them since they had stepped inside the weapon armory. A student who was thrown out by Nan Huairan was both angry and afraid. He yelled, "Nan Huairan! You dare hit me? I will report this to the elders about. Slap him. Slap him until he cannot speak anymore." Li Qia mercilessly said. From those simple words, Nan Huairan could feel a strand of anger building inside Li Qia. It seemed like this senior was becoming agitated. "My apologies." Nan Huairan slapped the disciple 3 times, without hesitation. Slap, slap, slap. Nan Huairan knew that this wasn't just him saving the disciple's life. This was also a trial that Li Qia was using to test him. Li Qia left this matter alone, and he turned back to the protector. "The elders have agreed on me picking a weapon, so I would like to choose these blades." The protector rolled his eyes at Li Qia. This kid didn't look like an idiot, so why was he so insistent on doing something so foolish? The protector hesitated for a moment, but he then finally nodded his head. This is possible. These were only 2 mortal blades. They were not a renowned treasure. Li Qia came with the order from the elders, and them giving him 2 regular blades wasn't a big deal. Li Qia personally took down the 2 blades, so that the protector could write it down on the checkout list. Although Li Qia's request was strange, the protector didn't really know what to say. Finishing his task, Li Qia left the weapon armory with his blades. Coming across the disciples who were beaten senselessly by Nan Huairan, he slowed his steps and angrily said, "You guys need to be grateful toward Nan Huairan for saving your lives. If you have any complaints about my actions, you should go and report it to the elders. However, don't let me personally deal with you because the result would not be preferable on your end." Nan Huairan's intention was revealed by Li Qia, and he could only smile sheepishly. The beaten students were frozen with fear. This person before them was a frightening man. There was no resemblance of a 13-year-old boy. Li Qia walked back to his peak after speaking his mind. Chapter 34. After returning to the peak, seeing Nan Huairan's curious expression while he looked at the blades, Li Qia threw them to Nan Huairan. "If you want to look at them, then you can hold and look at them as much as you want." Nan Huairan felt bashful after being caught by Li Qia. He didn't know why Li Qia wanted these blades, but he couldn't just ask right away either. Holding the blades, Nan Huairan stopped being so courteous, and he meticulously observed them. However, he couldn't see anything extraordinary from them. The 2 blades in his hand seemed to be just mortal weapons made from regular steel, and the rust on them was proof that they couldn't withstand the test of time. Why did Senior choose these blades? Nan Huairan believed that Li Qia had already decided to go for these blades when he first entered the weapon armory. Li Qia smiled and answered, "If you or anyone in the sect could see through their mysteriousness, then they wouldn't have been in the weapon armory for so long." "What kind of treasure is this?" Nan Huairan politely inquired. He truly could not see the magical properties. "They're not treasures," Li Qia answered. "They're only 2 normal dual blades made out of steel. In fact, the material these are made out of are worth less than the 2 silver coins over there." "But why?" Li Qia's answer confused Nan Huairan. If they were truly like Li Qia described, then why did he pick them? Li Qia interrupted his question. "However, they can cut through the weapons of royal nobles and enlightened beings as if they were cutting through tofu." "How is that possible?" Nan Huairan's heart shook when he heard this. Royal nobles were extremely strong, let alone enlightened beings. Since 30,000 years ago, there hasn't been a single disciple who was capable of reaching the enlightened being stage in the sect. Li Qia liked to see Nan Huairan's surprised expressions, and he slowly proclaimed, "You are smart, and you can clearly understand the current situation. I will not mistreat you. Emperor merit laws or saint-level treasures. If you want them, you will have them. If you do a good job and contribute greatly, I will even let you cultivate merit laws that are far more formidable than emperor laws." Li Qia's words were like steel rods beating on the drum that was Nan Huairan's heart. His master, or even elder son, wouldn't be able to make such a promise because there weren't that many known emperor laws in the cleansing incense ancient sect. Thank you, brother. Nan Huairan gathered his wits and bowed toward Li Qia, and Li Qia naturally accepted his gesture. After Nan Huairan left, Li Qia held the blades in his hand. He caressed the edges. He sighed and started to remember his past. So what if one could become an unbeatable immortal emperor? Little boy Min Ren was groomed by him, so he was able to accept the heaven's will. His whole life, peerless in all the 9 worlds, and he successfully cultivated the solar immortal physique as well. However, in the end, he was still slowly erased by the river of time. Li Qia removed the rust from the blades, bringing them back to their original form. The 2 blades had a normal appearance, but they now exuded an ancient aura. Using his hand to lightly touch the edges, Li Qia felt a cold energy emanate from the blades. Everyone was correct in their judgment. These blades were indeed just mortal blades. However, they were the blades that were once used by Min Ren, personally, when he was a little boy. Based on the materials, these blades were trash. However, they used to be the main weapons of an immortal emperor. Even after he started cultivating, he was not willing to part with these blades. He always had them with him. Even after his ascension, they were still by his side. Every time he reminisced, he would take out the blades and caress them as if he wanted to share his feelings with the blade's soul. Even though Min Ren never forged the blades, they were blessed with an immortal emperor's touch and groomed by an immortal emperor's blood energy. Thus, even if they were made of mortal steel, they were still exceptional. How powerful was an immortal emperor? This was the person that carried the heaven's will and reigned over the universe and the 9 worlds. The true value of the blades was not in its material or sharpness, but the immortal consciousness and thoughts hidden within the blades. An immortal emperor's consciousness was extremely frightening. Even though the 2 blades were not comparable to a life treasure or true treasure, they were indefinitely stronger than a treasure from a royal noble or an enlightened being, many times over. One strand of offensive consciousness from an immortal emperor could cut through anything. Li Qia slowly tried to connect with the leftover immortal consciousness hidden in the blades. Of course, within a short amount of time, he couldn't easily communicate with this immortal consciousness. This required patience and careful procedure. Li Qia wasn't in a rush. He slowly felt the consciousness in the blade's body. In this world, no one was more familiar with Min Ren than Li Qia. Thus, there was no one more familiar with this immortal consciousness that belongs to Min Ren than Li Qia. In the 2 following days, Li Qia was still cultivating his Kuan Peng's 6 variants and revolving crescent sun merit law, and he spent the rest of his time trying to communicate with the dual blades. Even though he was the prime disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect, no one, except Protector Mo and Nan Huairan, had ever questioned his cultivation. Li Qia was like a translucent shadow living in the cleansing incense ancient sect. Even the elders didn't want to know his situation, let alone other people. To them, having Li Qia was fine, but they would have no problem being without him. This made Nan Huairan the most familiar guest at Li Qia's peak. Whenever he had time, he would come to check up on Li Qia. He took care of his daily necessities. This ranged from mortal tools to a dimensional pouch. Protector Mo also tried to teach Li Qia cultivation tips. However, Li Qia seemed to know and understood everything, so Protector Mo eventually removed that thought from his head. 3 months had passed. During one of Li Qia's cultivation session, he felt a force rampaging through his body. Within a second, his fate palace released and absorbed multiple circular auras, and his eyes shot out a luminous flash. Right after, his fate palace underwent a momentous change. The spring of life to the east was suddenly flooded with the water of life. It traveled to all of the corners and caves, slowly creating a small spring. To the west, a bright fire burned the sky. The cauldron of life's flame was ignited, and the soul fire within it was lit aflame. It was as if it was capable of melting any existence in the world. The south did not want to lose to the others. The tree of life radiated many circular golden auras, and its leaves started to spring to life. Countless life energy surrounded the tree of life. It was as if it was a sleeping dragon being woken up from a long slumber. It let out a loud roar filled with infinite power. Lastly, to the north, there were also loud commotions. The pillar of life exerted a heavy presence. It was as if it was ready to connect the heaven to the earth. The mysterious Tao symbols on its body started to move around like they had their own consciousness. The Second Awakening. The second level of Palace Foundation was the second awakening stage. It took him 3 months to complete the first level. At the same time, all of the symbols and Tao truths from the Kuan Peng's 6 variants happily came to life. Sometimes it was Kuan Peng playing with Li Qia's true fate by flying to and going inside it. At other times, it became a Kuan, and it swam in the surrounding water, jumped up and down, and caused huge tsunamis. Li Qia's heart was filled with excitement. He took a deep breath. Finally! He did not waste his time. To go 10,000 miles, one starts with a half step. This was a great beginning. If other cultivators had to spend 3 months to get to the second stage, they wouldn't be as excited. They would have even thought that he was trash. After his true fate went back into its slumber, Li Qia left his excitement behind. He started to cultivate to a higher level. The slow had to start early, and the talentless had to be diligent. Throughout his life, he had seen many cultivators with average aptitudes become extremely strong masters. They were undefeated their whole lives, and they did this by being hard workers. He had also seen many geniuses fall into deep despair, without a chance to lift their heads. A cultivator's talents and physique aren't enough. One also needs a strong Tao willpower, and a will strong enough to follow the road to the end. One day, he would be the last one smiling, and he would be the one to stand at the highest peak, looking down on humanity. Chapter 35. The third blood surge was the last level of Palace Foundation. This level was just like its name suggested. From when the blood of a cultivator finally condensed into a single drop of longevity blood, this was the sign of a successful blood surge. There was a widespread saying in the world of cultivation: the physique grows one's blood, the blood feeds one's life wheel, the life wheel strengthens one's fate palace, the fate palace in turn helps strengthen one's life wheel, the life wheel then supplements one's blood, the blood augments one's physique, and the physique then protects one's fate palace. Physique, life wheel, and fate palace. These 3 existences have always benefited and synergized with each other. One could not be missing from any of these. A strong physique allowed the blood energy to be strong. The strong blood energy would prolong the lifespan. The longer the lifespan, the stronger the fate palace would be, and a formidable fate palace allowed the cultivator to obtain an even stronger physique. The fate palace also lent its power to the life wheel. The life wheel would create longevity blood, the longevity blood would strengthen the physique, and then, the stronger physique can protect the fate palace. However, no matter how this system worked, all 3 were surely dependent on one's blood energy. If a cultivator's rank was too high, a weaker blood energy would not be able to support his formidable physique, life wheel, and fate palace. Thus, there was a need for the blood energy to become longevity blood. Longevity blood was extremely valuable to any cultivator. Each drop of longevity blood was created through many purification cycles. They were not only the pinnacle of blood energy, but they also contained the mysterious Grand Tao. There was another saying regarding the blood: 10,000 blood, 1 longevity. 1 blood, 10,000 years longevity. Many cultivators interpreted this differently during their training. However, there was a common theme with their interpretations. It was that 1 drop of longevity blood required 10,000 bits of blood energy to form, and 1 longevity blood drop of an immortal emperor could allow a mortal to live for 10,000 years. Although no one had tried to use an immortal emperor longevity blood on a mere mortal to prolong his lifespan, the above phrase should make it clear on how valuable it was regarding each drop of longevity blood. To reach the stage of third blood surge wasn't anything impressive. A normal cultivator only needed a few months. The crucial point of this stage was to use a longevity merit law to improve the blood energy, and Li Qia was doing just that. The life wheel behind his back radiated its heavenly light while it rotated Li Qia's blood energies in a circular pattern. Also, in the center of the rotation was a vortex. Once this vortex appeared, his blood energy became stronger and faster. It flowed like a torrential downpour. Because of his mortal physique and mortal life wheel, his blood energy was originally anything but impressive. However, at this particular juncture, his blood energy was reaching the level of Xiantian physique and life wheel. His blood energy flowed like a river, never stopping. It quickly finished 1 revolution around his upper dantian to his lower dantian. It became faster and faster until there was a giant vortex forming in Li Qia's body, shaped like a round bloody crescent sun. This was the magical and frightening part of the revolving crescent sun merit law. This method could turn one's blood energy into an extremely powerful flow. Because of this unbelievable speed, the fate palace within Li Qia's true fate suddenly came to life. In this moment, Li Qia's true fate had been completely awoken. It was akin to a huge Kuan sucking up the blood vortex that was rotating because of his revolving crescent sun merit law. The Kuan kept on sucking in the vortex with extreme speed. The written incantations of the Kuan Peng's 6 variants came into life with blinding lights. These incantations completely crushed the incoming vortex into smaller pieces in the refining process. After the process, the blood energy became even purer and thicker with crystallized shinings. Then, the tempered blood was thrown back into the life wheel. The true fate became even stronger as well as the Kuan Peng's incantations. Each incantation resembled the Kuan Peng as if they were made from real flesh. It slowly split into even smaller Kuan Pengs as they flew to the 4 directions, filled with life. The whole operation was very natural, like this was how it always had been. Li Qia's revolving crescent sun merit law was actually purifying the blood energy, making it stronger, as well as using it to power the incantations within his fate palace. Throughout the years, countless disciples had tried to cultivate the revolving crescent sun merit law. However, they failed because their method was flawed and imperfect. They could only lament in failure. Li Qia's version was perfected through sheer effort and patience across the years. It was something that he couldn't have done by himself. However, he succeeded with the help of people like Min Ren, Tun Ri, and the Black Dragon King, amongst others. After 1 day and 1 night of blood purification, he suddenly heard a thud. It was as if an extremely heavy object had fallen into his life wheel. At this moment, he felt like his mind was enlightened. Everything was clear to him. His whole body was relaxed and surrounded with golden aura, and his blood aura, in the back of his life wheel, was brighter than ever before. Li Qia examined his body. He found a drop of flashing longevity blood. It was crimson like fire and extremely beautiful, like it was a creation from the heavens appearing in the life wheel. This drop of blood was the proof that Li Qia had successfully broken through the stage of palace foundation and officially stepped into the palace expansion stage. If one was to say that Li Qia took 3 months to reach the second awakening stage within the palace foundation, then no one would believe that it only took him 1 day and 1 night to create a drop of longevity blood. However, this was the frightening power of the revolving crescent sun merit law. A genius could reach the second awakening within a day, but it would take him at least 10 days to form 1 drop of longevity blood. However, Li Qia only required 1 day to accomplish this task. No one would be calm after hearing this news. This was also why many geniuses chose the revolving crescent sun merit law despite its flaws, in the past, because of its unbelievable speed for cultivation. The next day, when Nan Huairan saw Li Qia, he was very surprised and asked, "Senior, you have reached palace expansion already?" "I reached it last night," Li Qia insipidly stated. If it was another person, he would be very proud. Only the most heaven-shattering geniuses would be able to form a longevity blood drop in 1 day. However, Li Qia knew that this was all because of his merit law. He, personally, didn't have anything to be proud of. After hearing Li Qia's answer, Nan Huairan, in a daze, said, "Senior, I still remember that a few days ago, your true face had still not reached the second awakening. 2 days ago, I reached second awakening." Li Qia was still as calm like water in a well, and he answered, You truly took 3 months to reach second awakening, but you only took 1 day to purify your first longevity blood drop?" After knowing the full story, Nan Huairan's frozen body weakly asked. Li Qia only smiled, without words. After a moment, Nan Huairan was both afraid and marveled by the speed. The revolving crescent sun merit law is truly a wondrous method. No wonder many disciples in the past had tried to cultivate it. His voice, filled with regrets, also rang again. It is so unfortunate that the flaw of the method is also a fatal wound. Many geniuses tried to perfect this method, but no one had succeeded. Nan Huairan curiously asked again, "At what stage will you switch to a different life wheel method?" From his knowledge, he knew that one couldn't cultivate with the revolving crescent sun merit law forever because of its unfixable flaw. The best way to cultivate from the beginning to end, no matter if it was a life wheel law or fate law, was to use the same method throughout. This was how one truly improved his cultivation. A cultivator could change their existing cultivation method, but that would leave behind irreparable defects in the future for their grand Tao road. One day, when a calamity comes, this defect would be a fatal weakness. However, for many cultivators, not many were exposed to the best merit laws when they first started their cultivation paths. If a person started with an emperor merit law and stuck with it for his whole life, it was a good thing. However, if he started with a lower rank merit law, then his future achievement would be extremely limited. From Nan Huairan's perspective, even though Li Qie had cultivated the revolving crescent sun merit law, in the future, he would need to change his method. Otherwise, he would ultimately be ruined by this merit law. Because of this, Nan Huairan politely reminded Li Qie, "Senior, you should quickly switch from this merit law, the sooner the better. Once you reach the dead end, it will be much harder to change. You will be unable to sever the control of this method from your blood energy." Palace Foundation, Palace Expansion, Physique Accumulation, Provision Palace, Inner Longevity, Heaven's Mandate, Warrior Canopy, Purified Rebirth, Heaven's Primal. Chapter 36. This situation had happened many times in the Cleansing Incense ancient sect. There were many talented beginners that believed in the same idea. First, cultivate using the revolving crescent sun merit law to sprint through the early stages. Then, wait until the merit law was no longer effective. Lastly, change to a different merit law. However, once these geniuses were trapped in this ideology, they could never shake off the revolving crescent sun merit law because the way this merit law moved blood energy was completely different from any other life wheel merit laws. This was the reason why, later on, the Cleansing Incense ancient sect no longer agreed for disciples to practice this method. Disciples with great inner talents were completely forbidden from doing so. "I have my own plan." Li Qie smiled and didn't say anything else. Of course, he couldn't reveal the secret of this merit law. If other people knew that he had perfected the revolving crescent sun merit law, then the consequences could only be imagined. Nan Huairan knew that Li Qie wasn't an ignorant person, nor arrogant, but he didn't understand where Li Qie's confidence was coming from regarding this topic. "I heard second brother is coming in a few days." Nan Huairan mainly came today to bring Li Qie this message. Li Qie lightly nodded and didn't inquire further. He was not concerned about this second brother, the disciple of the sect master, that Nan Huairan spoke of. After Nan Huairan's departure, Li Qie, once again, diligently immersed himself in his cultivation. Although he already had the unparalleled arts of the revolving crescent sun merit law and the Kuan Peng 6 variants, he was not lazy in the slightest. Palace Expansion also had 3 stages. First, merit laws building. Second, essence development. Third, Earth's extension. A grand completion of Palace Foundation meant that both Life Wheel and Fate Palace merit laws were finalized, and the Tao basics of the Life Wheel and Fate Palace were successfully forged. At this moment, Li Qie could choose to cultivate different merit laws, no matter if it was a Fate Palace, Life Wheel, or Physique method. The next method would be dependent on the finalized merit laws. This was why cultivators called the first stage, merit laws building. However, Li Qie wasn't in a rush to start a new method. He wanted to perfect the invisible dual blades as well as strengthening his physique, making it powerful. To a cultivator, a powerful Life Wheel and Fate Palace were not enough. He would also need a powerful physique. The Life Wheel and Fate Palace were determined by the heavens. No one could change that. But the physique was different. It could be improved through cultivation. Natural physiques also varied greatly. The mortal physique was the weakest while the immortal physique was the best. Cultivators differentiated between physiques from weak to strong with the following: mortal physique, Hotian physique, Xiantian physique, king physique, saint physique, and immortal physique. One could be born with a mortal physique, Hotian physique, Xiantian physique, king physique, or saint physique. But it could not be an immortal physique, because it was the pinnacle of all physiques. From the ancient times until the present, no one had ever heard of a natural immortal physique. For the constitution, the Xiantian physique was the determining factor of whether one could successfully cultivate his physique to a higher level. If this was the case, then there was a chance that one could eventually successfully cultivate into a king physique, saint physique, or even an immortal physique. However, the Hotian physique did not have that possibility. For example, the Golden Hawk physique of Xueqi belonged to the Sky Eagle physique family and was considered to be a powerful Hotian physique. Through cultivation, the Golden Hawk physique could eventually reach the state of Heavenly Hawk physique or even its highest state, Immortal Hawk physique. Although this last state was not weaker than a king physique, this Hotian type of physique would never be able to obtain the pinnacle state of Immortal physique. Evolving from the Golden Hawk physique to Heavenly Hawk physique was a strengthening process, while going from a Xiantian physique to a king physique was a rise in rank and essence. King physiques and saint physiques also had many limitations. For example, the Golden Bull physique was a strong physique within its family and could rise to the rank of tyrannical physique through cultivation, But cultivators could not cultivate it into their own special physique, even if it was the same rank. Physiques given by the body would remain the same type, even with cultivation. No merit law nor high-ranking physique method could change that. However, the heavens' creations were mysterious and magical. Although the golden hawk physique and golden bull physique couldn't escape their limitations no matter how heaven-defying the cultivation method was, there was one physique capable of the ordeal. A physique that was dismissed by many people, the mortal physique. One could cultivate the mortal physique into the golden hawk physique, the golden bull physique, and even an immortal physique in the legends. Before cultivation, the mortal body was not limited by any factors. Whereas the Hotion physique, with a natural fire attribute, must find a method with a similar affinity. If a fire attribute picked a water physique cultivation method, it would create a fatal dissonance for one's cultivation. The mortal physique did not have such a requirement. Before the cultivation road, one could pick any physique building method. Of course, to rise from a mortal physique to a Hotion or Xiantian physique was not an easy task. The cultivator required a formidable physique method, as well as a willpower that was 10 times higher than others. Lastly, a high-grade physique paste was necessary. The higher the grade and quantity, the better. This was why, to successfully increase the rank of a mortal physique into a Xiantian physique, would be a monumental task. Monstrous efforts must be exerted. This was the reason no one in the cleansing incense ancient sect wished to invest in someone with a mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and mortal fate palace like Li Qia. Any physique method or high-grade physique pastes used on such an average person would be a waste. Li Qia realized that his chosen road would be extremely torturous, but his heart had not wavered ever since he got his hands on the physique scripture, one of the 9 grand heavenly scriptures, a treasure that was craved even by immortal emperors. If someone had successfully done it in the past, then Li Qia knew that he was capable as well. The cleansing incense ancient sect's immortal emperor Min Ran had many descendants. They believed that his immortal physique was natural gifted by the heavens, but Li Qia knew that these words were complete nonsense. He single-handedly nurtured Min Ran, so he was aware of all the facts, that immortal emperor Min Ran was not born with a king physique, or a saint physique, but a mortal physique. This fact would be hard for the cleansing incense ancient sect to accept, but this was the truth. When Min Ran was younger, Li Qia taught him one of the 9 heavenly scriptures. The word yang, meaning the sun, was the chosen physique method for immortal emperor Min Ran. Thus, he successfully cultivated one of the 12 immortal physiques. Today, Li Qia opened the physique scripture. All of the esoteric incantations regarding it appeared in his mind. From the past till the present, no one had ever grasped the mysteries of the physique scripture more than Li Qia. Thus, he was able to create a number of legends. From the desolate era until now, he was never lax when it came to researching the physique scripture. Especially during the time when the Black Dragon King ruled the land, this was when his mastery reached its peak. Until later, his situation had a complication and thus, he had no choice but to command the Black Dragon King to erase all of his memories regarding the physique scripture. The physique scripture had a total of 6 incantations. Yin and yang, hardness and softness, pure and taint. Even though the physique scripture only had 6 incantations, they were the ultimate evolution of the mysterious truths in all of the physiques. In the distant era, there were 12 immortal physiques, but no one knew that they originated from the physique scripture. Once one reached the grand understanding for any of the 6 words, each word would give birth to 2 different immortal physiques and a cultivator could only pick one of the 2. For example, immortal emperor Min Ran was taught the word yang by Li Qia. There were 2 immortal physiques that stemmed from the word yang at grand completion: immortal solar physique and immortal light physique. Min Ran was able to cultivate the immortal solar physique. After generations of deductions and numerous years of studies and understanding, Li Qia realized that the physique scripture could cultivate any physique, but there were no physiques stronger than the 12 immortal physiques. At this moment, Li Qia had decided to cultivate the word taint, to grand completion, to the extreme. He wanted to cultivate the hell-suppressing immortal physique from the 12 immortal physiques. Li Qia knew that the process to reach grand completion for the hell-suppressing immortal physique would be very long. It was not something that could be done in one day and one night. A fast completion would be a few hundred years, while a slow completion would be a few thousand to 10,000s of years. However, he had extreme confidence in himself. Even if he was born with a mortal physique, through perseverance and willpower, one day, he would be a practitioner with the hell-suppressing immortal physique. The physique scripture surfaced in the mind of Li Qia. He controlled the incantations of the word taint, like an unstoppable river into his fate palace. His true fate that was absorbing the blood energy earlier was now also absorbing the mysterious truths of the word taint. Polished by the true fate, the mysteries of the word taint were being integrated into his blood. At this point, his body was startled, and it seemed like everything had become slow as if time had stopped. Chapter 37. The life will continuously spun while the blood roared. The revolving crescent sun merit law was an absolutely outstanding law, even through the eons. It turned the blood energy into a ferocious vortex. Right when the incantations of the word taint appeared in the blood of Xueqi, his blood became extremely heavy. The blood flow slowed down due to this. However, no one could underestimate the magic of the revolving crescent sun merit law. After the mysterious truths of the word taint slowed down the blood flow, the merit law angrily acted up, using its full power, controlled the life wheel, and roared with all of the impacts in the world. The stagnating blood flow suddenly became faster with the push from the life wheel and the revolving crescent sun merit law. The blood flow in Xueqi's body, at this moment, was like a gigantic dragon that was rampaging, fierce and immense. The overbearing blood went on a rampage, tearing apart Xueqi's meridians, destroying his bones, and burning down his fate palace. Within a short moment, Xueqi's physique was nearly ruined. Xueqi, in agony, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. This was a great pain that he almost couldn't handle. Suddenly, there was a crack that appeared in his body, and in the next second, his whole body began to shatter like a piece of porcelain. The power of the mysterious truths within the word taint was more than people could ever imagine. The blood, with tremendous weight under the pull of the revolving crescent sun merit law, could overwhelmingly destroy anything. Xueqi's body was severely crushed. His mortal physique could not withstand the power of divinity from the conflicting force inside his body. However, the word taint was certainly not trying to kill Xueqi. If the mysterious truths of the physique scripture was nothing more than this, then it would not be coveted for many eons by immortal emperors. Xueqi's palace was also destroyed by the force of the vigorous blood, but as his body was crushed, many songs of the Grand Tao started to sing. Countless mysterious truths from his fate palace came into action. His true fate was absorbing the endless incantation runes, and these runes made his true fate radiate life energy throughout his body. At this moment, under the effect of the word taint, the spring of life gushed out a raging water of life. It was as if a tsunami had appeared. The cauldron of life immediately burned with soul fire. The soul fire brightly shook the heaven and earth. The 1,000 leaves of the tree of life stretched brilliantly toward the 4 directions. They emitted countless life energy. Afterward, the leaves of life fell down to the ground and the deepest root of the tree of life connected to the deepest part of Xueqi's fate palace. All of the roots eventually tied Xueqi's whole body, locking together his shattered remnants. The pillar of life used its mysterious incantations to connect to the word taint, as well as the heaven and earth. The incantations ran endlessly and started to borrow the power of the world to make the body of Xueqi pierce the 9 heavens and drill into the 9 earths. At this time, the water of life, soul fire, leaves of life, and the incantations of the pillar of life were refined by the word taint, while surrounded by Xueqi's blood. They turned into primordial chaos energy which wrapped around the entire broken body of Xueqi. At this moment, Xueqi's body was tormented by the heavy blood on the inside, which weighed as much as 10,000 mountains, while the primordial chaos energy was surrounding him like a mud paste in a blockade. The whole process was extremely painful. However, despite the pain, Xueqi was still holding on. Xueqi was enduring so that the blood with the taint mysterious truths would refine and recreate his body. Because the primordial chaos energy was encompassing his body, his completely shattered body didn't break into pieces onto the ground. Blood, once again, disintegrated Xueqi's body. The taint mysterious truths time and time again destroyed Xueqi's body. This process was like a giant hammer smashing into Xueqi time and time again while the water of life, soul fire, leaves of life, and pillar of life's incantations combined into primordial chaos energy, and was recast to the broken areas in order to rebuild Xueqi's body. If outsiders could see this scene, they would be shocked to witness the power of the Fate Palace 4 symbols. The Spring of Life, the Tree of Life, the Cauldron of Life, and the Pillar of Life. For eons, countless sages wondered and studied the mysterious truths of the Fate Palace 4 symbols to no avail. It was believed that only immortal emperors could comprehend the entirety of the truths within the 4 symbols. However, at this moment, a 13-year-old boy was able to communicate with the 4 symbols. It was simply unthinkable. In fact, since ancient times, Regarding the mastery of the Fate Palace 4 symbols, no one went as far as Li Qie did, including immortal emperors. He spent endless years researching the physique scripture. How could there be someone else who had the same grasp of mastery as he did? Suffering time and time again, the refinement continued. Li Qie did not know how long the process had been. The pain had made him numb. Ever since he had chosen the revolving crescent sun merit law and the physique scripture, this result had been within the expectations of Li Qie. Although he could have also cultivated the physique scripture without the revolving crescent sun merit law, in this world, there was only this merit law that was capable of driving the mysterious truths behind the word taint within the blood flow. Because of the hell-suppressing immortal physique, he needed the power of the revolving crescent sun merit law, not only to completely destroy his body but also to reshape it into a higher rank. An unknown amount of time had passed. Li Qie felt an itch throughout his body. The body reshaping had been completed. His shattered body pieces were connected once again. His pain had totally disappeared, and when he opened his eyes again, his body was without damage. It was hard to believe that Li Qie's body, which was fragmented and split, was now without the slightest wound. It exceeded people's imaginations. There were different advantages and disadvantages for different physique methods. Each method for the formation of different physiques vary, but in this world, there was no other physique method that was flawless like this physique scripture. To be able to completely destroy a body, then reform it perfectly. In the entire process, there was no lasting harm. When Li Qie stood up and took a step, the brick below him was instantly shattered. He did not activate his blood energy, nor exercise his merit laws. It was purely due to his body movement. The effect of the hell-suppressing immortal physique from the word taint was frightening. When a cultivator practiced the word taint to grand completion, 2 different immortal physiques would appear. They were the hell-suppressing immortal physique and the sky-destroyer immortal physique. Although they came from the same word taint, these 2 immortal physiques were completely different. The hell-suppressing immortal physique made it so that the body was as heavy as 1,000 mountains. Once a cultivator reached grand completion of this physique, it was said that he could crush everything with his own body, including the galaxy itself. There was a saying, the hell-suppressing immortal physique was immeasurably heavy. One lift of the foot could stomp to death both immortals and demons. From this saying, one could only imagine how heavy the hell-suppressing immortal physique truly was. The sky-destroyer immortal physique turned the body into a mighty, infinite power. When completed, a cultivator could rip apart the earth bare-handed and wrestle a real dragon. These were easy matters. Li Qie had been cultivating on the peak while using this self-torturing method for more than a month. With the revolving crescent sun merit law rotating his blood non-stop, Li Qie had broken through 2 small stages within just a month. The last 2 stages, essence development and Earth's extension, were not a challenge to him. When he was about to pass the essence development stage, his merit law led the life wheel to spin. His heavy blood energy bellowed out roars and turned into a huge vortex, sucking blood up and down inside it. This vortex, combined with the revolving crescent sun merit law and the Kuan Peng 6 variants, frantically absorbed the world's spirit energy. The Kuan Peng inside his fate palace, the world's largest creature, opened its mouth and satisfyingly swallowed the spirit energy from the heavens like an endless pit. In the blink of an eye, Li Qie nearly absorbed all of the spirit energy surrounding his old peak. Fortunately, there were no other people around. Otherwise, this would cause a great shock. This spirit energy from the world was moved into his true fate where it was refined. The more spirit energy there was, the stronger the true fate. The stronger the true fate, the stronger the Tao foundation. The stronger the Tao foundation, the stronger the cultivation level. After the true fate had absorbed enough of the world's spirit energy, it radiated an aura with enough force to tear away the vast fogs from the 4 oceans. At this moment, the true fate wanted to break away its own boundary, to turn this vast space into its own territory. This process was called Earth's extension. Nan Huiran was shocked to find out that it only took Li Qie a month to break through the 2 stages of essence development and Earth's extension. Within a month, to enter the physique accumulation stage, senior is too crazy. Nan Huiran was envious from watching. This speed could be comparable to geniuses. Of course, Nan Huiran didn't know that if Li Qie didn't cultivate the hell-suppressing immortal physique and didn't have the revolving crescent sun merit law to carry his blood which weighed thousands of pounds, he wouldn't have such a satisfying result. The word taint is the same as the first letter in primordial chaos. Chapter 38. Nan Huiran was only envious. He did not want to become a victim of the revolving crescent sun merit law. Everyone knew that cultivating this method would result in a trap, set up by its effect that was impossible to get out of, becoming a piece of trash in the end. Seeing Nan Huairan's expression, Li Qie only smiled and didn't say anything else. The next day, Li Qie woke up early, as usual, to cultivate. However, when he opened the door, he was startled because there was a man standing quietly outside. It was an old man, around the age of 50 to 60. He was wearing a robe made out of vines. His face was lean without any facial hair, but his eyes were extremely alive. Although he was old, his back was straight and his spirit was high. "Senior, good morning." The old man respectfully clapped his hands when he saw Li Qie. Li Qie didn't know what to say. He was always calm and collective while looking at life, but he was at a loss with the current event. If the boy Nan Huairan called him senior, it would be acceptable. However, this was an old man, around 50 to 60 years old, respectfully calling a 13-year-old boy like him senior, such a strange thing. Li Qie regathered his wit and said, "Elder, you must be mistaken, I am not your senior." The old man looked around, and turned his gaze back to Li Qie and asked, "This place is the Prime Disciple's Peak?" "Yes," Li Qie truthfully answered. If this old man didn't have such a good spirit, he would think this was an encounter with a mentally ill patient. "You are the prime disciple of our cleansing incense ancient sect, correct?" Li Qie obediently answered honestly again. "Yes, I am Li Qie." The old man smiled and formally bowed his head, then said, "Then it is correct. This is your peak and you are the prime disciple, which means that you are my senior." Li Qie suddenly became silent. He was certain that the old man didn't have the wrong person. But in the end, to have such an old man calling him senior felt very strange and uncomfortable. Sorry, I'm late." At this time, Nan Huairan breathlessly rushed in from the outside and smiled. When Nan Huairan arrived, he saw Li Qie and the old man standing still in front of the door. He coughed awkwardly, then did their introductions. "Big brother, this is second brother. Second brother, this is..." "I know, he is big brother." Before Nan Huairan could finish, the old man interrupted him and earnestly replied, "Nice to meet you, second younger brother." Li Qie hesitantly gave out a courteous response. The old man nodded, revealing a very nice smile, and said, "Senior, this younger brother's name is Tu Buyu. I am also the second disciple of the sect master. Since you are the prime disciple, you are the eldest brother of all of our third-generation disciples." Seeing his kind smile, Li Qie's head was shaking. He wanted to yell, "Uncle, I am only 13 years old and you are 50 to 60 years old. Please don't play coy in front of me and call yourself younger brother." Finally, Li Qie invited Tu Buyu inside the house. Then he dragged Nan Huairan to the side and asked, "What is going on?" Having a younger brother like this old man, Li Qie was at a loss for words. This time, it was Nan Huairan's turn to not know how to answer. It took a while before he calmly responded, "Brother, a couple of days ago, I already told you that second brother was coming back." Li Qie, of course, knew about the second brother coming back because Nan Huairan had told him this, but he didn't pay attention. He thought that the second disciple of sect master Su Yonghuang would be around 30 years old, at the most 40. But this younger brother in front of him was at least 50 years old. He was surprised and startled to have a younger brother this old. "Brother, he is indeed Tu Buyu, the second disciple of the sect master," Nan Huairan said with confidence. The truth was, before, the sect master only had Tu Buyu as a disciple. Li Qie had only recently went under the sect master's wing. Li Qie contemplated for a moment. He had not met his master yet, but only this 50-year-old second brother. However, it was true that he was the prime disciple, and with that status, all third-generation disciples, despite their age, had to call him big brother. How many older disciples do we have here at the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect? Li Qie glanced at Nan Huairan and asked. Imagining a scene where a bunch of old men gathered around him and respectfully called him big brother, Li Qie could not stand it. Only one person like that. Nan Huairan quietly laughed. After hearing the response, Li Qie sighed in relief and walked toward Tu Buyu. "When did Junior Tu come back? Did Master come back with you?" "Dear big brother. This young brother came back alone. I only..." Tu Buyu said in a serious manner and an exposing kind smile. Li Qie immediately interrupted him and said, "Younger brother, you are 60. Please don't be so courteous, you are shortening my life. Dear big brother, I am only 1,675 years old this year. Tu Buyu, while keeping his amicable smile, seriously answered. Crash! Li Qie staggered, almost falling over after hearing the answer. Not only him, but even Nan Huairan couldn't stand straight. Could you repeat that? Li Qie was almost choked to death by his own saliva. A 1,000-year-old man called him big brother. Dear heavens! Does one really need a younger brother this old? This young brother is 1,675 years old. Tu Buyu slowly repeated without changing his tone. Li Qie glared at Nan Huairan, and Nan Huairan could only innocently smile. He himself didn't know that Tu Buyu was so old. Big brother, are you okay? Do you want this young brother to get you a cup of water? Seeing Li Qie's choking expression, Tu Buyu kindly offered. Li Qie recovered and broke Tu Buyu's words mid-sentence. Grandpa, please stop calling yourself young brother, I'm getting goosebumps. First, I am only 13 years old, you are above 1,000. You calling me big brother is only shortening my life. Second, this is the main point, why are you trying to be cute in front of me, calling yourself young brother? Are you implying that I am really old compared to my age? Do I look that old? Huairan, do I look that old? Li Qie crazily spoke non-stop. Nan Huairan was smiling on the inside. This was the first time he had seen this senior unable to hold on to his calm emotions. Chapter 39. Li Qie answered Nan Huairan, of course. Now that the word is out, why change it? Protector Mo and Nan Huairan winked at each other, and Nan Huairan finally stuttered. BBU, but she is the descendant of the 9 Saint Demon Gate, and the princess of the Old Ox country. So what? Li Qie was like an ancient well without waves, and calmly said. Little Nan Huairan still hasn't reached the apex, he still has a lot of training to do. Nan Huairan and his master were silent, not knowing what to say. The words, so what? Were very short and simple, but what kind of arrogant attitude and confidence was required to say these words? Li Shuangyan wasn't only the descendant of the 9 Saint Demon Gate and the princess of the Old Ox country, but she was also one of the geniuses possessing a king physique, king life wheel, and Saint Fate palace. She had incredibly great talents. Whether it was talent or appearance, Li Shuangyan was not below anyone in the Grand Middle Territory, or even the entirety of the mortal emperor world. There were enough men that wanted her love to make a line from the east to the south of the Old Ox country. Even then, Li Qie was not satisfied. She was only worthy of being his sword maid. If this news were to be spread, who knew how many men would want to kill Li Qie? Nan Huairan and Protector Mo had given up in front of Li Qie's arrogance. This was not the first time they've seen this. They only gently sighed, and didn't dare to report this to the 6 elders, afraid that the 6 elders would be scared silly. Do the elders know about this? Protector Mo shook his head. I have not reported this to the elders. We have decided to wait until we spoke with you first before reporting to the elders. Ever since their return to the cleansing incense ancient sect from the 9 Saint Demon Gate, the 2, master and disciple, had to choose between Li Qie and the 6 elders, and they chose Li Qie. To others, this was an odd decision, but Protector Mo had thought it through. Then report it to the elders. Li Qie nodded his head without much care. Even if people of this era valued the 9 Saint Demon Gate and Li Shuangyan, to Li Qie, they were nothing. No matter how talented Li Shuangyan was, she still couldn't compare to immortal Emperor Xiao Shu that year. After leaving Li Qie's peak, Protector Mo immediately reported the message to the First Elder. First Elder Gu couldn't sit still when he heard this news. What, Princess Li is almost here? Compared to the nonchalant Li Qie, the First Elder's reaction showed a lot more shock. After Protector Mo confirmed that the news was absolutely true, the First Elder walked back and forth in the room. His heart was extremely excited. Protector Mo secretly sighed. This was the gap. Li Qie had no reaction to the news whilst the First Elder was extremely serious and ecstatic. No doubt, the First Elder greatly valued the marriage between the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect and the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Finally, the First Elder calmed down and calmly commanded. Send the command to Li Qie. Tell him to prepare well to welcome the arrival of Princess Li. Yes. Protector Mo accepted. He wasn't foolish enough to tell the First Elder that he had already told Li Qie first. Also inform all of the elders, protectors, and the rest of the disciples within the sect. We have to use the most solemn ceremony to greet the arrival of Princess Li. During this time, no one can make any mistakes, understand? The first elder gravely commanded. Protector Mo immediately accepted the order and didn't say anything else. If this was before, then Protector Mo, like everyone else, would heavily value this marriage. But because of Li Qia's influence, his view on the grand scheme of things had changed. Like Li Qia, he believed that becoming a subsidiary for the Nine Saint Demon Gate wasn't a permanent solution. Only strength itself was the fundamental path. Of course, Protector Mo was also clear that the current cleansing incense ancient sect was lacking an upper echelon that could independently deal with all of the dangers, that had enough strength to reignite the sect. Princess Li coming to our sect is one thing, but what about the issue of the marriage? After finishing his commands, the first elder continued his questions. His heart was also clear that the current cleansing incense ancient sect was too weak, and with a new start, they would need the backing of the Nine Saint Demon Gate to survive. Which was why this marriage must be successful. It further guaranteed the cleansing incense ancient sect's chance of revival. This, Protector Mo didn't know where to start. The truth was, he had heard from one of the elders from the Nine Saint Demon Gate that if Li Qia had chosen to stay at the Nine Saint Demon Gate that day, then his marriage with Princess Li would definitely already have been settled and assured. I'm afraid only the princess and the Demon King would clearly know the answer. In the end, this was the only thing Protector Mo could say. Some things, he couldn't reveal too much about. The first elder took a deep breath of relief and said, "Relay my order to Li Qia. Tell him to take good care of Princess Li during her stay here. We absolutely cannot let her have a hint of displeasure. Try to win the princess's favor. When the time is ripe, tell him to propose to her. If he could marry the princess, then the sect will heavily reward him." The first elder made so many commands that Protector Mo was frozen without words. In fact, Li Qia didn't even want to marry the princess. Even if Princess Li was willing to follow him, the best she could do was being a sword maid. Of course, Protector Mo couldn't tell the first elder that, because he would certainly become crazy. Yes, Protector Mo quickly affirmed. He would definitely relay the order to Li Qia, but he also knew that Li Qia would definitely just laugh it off. Overnight, the news regarding Li Shuangyan's visit to the sect spread throughout the entire faction. Everyone was ecstatic. Especially the young male disciples, they were more excited than anyone else. Although they haven't seen her figures, they had heard about her reputation. Princess Li of the Old Ox Country, the descendant of the Nine Saint Demon Gate, a beautiful and peerless talented woman. She was the goddess in everyone's dream, the object of affection for many of the cleansing incense ancient sect's male students. A senior brother couldn't help but exclaim, "Goddess Li, you can say that she is the real beauty of our Grand Middle Territory. 5 years ago, I was on a mission to the Old Ox Country. I only caught a glance, but I guarantee that she is the most beautiful woman I have ever seen." Princess Li's visit. Maybe there is a chance to get her favor. Another younger brother started daydreaming and said, "With regard to looks and talents, I am also famous in the cleansing incense ancient sect. If I could get her attention, then I could soar up into the sky. In the future, I will be the sect master of the cleansing incense ancient sect. It is no problem." All of a sudden, the male disciples became more active. Some started to dress up meticulously. Especially the disciples who were considered to be talented in the cleansing incense ancient sect. They put on their true armors and true treasures in visible sight so that Princess Li would take a second glance at them. The next day, all of the disciples in the cleansing incense ancient sect gathered outside the Dao Gateway. The 6 elders were present as well, along with the protectors and sectional leaders. As long as they were still present in the sect, they had to participate in this feast today. All of the disciples were wearing their most extravagant clothing. Even the female disciples were dressed up. Normally, only the upper echelons were allowed to stand on top of the Dao Gateway, but there was an exception today. There were 2 other people qualified to stand here to greet Li Shuangyan. One of the 2 was today's hero, Li Qia, and the second was Leng Shiji, who was known as the genius of the cleansing incense ancient sect. Leng Shiji was only 20 years old with a handsome face, a fit and muscular body, and his confident smile which always gave him the aura of a genius. Leng Shiji was a disciple of the second elder, Chao Xiong. This Leng was the most talented disciple. He was considered the top genius of all of the third-generation disciples. Leng Shiji had been in Elder Chao Xiong's ranks for almost 20 years. Today, he is at the warrior canopy ranking. At such a young age with such a strong cultivation in a declining sect like the cleansing incense ancient sect, he was not just a genius in name. Back then, when second elder Chao Xiong had an aspiration of ambition to become the sect master, Su Yonghuang appeared out of nowhere, and he lost the chance to become the head of the cleansing incense ancient sect. This event had always haunted him. Today, Su Yonghuang didn't have a successor. Cao Xiong used all of his resources to groom Lang Shiji so that this disciple could easily win the seat. He had wanted for Lang Shiji to become the prime disciple, but Su Yonghuang had refused, and the first elder didn't support him. This was the second hatred in his heart. Even though Li Qie was now the prime disciple, Cao Xiong did not put Li Qie, this waste of life, in his eyes. With Li Qie's disposition, he was not qualified to fight with his disciple, Lang Shiji, for the seat of the sect master. So for this visit of Princess Li to the cleansing incense ancient sect, Cao Xiong had especially commanded his disciple Lang Shiji to seize this golden opportunity. If he could get Li Shuangyan's favor, then becoming the sect master, it would no longer be up for question. No one in the sect, then, whether they be the elders or Su Yonghuang, wouldn't be able to stop his steps at becoming the sect master. So today, Lang Shiji was particularly well dressed, wearing treasure clothing with radiating lights, with a pair of boots accompanied by white clouds, and on his waist was an 8 treasures jade jewel with a faint sound of the Grand Tao. His whole body with the treasures exerted a formidable pressure. Chapter 40. Lang Shiji was anxious to put all of his most powerful treasures on his body, afraid that someone wouldn't know that he was the first genius of the cleansing incense ancient sect, as well as one that possessed numerous treasures. In fact, Lang Shiji wasn't the only one to dress up today. All of the male disciples were adorning beautiful clothings as well. Their treasures were in plain sight on their bodies, afraid that people wouldn't know that they didn't have so many treasures. Li Qie saw this scene and could only shake his head. He told Protector Mo, who was standing nearby. These people seem to be attending the circus, not Li Shuangyan's greeting party. Nan Huiran didn't have the qualification to stand next to the upper echelons during the greeting party. Only Protector Mo was next to Li Qie. Hearing those words, Protector Mo could only show a hollow smile. Be more formal. At this time, Lang Shiji, who was standing in front, turned back and coldly said, Princess Li is the descendant of the imperial family, the most distinguished guest of the cleansing incense ancient sect. We must greet her in the most dignified manner, in order to avoid disgrace and shame to our sect. Finished speaking, he looked at Li Qie with disdain. At this point, Li Qie alone was wearing a cotton garment, unadorned by any treasures, and looked exactly like a mortal. At first, Lang Shiji was assigned to be standing side by side with Li Qie, but Lang Shiji believed that he was above the piece of waist, so he took the initiative to stand in front. Her Royal Highness' presence is definitely an honor to all of us. Among the male disciples waiting, one excitedly exclaimed. Lang Shiji was dismissive of these disciples. Their talents were so average. How could they win Princess Li's favor? It was simply a toad wanting to eat a swan's meat. As for the idiotic Li Qie, he wasn't even a toad. He was not even qualified to have such a thought. With this thought, Lang Shiji had an even greater disdain for Li Qie. Although the cleansing incense ancient sect and the 9 Saint Demon Gate had an ancient marriage pact, only the prime disciple like Li Qie would have the right to marry Li Shuangyan. However, Lang Shiji didn't care for this ancient convention. Li Qie was not qualified to marry Li Shuangyan in his eyes, and surely Li Shuangyan would hate a piece of trash like Li Qie. In Lang Shiji's opinion, as long as he had the opportunity to be close to Li Shuangyan, he could please her enough to win her favor. He was extremely confident in himself. He was the first genius of the sect after all. Li Shuangyan had yet to come. At the ancient gateway, some from the younger generation couldn't help but quietly whisper amongst each other. A disciple asked, This time the princess is coming to our cleansing incense ancient sect. What is her purpose? I heard that the prime disciple and the successor of the 9 Saint Demon Gate were determined to be married. An older disciple knew a little about it, thoughtfully said, Marriage. After hearing this answer, one disciple glanced at Li Qie and contemptuously said. One disciple said with disdain, Him? In my opinion, the princess came to dissolve this marriage. Her Royal Highness would be dismissive of an idiot with a mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and mortal fate palace. Whatever reason it might be for the princess' arrival, this is a good chance for us to be close to Her Royal Highness. A disciple excitedly said. The only person without any interest in these little arguments was Li Qie. It was fine to occasionally act in a play, but if this took any longer, he would lose his interest. At this time, an resonated from the Tao gateway. It blindingly illuminated the eyes. The brilliant crystal door was opened, and the dimension between the cleansing incense ancient sect and the 9-saint demon gate was finally connected. A group of people stepped out from the gateway, and the first person was the successor, Li Shuangyan of the 9-saint demon gate. In addition to her, there were a few familiar faces to Li Qie, such as Grand Protector Yu He and a few exceptional disciples of the 9-saint demon gate. Li Shuangyan, still dressed in white, her masterpiece of an alluring face was still cold as snow, arrogant like a goddess sitting on her throne, causing even the moon and sun to blush in her presence. As for the male disciples, especially the ones that were seeing Li Shuangyan for the first time, they were stunned by her beautiful face and figure and couldn't recover for a long time. Even the female disciples found that the appearance of Li Shuangyan totally eclipsed their own, and subconsciously felt ugly in comparison. The person who claimed to be the first genius of the cleansing incense ancient sect, Xueqi, couldn't keep himself from staring at Li Shuangyan's features. He lost his thoughts for a long time, unable to recover. The 6 elders were surprised because they thought it would just be Li Shuangyan, but Grand Protector Yu He came as well. One had to know that Yu He was a powerful figure even within the royal nobles of the 9-saint demon gate. Even the elders of the cleansing incense ancient sect didn't have the qualification to meet Yu He. But this time, he personally came along, and this made the sect feel quite proud. The 6 elders quickly recovered, and brought the protectors forward to greet him. Princess Li and Protector Yu's arrival brings our sect great honor. If our small faction's hospitality has any mistakes, I hope for the princess and Grand Protector to forgive. The first elder led the pack and greeted them. Seeing this, Li Qie sighed. The cleansing incense ancient sect had really declined. The great 6 elders of the cleansing incense ancient sect of immortal emperor lineage had to act in such a servile manner. These people were helpless. Way back then, when Min Ran and him were still controlling the cleansing incense ancient sect, they never had to bow down to anyone. He sent the cleansing incense ancient sect to sweep the whole 9 worlds. Virtuous paragon? Ancient god? Who dared to stop the rise of the cleansing incense ancient sect? Kill without mercy. Heavenly devils, blood race, and even the charming spirits blessed by the heavens had to come worship the cleansing incense ancient sect. Between the 9 heavens and 10 earths, in the middle of this world, who had the qualification to make the cleansing incense ancient sect subservient? Elder Gu and everyone are too kind. Li Shuangyan lightly nodded her head, and Grand Protector Yu He stepped forward to return the greeting. At this time, Li Shuangyan's bright eyes fell upon Li Qie. Even though they showed no emotions and were as cold as ice, their attractiveness was still apparent. Li Qie, however, was still casually standing, calm and comfortable as if there was nothing important enough to warrant his attention. Seeing Li Shuangyan walking away, Yu He and the other disciples from the 9-saint demon gate quickly followed. Numerous disciples held their breaths. Their minds were frozen from staring at the beautiful girl ahead. The first elder was relieved to see this scene. No matter what, Li Qie had successfully passed the trial of the 9-saint demon gate. Li Shuangyan going towards his direction was a good start. Xueqi was trying to regain his composure, and he saw Li Shuangyan coming closer. He was ecstatic. Of course, Li Shuangyan had noticed him, the first genius of the cleansing incense ancient sect. So he arched his back and exposed a confident smile to greet Li Shuangyan. Seeing this, many male disciples were jealous and envious, but they had to admit that Xueqi as the first genius of the sect and was the one who was the most entitled to Li Shuangyan's blue eyes. However, Li Shuangyan didn't bother to look towards his direction. She went straight towards Li Qie, making Xueqi's expression freeze. Young noble Li. Li Shuangyan greeted in front of Li Qie. The two of them, one masterpiece of alluring beauty, and the other was just an ordinary boy. Them standing together created a scene that was like the difference between the heavens and earth. Li Qie just casually nodded, despite Li Shuangyan's peerless beauty. He was not moved by her honoring gesture. He leisurely smiled and said, "It is best to figure it out completely." Of course, these abrupt words could only be understood by a few people here. "It is my honor to see young noble again." Yu He also stepped forward and clapped his hands. "Our Majesty has a message for you. He hopes that when you have some leisure time that you would visit our sect as a guest. His Majesty will personally greet you." If the Demon King said so, then I won't be so reserved. Li Qie smiled and then continued, "Coming to my cleansing incense ancient sect as a guest, you don't need to be so restrained. If there are any inconveniences, just let Protector Mo or Nan Huiran know." Young noble's words. Yu He understand. Yu He nodded and greeted Protector Mo and Nan Huiran. This small action caused a shiver in the master and disciple pair because the words from Li Qie before had changed a lot of things. Although they were on the side of Li Qie, they have not been given any real benefits. However, with Li Qie words just now, their status had been elevated greatly. Even the greeting party led by the elders were using a subservient status to greet a royal noble like Yu He. However, with Li Qie's words, it meant that he placed them in the same position as Yu He, and they could directly communicate with Grand Protector Yu He of the Nine Saint Demon Gate. Protector Mo and Nan Huiran felt like the decision of joining Li Qie was their wisest choice. Their destiny would be changed in a way that others couldn't ever imagine. To get into someone's blue eyes is to get their respect or acceptance. Gongzi is close to Mr. but mostly meant for younger men. A suffix meant for respect. Chapter 41. This scene caused everyone to be stunned, and this included the 6 elders. Although they were the elders of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, with their cultivation, the best they could do was to be given the title of named hero from counties. Yu He was different. With the status of Grand Protector of the Nine Saint Demon Gate, he was an extremely powerful royal noble. He could even be granted the title of Enlightened Being. This was why practitioners with lower cultivation levels than Yu He, like the elders of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, didn't have the qualification to stand side by side with him. Because of this, their positions were already lowered by half. The 6 elders respectfully greeted Yu He while the Grand Protector was speaking to Li Qie with reverence. No one understood the events that were unraveling before their eyes. What was even more incredible was that Yu He also brought a message from the Demon King Luan Ri. If Li Qie once again became a guest at the Nine Saint Demon Gate, Luan Ri would personally greet him. Who was the Demon King Luan Ri? He was the mighty overlord of an entire region. He could walk unrestrained across the world. The elders of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect could only stare from afar, and someone like Demon King Luan Ri wanted to personally greet Li Qie? This was an unimaginable matter. As for the other disciples, they were unable to think. At once, the people on the scene were standing frozen in place. However, they were even more shocked at the scene where Li Qie naturally curved his left arm. Li Shuangyan glared at him for a second, without saying anything. She then, gently, held Li Qie's arm, and she left with Li Qie in a submissive manner. Protector Yu, I don't have time to entertain you. Before leaving, Li Qie only left behind one sentence while Yu He was bending his back to say goodbye. No one in the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect understood. None of them had any explanations for the things that had just happened. These events were so outside of their own imagination. The disciples, elders and protectors were all petrified, and they could not recover for a long time. While everyone was still flabbergasted, Li Qie had brought Li Shuangyan back to his ancient peak. Once they stepped inside the small house, where there were only the 2 of them, Li Shuangyan withdrew her hand from Li Qie. She angrily narrowed her eyes at Li Qie, and her cold and arrogant voice rang in the air. This time are you satisfied? Li Qie acted as if he didn't see Li Shuangyan's attitude. He comfortably sat in a chair, and he looked at her, slowly saying, in front of everyone, do you think by grabbing my hand is akin to granting me a great honor? Satisfying my vanity? No, you are mistaken. This Li Qie does not need such vain admirations. The fact that I let you borrow my arm is my giving you 3 parts face. Li Qie paused for a second, and his eyes became cold. He then spoke in a serious manner. I have always hidden the shortcomings of the people by my side, and I have always protected them. Since you wanted to follow me, I gave you face by letting you hold my arm. This is so you could be proud. Strictly speaking, as my sword maid, you don't have the status to hold my hand and walk alongside my shoulder. You need to remember this. You. Li Shuangyan was shaken with anger, and her face was deeply flushed with redness. She accepted the order to come to this place, to let go of her royal status. She patiently held the hand of this bastard, and she followed him in the presence of everyone. One could say that she gave him 10 parts face. However, now, he dared to say these words. How could she not be angry? You have your pride, I can understand. Li Qie did not acknowledge her anger, and he continued speaking. You were ordered by the Demon King to come here, but, in your heart, you did not want to. You consider yourself to be a talented woman, a beloved daughter of the heavens, and you look at me with great contempt. You believe me to not be worthy of your attention for even a second. This is normal. However, remember these words, today, I let you hold my arm. This is to give you a good beginning. If you feel victimized by having to follow me, then that is your concern. The decision is yours. However, When comes the day of my sweeping this entire heaven and earth, there will be no place for you by my side. A 13-year-old boy, saying these most confident and arrogant words. Even a prince coming from an ancient country would not make such a statement. However, today a 13-year-old boy said such dominating words. If others said such a thing, then it would certainly be arrogance and ignorance. However, Li Shuangyan looked at Li Qia's incomparably calm expression, and his tone showed his confidence in saying the most arrogant words in the world. If it was another time, she would have thought of him as being presumptuous, ignorant, and the king of Yilang. However now, she could not see this pattern in his appearance. Of course, Li Shuangyan didn't want to come here voluntarily. Outside of Demon King Luan Ri's command, even the Honorable Elder Sword of the Nine Saint Demon Gate thought that following Li Qia would grant her a promising future. They eventually persuaded her, so that she would come. This matter, for Li Shuangyan, could be considered an incomparable grievance. She was the Nine Saint Demon Gate successor, and she was the princess of Old Ox Country. Whether it be talents or appearance, she was an outstanding phoenix. She was a beloved daughter of the Blue Heaven. Her male suitors, even if only counting the talented geniuses, were numerous like the carps crossing the river, but she didn't care. However today, she had to lower herself into becoming a sword made for a mortal. Her master, Demon King Luan Ri, was an expert with an extremely powerful cultivation with great talents and intelligence. Even in the era where the heaven's will was fractured, he was able to defy the heavens and become a tyrant in one direction. However, this generation's overlord and her master would value someone that only had a mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and mortal fate palace. This made her so perplexed, without an answer, after much thought. She wanted to release the anger in her heart, but she didn't know how. She wanted to call Li Qia ignorant, but the situation did not seem to be this way. In the end, Li Shuangyan couldn't contain herself and angrily said, "Good, you consider yourself to be unparalleled in the world, then prove it to me. If you truly have that sort of ability, then I'll consider those words to be legitimate. Otherwise, you are just daydreaming to satisfy your own ego." Looking at Li Shuangyan for a moment, Li Qia slowly raised his voice. "Proof? I have nothing to prove." Li Shuangyan angrily shivered at Li Qia's arrogant attitude. He was only 13 years old, obviously younger than her, but his words were incomparably domineering. It was as if he was the supreme emperor for an entire generation. This 13-year-old boy had gone mad to say such words in such an indifferent and bored manner. "I have a magical formation. If you can just say a few mysterious truths regarding it, not to mention you being able to solve this formation successfully or not, then you do have some ability." Finished speaking, Li Shuangyan took out an ancient beast fur. Its origin was unknown. It was a myriad of curved symbols, Tao runes, stars, and formations of dots. This little beast fur, seemingly, contained all of the stars in the universe. It was as if it held all the profound mysteries of the heaven and earth. If one took a careful look, their spirit would be sucked out instantly with the feeling that they had suddenly entered a mysterious world. No matter how marvelous and supreme one's talent was, they wouldn't be able to control themselves. They would be captivated by the mysterious truths of the beast fur, and eventually, fall enamored to the magical formation, unable to escape from the inside. Li Qia looked at this old fur. It was too familiar. In the blink of an eye, a corner of the magical formation clearly appeared in his head. This was one part of the memories regarding the complete magical formation hidden in the mind of Li Qia, and that was the magical formation on the ancient beast fur. This little corner of the magical formation was simply too profound. Regarding the complete formation, Li Qia was too lazy to remember the whole memory because no one else knew more than him. This is only a corner of a broken formation. Listen carefully now. Starting from Kuei Xing constellation, go towards the 9 entrances, avoid the 8 full moons, turn into 9 stars, switch to the Milky Way, and then return to the Tao. Li Qia calmly spoke while pointing with his fingers. This will be the center of the broken formation. It is carefully protected by 6 beasts and 4 immortals, together. From the past until now, the people who could successfully break through this formation could be counted on one's fingers. Li Qia eloquently spoke without pause. It was as if he had them memorized. Each word from his mouth made it sound like it was not a masterpiece magic formation, but merely a trivial technique. However, Li Shuangyan was shocked completely. She knew the heaven-shattering secret of this broken magic formation. Even her patriarch, an ancestor of the 9 Saint Demon Gate, was only lucky enough to have this little ancient beast fur. This corner of the broken magic formation alone was enough for the many geniuses and virtuous paragons of the Nine-Saint Demon Gate to research through several generations. In the end, they were able to completely understand the profound truths behind this broken formation. Despite understanding the theory, they could not actually recreate this magical formation for practical usage. Seeing Li Shuangyan's talent for magical formations, Demon King Luanri passed the formation to her, full of optimism, since she might be able to, one day, understand this formation even further. This, too, could be a boost to her training. Half of her current cultivation was also related to this magical formation. From a young age, Li Shuangyan had already started studying this formation, but it took 10 years for her to understand it. This was under the guidance from the knowledge left behind by the virtuous paragons. Otherwise, someone else without such good circumstances would waste an unknown amount of time. Li Shuangyan's dream was that one day she could create this formation. Even though it was only a broken corner, it would still be able to kill gods and immortals. However, she knew with her current cultivation and luck, this dream was impossible. This trip to the cleansing incense ancient sect, Demon King Luanri also wanted her to bring along the ancient beast fur and wait for the right opportunity to ask Li Qie to see if he knew anything about it or to hear his thoughts regarding it. Li Shuangyan would never, even in her wildest of dreams, think that Li Qie would be able to, with a single glance, eloquently describe this broken formation that was considered peerless in the world. King of Yi Lang is an expression of calling someone ignorant and arrogant. The original Ra has another idiom for arrogance plus ignorance, so it sounds more poetic than this version. Kuei Xing equals one of the 28 mansions. All of these terms here are based on Taoism constellations and beliefs, the same as the Fate Palace. Chapter 42. Li Shuangyan had a suspicion that Li Qie had seen the ancient formation somewhere else previously. However, she quickly dismissed this idea because the Nine-Saint Demon Gate had to pay a great price in order to obtain this single copy of the broken formation that the formation progenitor had left behind. It could be said that, besides the formation progenitor who had died in the ancient era, only their Nine-Saint Demon Gate knew about the existence of this broken formation. But now, Li Qie, with a single glance, had been able to recite information regarding the broken formation as if it was something insignificant, and was nothing more than a lesson on memorization. This made Li Shuangyan frightened into being speechless for a long time. She had spent 10 years of research, along with the guidance of many generations of great sages from the Nine-Saint Demon Gate, yet all of this was only equal to a few words that were hastily spoken by him? Such an event greatly damaged her confidence. Even the most heavenly talents weren't able to understand the formation with just one glance. But Li Qie had done just that. Li Qie's words alone could have defeated all of these geniuses. The worst part was, Li Qie wasn't a genius. Li Shuangyan didn't know that Li Qie had already seen the complete formation in its entirety during the ancient times. And that was why, upon seeing the ancient beast fur, his memories of the formation had resurfaced. Come here. At this point, Li Qie leisurely beckoned for Li Shuangyan to come closer. Because Li Shuangyan still hadn't recovered from her shock, she subconsciously came closer to Li Qie. She didn't even know why she did it. Pow pow pow. Li Shuangyan was still in a daze, so Li Qie grabbed her, placed her over his lap, laid her down, and without any mercy for beauties, swung his big hand onto her but several times. He caused it to numbingly burn. What are you doing? Li Shuangyan was like a cat that had its tail stepped on, as she jumped to her feet, and loudly yelled. Her face blushed red, and she angrily glared at Li Qie. As for Li Qie, he just patted his palms in a comfortable manner, like it was a trivial thing to do, before slowly saying, "As my maid, you need to be aware of your situation. I can forgive the people around me, and favor the people around me. This includes you, even if you're only a maid. However, you have to remember, never provoke me. Don't think that just because you're heaven's favorite daughter that you can flip over the earth." You! Li Shuangyan seethed with anger. She was the favorite daughter of the heavens and the princess of the old ox country. In the past, until now, she'd always been in a high position, and no one had dared to be disrespectful towards her. However, today, a small man had mercilessly spanked her on the bottom. This sort of shameful thing truly made her tremble. Go, find a place in which to live by yourself. Li Qie motioned with his sleeve to imply the departure of the guest, ignoring Li Shuangyan's feelings. You! Little man! You better remember this. In the end, without knowing how to vent her anger, she enunciated each word clearly. She had always been superior, looking down below from her high position, and countless talented young men wanted to win her favor. However today, Li Qie said a few hateful sentences, and he then told her to leave. He didn't even arrange her a place to stay. This really infuriated her. Li Shuangyan left with her arms waving angrily in the air. Her Royal Highness at the age of 18 was provoked by a 13-year-old boy to the point of wanting to vomit blood. Even she couldn't believe it. Do not try to practice the immortal emperor slaughtering formation any longer. At this point, Li Qie's calm voice echoed from behind. The formation on your hand is simply a small corner of the immortal emperor slaughtering formation. If you force yourself to cultivate it, one day you will be ruined by this formation. Even the ones that knew about it since the ancient era long ago didn't dare to cultivate it on a simple whim, let alone you. If you truly want to repair this array, once your cultivation has matured, I will think about teaching you a thing or two. Based on the cultivation and talent of Li Shuangyan, most people normally didn't get the chance to ask her for guidance, and now a little man like Li Qie wanted to guide her? However, the 4 words, Immortal Emperor Slaughtering Formation, made her stop in her tracks. This formation was a legend left behind by many generations. Most people didn't believe in its existence, but Li Qie was talking about it like he had it grasped in the palm of his hand. Even though she was curious, her anger had not subsided, nor her pride. Thus, she only scowled angrily, and she ignored Li Qie. Then, she continued leaving. Li Qie didn't care whether Li Shuangyan was in a good mood or not. He simply sat in his chair in silence. Immortal Emperor Slaughtering Formation. How many years had passed? His lost memories suddenly resurfaced once he saw the corner of this broken formation. In the Warring Era, against the ancient Ming, how many people died in this formidable formation? How much of a price did he have to pay to build this formation? This eternally invincible ancient formation. A formation that, once completed, would be bathed in the blood of many masters. Many immortal sages and himself spent their blood and sweat to create this formation. In the devastating war against the ancient Ming, for the mortal world and all of the human race, numerous masters had died in this formation. He controlled the grand formation, side by side with his brothers, generals and comrades, to fight a heaven-shattering battle. Blood painted the sky. He did not remember how many people had died on the battlefield, nor how many peerless masters that followed him had been sacrificed. He only remembered his pain, in silence, after the battle. Time could erase everything, and time could heal all wounds. However, some memories could not be forgotten even through the passing of time because they are imprinted in the deepest part of the soul, never to be forgotten. Li Qie sighed, and he regained his composure. He did not allow himself to drown in emotions and indulge in the sentimental past. The past had passed, and the present was worth living. In this life, he would have the chance to traverse the 9 worlds and personally repay some old scores. Not only for himself, but for the people that had sacrificed themselves for him as well. Li Shuangyan's visit to the cleansing incense ancient sect was an important event. Not only did it make the young male disciples sleepless, but it also made the upper echelon excited. Only Li Qie acted like nothing major had happened. He didn't care whether Li Shuangyan was going to leave or stay. If she was willing to pledge allegiance to him, then in the future, he would reserve a spot for her next to him. If not, then so be it. He would not be missing capable assistants. Even without her, he could find a substitute. It was this simple. This night, Li Shuangyan was with a stomach filled with angry steam. She ground her teeth, silently cursed Li Qie. She didn't stay in Li Qie's small mansion, and she also didn't leave this place. However, she chose to create a small treasure building down from the corner of Li Qie's peak, and she entered inside. Although she did not live with Li Qie, she also didn't leave his peak. With the arrival of Li Shuangyan and Yu He, the biggest harvest was gained by Protector Mo and Nan Huiran because they were in charge of the entire trip for Yu He and his people at the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. This was no minor event because they could work alongside a royal noble like Yu He. They could ask him many questions about cultivation and his experience. This was a big benefit. The most essential thing was still Li Qie's words that allowed for Protector Mo's and Nan Huiran's positions to elevate greatly within the sect. Yu He obeyed Li Qie's order, and he left everything for Protector Mo and Nan Huiran to decide. They became the special envoys between the 2 sections. One has to remember that before disciples, and even the 6 elders of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect wouldn't necessarily be able to meet Grand Protector Yu He. However now, simple organizers like Nan Huiran and Protector Mo could directly meet with Yu He to discuss events. This meant that the relationship between the 2 sects had become more intimate. The improved status of Nan Huiran and Protector Mo. This left many protectors, sectional leaders, the third-generation disciples, and even the second-generation envious. Despite all of the commotion, Li Qie did not care. The most important thing to him right now was to refine his Tao foundation, not allowing any room for mistakes, and carefully cultivate towards flawless perfection. Once there was a mistake, this small mistake would be a fatal danger on the road of cultivation, especially when he faces the time of life reduction and the fate calamity. As long as his base was solid, with a strong Tao foundation, then in the future, he could go farther. He could exceed the apex. Many geniuses wanted to rush their cultivation ranking and they neglected their refinement of the Tao foundation. Rushing for success caused the Tao foundation to have defects. In the end, they died in regrets during the moments of life reduction and the fate calamity. This was why Li Qie's expectation for himself was very high. Even though the peerless revolving crescent sun merit law could increase his cultivation speed, he still limited its effect for a solid foundation. If he stopped his own suppression, then he could easily break through into the inner longevity rank. Li Shuangyan had stayed at the cleansing incense ancient sect for 7 days. Time had passed without any incidents, but this morning, Nan Huiran visited Li Qie's peak along with a middle-aged man. Senior, this person is sectional leader Zhou, an instructor at Cleansing Jade Peak. Nan Huiran immediately introduced the man to Li Qie. Chapter 43. After sectional leader Zhou had left, Li Qie glanced through the roster of the disciples at the Cleansing Jade Peak. There were a total of 300 disciples, and the first disciple of the Cleansing Jade Peak has been there for 5 years. Li Qie read through the roster once, and he then, looking towards Nan Huiran, asked, "Do you have any comments?" Nan Huiran dryly laughed. "Dear senior, this little brother doesn't want to wildly speculate. However, if you really want to know my perspective, then this little brother could only dare to say a thing or two." Nan Huiran was always smooth and understanding, and he knew conversational limits. Once he chose to be under Li Qie's wing, then he would go where Li Qie points. "Damn, I fought!" Li Qie contemptuously yelled, and then he continued speaking. "If you use the same amount of energy you spend on treacherous scheming to cultivate, your current power would reach a very high rank." Hearing Li Qie's words, Nan Huiran could only force himself to smile. "Senior, one can't do any different from his natural disposition, birthed by the heavens." "Fine, don't give me more treacherous words. Tell me your opinions." Li Qie lightly waved his hand. He didn't care for the smooth words of his junior. Nan Huiran's nature had been solidified. It couldn't be changed even if he wanted to. Nan Huiran quickly said, "I heard one piece of news. The first elder wanted you to teach the disciples how to cultivate at the Strange Gem Peak, but the second elder has been advocating for you to teach at the Cleansing Jade Peak. Keep going with your conjectures so I can listen to them." Li Qie casually smiled. He had already understood the essential factors behind this event. Nan Huiran was no longer flippant. He continued explaining his thoughts in a serious manner. "The second elder has great influence at the Cleansing Jade Peak because senior Lung Xueqi also studied there. Although Lung Xueqi was only a third-generation disciple, with his cultivation, he had already been equal in status to the sectional leader uncles." Here, Nan Huiran looked up to see Li Qie's expression because he knew. When it comes to strategy and tricks, this senior was the most frightening person. How did the other elders react? Li Qie smiled. Nan Huiran pondered for a moment. Even though he was gifted at reading people, but, as a third-generation disciple, there were many things that he was not privy to. "It is very simple. We just need to see whether the first elder still wants to compete for the sect master position. Then, we can make an accurate conjecture." At this moment, Tu Buyu arrived. He spoke while he walked forward. Even though he was more than 1,000 years old, his body was as vigorous as a young man. His face always had a kind smile. "Keep going, I'm listening." Li Qie did not mind the presence of Tu Buyu joining the conversation. Thus, he commanded him to go on. Tu Buyu smilingly said, "Senior, no one in our Cleansing Incense ancient sect has more influence than the first elder. He is a serious man, administrates fairly, and on top of that, he was also the eldest disciple of the previous sect master. One could say that he has the biggest opportunity to become the sect master of the Cleansing Incense ancient sect." "Our master isn't the eldest disciple of the previous sect master?" Li Qie was a little surprised to hear Tu Buyu's response. He had thought that, because Su Yonghuang was the eldest disciple from the last sect master, that was why she became the new sect master. Tu Buyu shook his head and smilingly answered, Master's situation is a bit special, unlike the first elder. Within the first generation of disciples, the first elder was the most likely successor. In fact, amongst the 6 elders, only the second elder had competed for the sect master seat. The other 4, in theory, had always supported the first elder. Then what does the first elder think about this situation? Li Qie stroked his chin, and he asked. Tu Buyu quickly replied, everyone knows about how Chao Xiong yearns for the sect master seat, but no one knows what the first elder is thinking. Even though the other 4 elders support him fervently, he still hadn't shown a decisive attitude. I'm afraid that, in recent years, the other 4 elders' stance have been shaken because of this. Li Qie looked at Tu Buyu and teasingly said, Master has been outside for many years, and younger brother seldom returns to the cleansing incense ancient sect. However, it seems like you are still pretty well informed on things. It made one think about why Su Yonghuang still grasped the exact situation of the cleansing incense ancient sect even though she wasn't here. Li Qie was a bit curious, but he didn't care for the first elder's attitude, let alone Su Yonghuang's or even Chao Xiong's. Since he had made up his mind about reviving the cleansing incense ancient sect, no one could stop him. Not even his master in name, Su Yonghuang. Senior, please stop joking. As a disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect, this is our home, so of course we have to pay attention to our home's current situation. Tu Buyu graciously smiled. His words were humbling. Since Tu Buyu had started speaking, Nan Huairan had been silently listening. A monster living for more than 1,000 years more than possessed the necessary qualifications to discuss the situation of the cleansing incense ancient sect. He was definitely an old fox. Li Qie silently cursed in his mind, and he then calmly smiled. Since younger brother is back, then you should know about master's attitude more than anyone, If this second disciple was a smart person, then Li Qie wouldn't waste time talking in circles. He would directly ask about the main point. Tu Buyu's expression was still the same, and he smilingly said, Senior is the prime disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect, and you represent our future glory. Whatever Senior does or says, Master will not interfere. Not bad. Such mastery at pushing and pulling, as expected from a 1,000-year-old fox. Li Qie was impressed with the sly conducts of Tu Buyu. If the disciple was like this, then what would the master, Su Yonghuang, be like? Li Qie only smiled after he finished speaking. Right now, he didn't want to cause a commotion in the cleansing incense ancient sect. Once his cultivation reached an acceptable height, he would take action and deal with everything. Leaving Tu Buyu to the side, Li Qie directly commanded Nan Huairan, Huairan, go bring all the information regarding the merit laws that are currently being practiced by the disciples at the cleansing Jade Peak to my place. I want to see what they are playing with. Nan Huairan quickly affirmed and turned around to take care of it without neglect. However, before Nan Huairan had returned, Li Qie was invited to meet the first elder via his disciple. The cleaning ancient incense sect used to have over 1,000 primary peaks. However, right now, there were only 73 peaks, and even these 73 were withering. The natural world energy within them had slowly been depleted. As the first elder, Elder Gu was qualified to own the tallest peak containing the highest amount of natural world energy in the cleansing incense ancient sect. As a third-generation disciple like Li Qie, being invited to a private conversation with the first elder would be considered a tremendous honor in the eyes of the other young disciples. Li Qie comfortably sat in the hall, facing the first elder, without any worries or nervousness. The two of them stared at each other for a long, yet, as they examined each other's attitude, no one was willing to make the first move. Eventually, the first elder couldn't wait any longer. He sighed and opened his mouth. Li Qie, this seat does not understand you. If others say that you are from the 9 Saint Demon Gate, then you are too irrationally arrogant. The first elder was quite blatant with his words. Then, he too might as well open the sky for a truly clear and direct conversation. Li Qie smiled indifferently and said, What is the first elder's implication? That I am a spy from the 9 Saint Demon Gate? This isn't something that can be confirmed or denied on my own. The first elder wittily responded. Li Qie smiled after hearing these words. This answer was not outside the realm of his expectation. He stared at the first elder for a moment, he then inquired, How others look at it doesn't matter. The most essential thing here is your opinion. What does the first elder think about my teaching of the Tao at the cleansing Jade Peak? The first elder stood up and went to a window. He silently stood there, without saying a word, akin to a statue. After a while, he turned around, stared at Li Qie, and then said, "I alone cannot administrate everything in the cleansing incense ancient sect, especially during this time. It seems like the four elders' attitudes has been shaken." Li Qie smiled and thought about the words of Tu Buyu. He understood the thoughts of the first elder. Although the four elders had always supported Elder Gu, a long period of time could wither or shake their attitudes. Chao Xiong's ambition for the sect master's seat had been apparent for a long time. It would be strange if they didn't reconsider their attitudes. "I was born and raised in the cleansing incense ancient sect, and my master was my benefactor. His kindness to me was as heavy as a mountain." The first elder's tone became heavy and continued, "I do not want to see the day where the cleansing incense ancient sect suffers a great calamity befallen from the heavens." Li Qie was silently listening. A moment later, the voice of the first elder rang again. "Our enemy isn't the people in our sect. They are from external forces such as the Heavenly God sect. Elder, please guide me through this maze." Li Qie nodded, accompanied by a rare serious attitude, and he inquired. The first elder sat down, gently sighed, and then he said, 30,000 years ago, our cleansing incense ancient sect fought a battle with the Heavenly God sect. We suffered a crushing defeat in our national capital, and we had to run back to the sect's territory, losing complete control of the kingdom. 30,000 years ago, till now, all of our great predecessors from the older generations had met their origins. Our cleansing incense ancient sect's decline was inevitable and irrevocable. Although we had fallen, we still possess certain things that the Heavenly God sect coveted. The Heavenly God sect has not made any moves. It is because they still have some reservations. If one day, the Heavenly God sect finds out that we do not have any hidden aces, that would be the day of our cleansing incense ancient sect's demise. The war between the cleansing incense ancient sect and the Heavenly God sect. Nan Huiran had talked about this before. In reality, when Li Qie was still the Dark Crow, he knew some information regarding the Heavenly God sect. However, his disposition at the time was not ideal. Thus, he naturally did not bother with such trivial matters. The first raw sentence is using Tai Chi's ideologies to describe someone dodging a question completely. Certain people in powerful positions refer to themselves as this seat. Li Qie here used a respectful idiom to ask the elder to elaborate. Chapter 44. Here the first elder glanced at Li Qie, and he said, "Do you understand why I am telling you all of this?" This disciple is all ears. Li Qie nonchalantly smiled with a calm and dull expression. It made the first elder unable to understand Li Qie. "We need an ally like the 9 Saint Demon Gate." At this point the first elder gently sighed, and with some hesitation, he lowered his tone. "This is why I hope that you can marry Princess Li. As long as you are able to marry Princess Li, regardless of what happens, I will support you. Elder, are you not afraid of bringing the wolf to chase the tiger? Then being eaten by the wolf in the end?" Li Qie smilingly said. The first elder bitterly smiled, gently shook his head, and he replied, "There are some things that aren't up to a little character like me to control." At this point, he deeply stared at Li Qie, and he said, "This is why I will bet on you, hoping that it will be a miracle." Here the first elder's demeanor became strange. He looked at Li Qie, and he said, "Until now, many people had wanted to take the cleansing incense ancient order from Old Devil, yet no one had succeeded. However, Old Devil is willing to give the cleansing incense ancient order to you." Speaking of Old Devil and the matter of the cleansing incense ancient order, Li Qie couldn't help but smirk. However, he did not say more about it. There were secrets behind this event that other people naturally couldn't see through it. Staring at the first elder, Li Qie smiled. "Elder is betting money on me. Why not bet it on the sect master? I heard sect master was appointed by the previous sect master to be the successor." Regarding this problem, the first elder closed his mouth and remained silent. The first elder's attitude piqued Li Qie's interest. Su Yonghuang, the current sect master of the cleansing incense ancient sect, was what type of person in the end? What was the secret in this matter? "This time, I proposed for you to be a Dao instructor. I am hoping that you could earn some merit points and eventually be able to join the upper echelons meeting in the cleansing incense ancient sect." The first elder didn't speak about the matter of the sect master, Su Yonghuang. He instead switched to a different subject. Li Qie smiled, and he said, "Elder hopes that I can have great contributions so that I could join the upper echelons. Eventually, I would become a protector or an elder, so that I would be more worthy to be with the 9 Saint Demon Gate successor. the princess of the Old Ox country. Li Qie easily pointed out the intricacies, and this made the first elder stunned for a moment. In reality, since the beginning, he was not optimistic about Li Qie. However, Li Qie mysteriously passed the 9 Saint Demon Gates trials, and this caused the 6 elders to suspect that he was a spy from the 9 Saint Demon Gate. However, since Li Shuangyan's arrival and the attitude of Yu He, the first elder couldn't help but contemplate this situation. If one was to say that Li Qie was a spy from the 9 Saint Demon Gate, then his method would be too arrogant and too obvious. The most important thing, however, was that Yu He's attitude did not seem like it was an act. This made the first elder rethink. If Li Qie truly wanted the Emperor Merit Laws or Immortal Emperor True Treasures of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, with the Cleansing Incense Ancient Order, he simply didn't need to be a spy. This order was given to him willingly by Old Devil. If Li Qie had used this order to demand an Emperor Merit Law or an Immortal Emperor True Treasure, the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect wouldn't have an alternative unless they wanted to disobey the teachings of their ancestors. In reality, whether the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect still had Immortal Emperor True Treasures or not, as well as its Emperor Merit Laws, the first elder knew best in his heart. Within the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, I am considered the oldest person. Unfortunately, my talents are limited, and I had no way to stop our Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect's irreparable decline. The first elder looked at Li Qie, and he said, I don't believe in miracles. However, I hope that you are a miracle, or that the Patriarch was not willing for the high heavens to destroy my Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. I am not hoping for you to revive the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, but I hope that you could use your good relations with the 9 Saint Demon Gate to protect the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. Li Qie couldn't help but laugh a little, and he said, The first elder values me so greatly, this truly makes me scared from receiving too much affection. Of course, the first elder didn't believe Li Qie. He simply didn't appear like he was scared from receiving too much affection, but this wasn't important. Li Qie smiled and he said, The first elder places all of his betting money on me and not the sect master. Why is this the case? This truly leaves me curious. It was obvious that Elder Gu, being the first elder, was very reluctant to mention the sect master Su Yonghuang, but in the end, he looked at Li Qie and deepened his voice. Li Qie, if one was to say that your identity is not clear, then, the identity of the sect master is not one that I am willing to see. It was but one short sentence from the first elder, yet it contained many hidden implications. Su Yonghuang was the current sect master and was also his master's appointed successor. Why was it that the first elder was so unwelcoming of Su Yonghuang? Currently, for our Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, whomever sits on the sect master's seat is no longer important. We are about to be chased from our home, so why is there the need to dispute for the sect master's position? The first elder clearly didn't want to elaborate much on Su Yonghuang, so he said in a serious manner, However, I do not wish for the second elder to be the sect master. The first elder suddenly told him this, thus, raising Li Qie's interest. These words, if it wasn't a close confidant, would not easily be said. However, the first elder told him this. Second elder isn't bad. I heard the second elder, when he was young, his aptitude wasn't bad. Within the elders, his cultivation is only below yours. Li Qie leisurely said. If Chao Xiong. If he was persistent with his own principles. The first elder paused for a second, and he then finally spoke. Him being the sect master isn't a big deal. However, he reached out to Dong Shanglong. This is akin to pushing our Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect down into an abyss of destruction. He, because of his thirst for power, had lost his reasoning. Dong Shanglong. Li Qie was slightly surprised, and he asked, The guest advisor of our Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. As for the matter that you are worried about, I can give you one sentence. In my hands, whoever wants to destroy the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, I will slaughter them all. Also, I will add another sentence for the first elder. Whoever tries to stop my pace of reviving the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, whoever tries to stop my steps, kill without mercy. Gods and devils are no exceptions. After he had finished speaking, he turned around and left. The first elder was suddenly stunned on the exact spot. A 13-year-old boy just said those arrogant words, but, at this moment, he didn't think that Li Qie was arrogantly ignorant. In this midst of everything, he completely couldn't see through Li Qie, and he didn't know where his confidence was coming from. A 13-year-old boy. What means did he possess to say such big words? Eventually, the first elder gently sighed. Since in all these years, he had carefully held the administration of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, he knew that, The cleansing incense ancient sect's decline was irreparable, but he still wanted a miracle to happen. Maybe Li Qia's arrival was a miracle. Whether he believed it or not, currently, he still has to gamble on this. Because he was running out of time, the other 4 elders, regarding his not wanting to be the sect master, had become dissatisfied. If this continued, without the support of the other 4 elders, the overall situation of the cleansing incense ancient sect will worsen. The raw idiom is, cleans ears carefully listening. Another respectful idiom. Another 4 words idiom. Receive favor becomes frightened. Chapter 45. Back at his lonely peak, Li Qia immediately called for Nan Huairan, as well as his master Protector Mo. Once the master and disciple had arrived, Li Qia asked, "What is the sect master's origin in the end?" This matter interested Li Qia. This first elder truly wasn't one to be jealous of talents. On top of that, he also didn't have the ambition for the sect master's position. Why was it that he was so unwelcoming for Su Yonghuang? The master and disciple looked at each other. Nan Huairan knew even less. He shook his head and he said, This matter, I do not know. Before I had joined the sect master was already the sect master. I can only count the times I've met the sect master with my 10 fingers. Li Qia turned to Protector Mo. Protector Mo too gently shook his head, and he said, The origin of the sect master, I am not certain. In reality, within our cleansing incense ancient sect, very few people know the true origin of the sect master. One could say that the sect master suddenly appeared overnight. Suddenly appeared overnight? A person who suddenly appeared overnight became the sect master? Li Qia, hearing this statement, couldn't help but become puzzled. Protector Mo pondered for a moment, wanting to think carefully, and he said, When the former sect master was still in this world, I heard the Supreme Elder still hadn't met his origin. I don't know the exact details, but, during that time, I heard that within the span of one night, the former sect master only called for Elder Gu. The sect master first appeared. Then, one could speculate that in this moment, the previous sect master and the Supreme Elder, before meeting their origins, entrusted Elder Gu to help the sect master take charge of the cleansing ancient incense sect. After hearing the words of Protector Mo, Li Qia felt that it was outside of his expectation. He had thought that his master, Su Yonghuang, was always a disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect. It seemed now that this was not the case. Are you saying that this master of mine was a person that the previous sect master and the Supreme Elder secretly groomed? Li Qia inquired. Protector Mo shook his head. We do not know the specific circumstances. We only know that, after Elder Gu was summoned, a new sect master was announced. In reality at that time, not only Chao Xiong, but even the other 4 elders were strongly opposed to it. However, I heard that the first elder did a lot to persuade the other 4 elders. Afterward, the first elder personally took action to suppress some disciples, certain high-ranking protectors, and sectional leaders in the opposition party. At that point, the previous sect master was still there. The Supreme Elder hadn't met his origin. Elder Gu had the support of the previous sect master and the Supreme Elder. Elder Ge's status, in the cleansing incense ancient sect, had always been high. In reality most people then, would have assumed that Elder Gu would accept the sect master's position, but suddenly, a new sect master appeared. It was outside of everyone's expectations. However, even Elder Gu himself supported the new sect master and he didn't try to compete for it. In the end, the other 4 elders also agreed with this decision. Protector Mo paused at this point and turned silent for a moment. The new sect master was not well received. Li Qia could imagine the scene then. Suddenly, a new sect master appeared, and even with the support of the previous sect master and the Supreme Elder, along with Elder Ge's suppression, still was afraid that the hearts of the people of cleansing incense ancient sect were not happy. Protector Mo gently nodded and he said, Sect master was in her new position for a short time. She then took a small group of disciples, became the overseer of the desolate wasteland, and she rarely returned. Sect master had never returned to the cleansing incense ancient sect with the exception of the time the previous sect master and the Supreme Elder met their origins. Li Qia couldn't help but stroke his chin. The whole thing made him feel confused. What was the sect master's origin, in the end? Eventually, Protector Mo whispered, In terms of truly understanding the sect master, I'm afraid that, outside of Tu Bu Yu, there is no one else. Li Qia smiled, and he then shook his head. Tu Buyu speaking on this, that would truly be strange. Clearly, Tu Buyu was a trusted confidant of the sect master, Su Yonghuang. Otherwise, he wouldn't be sent back here. Regarding sect master Su Yonghuang's origin, Protector Mo couldn't explain why, so Li Qie also stopped asking. He slowly cultivated, and he thought about how to instruct the Tao to the cleansing Jade Peaks Martial Hall. If one was to discuss teaching conducts, then no one was more fitting to be an instructor than Li Qie. He rose and he fell through innumerable moons, and he improved himself over millions of years. What type of person had he not seen? He had met many ambitious overlords, and he suppressed countless outstanding emperors. Not to mention that immortal Emperor Min Ren was groomed by his own hands. Even the Black Dragon King and 3 generations of immortal emperors, as well as many peerless supremes, all rose from his teaching. Teaching a group of feather-haired youngsters, for Li Qie, was a matter as easy as turning his palm. However, with this matter, Li Qie was seriously contemplating. The reason was simple. Every time a person was flung from his hands, not one of them were weak. He didn't want the life that he had finally obtained, with his body, with his own hands, to ruin his reputation. Regarding cultivation, Li Qie had many profound insights. In Li Qie's eyes, talents weren't important, physiques weren't important, and even merit laws weren't important. The most important thing was to have an unshakable Tao willpower, a willpower that thirsts for knowledge, a willpower that understands that the truth of all rivers flow into the same sea, a willpower that was diligent and assiduous. This was the most important thing. For insufficient talents, hard work would suffice as long as the mind was willing. For insufficient talents, others take 1 day to awaken, and you take 100 days to awaken. There would always be a fruitful harvest. With a Tao willpower that could accept that all rivers lead into the sea, one could see the entirety of the 8 directions and not be blinded by their own short-sightedness. Insufficient merit laws? Just be thirsty for knowledge. Even if it was a common merit law, as long as one was tirelessly diligent, one of these days, one could take this common merit law to the apex of its cultivation. They could traverse an entirely new heaven and earth with it. Since the ancient times, countless supremes, from their common merit laws, had created a new heaven and earth, became enlightened with their own Tao merit law that belonged to just them, and walked on the road of Tao that only belonged to them. Tao willpower, this was the foundation of cultivation. Countless eons, countless kingdoms, countless holy churches groomed many geniuses. But, in the end, only a few became immortal emperors. There weren't many. Li Qie carefully read through the short introductions for the 300 students at the cleansing Jade Peak and their current cultivating circumstances. He had memorized them all, and at the same time, he also carefully read the merit laws of the Martial Hall. In reality, the 300 disciples at the Martial Hall did not cultivate that many different types of merit laws because the longest disciple had only been there for 5 years. They, technically, were not considered official disciples of the cleansing incense ancient sect. They needed to pass the final assessment before they became official disciples of the sect. Martial Hall, with its 300 disciples, half male and half female, didn't practice that many merit laws. The merit laws of the Martial Hall only numbered in the dozens. Amongst these merit laws, some were created by the heavenly sages of the cleansing incense ancient sect to be used as entry merit laws, and some of the older entry merit laws were left behind by immortal Emperor Min Ren. The oldest merit law was left behind by Li Qie in his dark crow form. These were all entry-level merit laws, and they were not considered to be heaven-shaking methods. However, these merit laws were all chosen because they were necessary for a solid foundation. Although with the exception of a few common merit laws left behind by Li Qie for the cleansing incense ancient sect, Li Qie had never seen the other merit laws. However, after 1,000,000 years, he had researched many merit laws. Even if all of his memories regarding merit laws were erased, from a certain perspective, regarding the understanding of merit laws, no one could compare to him. For any merit laws talked about, Li Qie's explanations could be considered exact truths. On top of looking over the merit laws of the Martial Hall, Li Qie also went to the first and second level of the scripture library. Li Qie himself wouldn't practice these merit laws. He was only finding appropriate merit laws for the Martial Hall disciples. The first elder was hoping that Li Qie could contribute to the sect, so he specifically gave Li Qie a license to read these merit laws. With regard to being an instructor, Li Qie was truly responsible. He was not only using the 300 disciples to earn contribution points, then be finished. As a senior instructing the Tao, he would surely uphold a high standard of responsibility, And he would absolutely not ruin his reputation with his own hands. For the instruction of Tao, Li Qie had made full preparations. He had complete confidence in teaching these disciples, and he wanted to see the day of the final assessment. None of the disciples would fail the assessment and not become a disciple in the sect. The cleansing Jade Peak's main branch. One could say that Chao Xiong in this main branch had the highest influence. For example, sectional leader Zhou was on Chao Xiong's side. However, this type of challenge, for Li Qie, was far from what he would consider a challenge. Even if Chao Xiong's influence in this branch was greater, Li Qie still had the utmost confidence that he could grasp this cleansing Jade Peak in his hand. For him, this was not a problem. The cleansing Jade Peak Martial Hall, built on top of the cleansing Jade Peak. Cleansing Jade Peak was huge, and there were many buildings and staggered courtyards. The disciples that haven't been here for longer than 5 years numbered in the 300s. Counting the servants responsible for daily activities, the cleansing Jade Peak had a total of 400 people. Li Qie, early in the morning, had entered the cleansing Jade Peak. Naturally, sectional leader Zhou would not give him a hand. However, Nan Huiran was meticulous and attentive because this was the first day of Li Qie's Tao instruction. After Li Qie had arrived, he, in place of Li Qie, gathered the 300 disciples to the martial hall. 300 male and female disciples were all gathered at the martial hall practice ground. And at this moment, all 300 pair of eyes were on Li Qie. Li Qie looked around at the surrounding disciples. Within the 300 disciples, almost evenly divided between male and female, the oldest was not 18 and the youngest was around 13 years old. Li Qie only appeared to be 13 to 14 years old. He had to face the 300 disciples and instruct the Tao. This caused Nan Huiran to worry that Li Qie wouldn't be able to suppress these disciples. However, looking at Li Qie sitting there with a calm sky clear wind expression high above, he, a 13-year to 14-year-old, appeared like a great master. Seeing Li Qie's confidence, Nan Huiran breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, when the 300 disciples had gathered, trouble did as well. Within these 300, immediately, there was a disciple who was not satisfied with Li Qie, ignoring the fact that Li Qie was currently adorning the status of the prime disciple. Met the origin means death. Don't confuse this with the other use of origin, which means the beginning. All rivers flow into the same sea equals tolerance for the Tao and all existences. Calm sky clear wind meaning equals calm, nonchalant. Chapter 46. A boy younger than I am. What methods could he teach us? Won't this create a mistake in our cultivation? In less than a year I want to pass the assessment. In the 1 out of 10,000 chance that I don't pass, then, I would have to wait for another 5 years. A discontented disciple said. There were many unhappy disciples. Another one couldn't help but to start complaining. This is true. We have such bad luck. A person younger compared to us has been sent here to instruct us on the Tao. This matter is intolerable bullying towards us. One disciple with good talent scowled, and he then said with disdain, a trash mortal physique and mortal fate palace could still become our prime disciple. It is truly a disgrace to our cleansing incense ancient sect. Shu, older brother Luo. Careful or he will hear us. A disciple whispered while he pulled at his older brother. In fact, prior to this, sectional leader Zhou had implied to make things difficult for Li Qie. This matter was not a big deal, and there would be no one to step up in place of him. This was why the martial hall disciples became bolder. So what if he can hear us? The disciple called older brother Luo raised his voice higher instead, and he loudly said, he is only a rubbish straw bag, and he is no different from anyone else. Even if he held the thighs of the 9 Saint Demon Gate, we can't allow him to delay our cultivation because of that. Why did we tortuously cultivate these past few years? It is so that we could pass the examination and become a disciple in the sect. If we are taught by a piece of trash like this, our efforts in these few years would be in vain. This is true. In that moment, many students echoed, we can't let a piece of trash waste our many years of effort in vain. We want to send him away. Change to a different instructor. Suddenly, around a dozen disciples chimed in. They surrounded him together, in a circle, and they started to heckle and rebel. Seeing this situation, Nan Huiran, frowning, wanted to step forward, but he was stopped by Li Qie. Get rid of this waste. He is not qualified to instruct us on the Tao. The dozens of students loudly jeered, A person who had only recently joined the sect isn't even equal to me, and he still has the audacity to instruct us in the Tao. A disciple contemptuously said, "What is a prime disciple worth? Pfft, he is not worth a single coin." Older brother Luo yelled, "Correct. His cultivation isn't as strong as us, but he still wants to instruct us on the Tao. This is truly shameful. Wanting to instruct the Tao to us isn't a difficult thing. He just has to beat us first, and then we can talk." "That won't be good." A female disciple's big eyes having some fear said, provoking the instructor, "This is not a light charge." "Bah, provoking the instructor? He needs to have the qualifications to be our instructor. Then we can talk." Older brother Luo loudly said, "Not wrong, without the qualifications to be our instructor, he can't talk about Tao instruction. How is this called provoking the instructor?" Many disciples agreed, and without a double, this older brother Luo commanded high respect within his peers. "So, you all are completely not satisfied with this senior?" Now that Li Qie started to open his mouth, the disciples here quickly became silent. They looked at Li Qie while Li Qie looked back at them. No matter what, Li Qie still was the prime disciple sent by the elders. "Not satisfied, eh? One could say that I am a very open-minded person." Li Qie laughed so hard that his eyes were shut. Seeing Li Qie's smile caused Nan Huairan, who was standing next to him, to shiver. The expression of Li Qie's smile created an illusion in his mind. It was as if a desolate wasteland fierce beast had opened its jaw while licking its white as snow fangs and stared intensely at a group of lambs. At this moment, many students made a rattling sound from turning around to look at older brother Luo. Without a doubt, brother Luo was someone they trusted, and many people here were waiting to see his attitude. This brother Luo, that was confident enough, suddenly stood up. This brother Luo was 16 or 17 years old, and he looked at Li Qie, who was even younger than him. He coldly smiled. "Yes. We are not convinced. You are just a new disciple. What gives you the qualification to instruct us on the Tao?" Casually pulling a bag of straws to instruct the Tao to us. This is no different from destroying our futures. This younger brother, what is your name? Li Qie wasn't angry with this. No. He still had his eyes closed and a smile on his face as he said this. This brother Luo proudly looked over Li Qie, and he responded, "I walk without changing my first name, and I sit without changing my surname. Luo Fenghua is who I am. You want revenge. Coming to me is enough." After hearing this name, Li Qie let off a brighter smile. He had seen the roster, and this Luo Fenghua he naturally knew of. Luo Fenghua had joined for almost 4 years now, and his talents and physiques were not bad. After 4 years, he had reached the Provision Palace rank. As an outer disciple, without the chance to practice superior merit laws, on top of the fact that 300 disciples were instructed by only one sectional leader, and him using 4 years to reach the Provision Palace rank, even if his physiques and talents were not worthy of pride, he would still be considered a small genius. Besides this younger brother Luo, are there any others who are dissatisfied with me? Said Li Qie, maintaining his eyes shut and wide smile. Luo Fenghua looked at the other disciples, and he then raised his voice. "If you are not satisfied, then say you are not satisfied. This is not a big deal. We're not a bunch of cowards. We should unite and chase away this bag of straws. This is for our own good. If we let a bag of straws instruct us on the Tao, he will destroy all of our hard effort from the last few years. If there are any punishments, then they can come at me. I will shoulder them." This Luo Fenghua, still speaking loudly, had some capability for leadership. This is not wrong. We need to personally fight for our rights. Under Luo Fenghua's lead, many disciples were tempted, and they all stood up. Suddenly, there were almost 100 disciples standing up, and some loudly yelled. "A person even younger than us joined the sect later than us. He is not qualified to instruct us on the Tao. You should immediately get out of the cleansing Jade Peak." "That's right. Immediately get out. Get out." Different disciples were shouting. In this moment, the roaring was higher than a wave, and the disciples who were silent before, under the surging mob, couldn't help but start to loudly echo their voices. "It seems like all of you are very dissatisfied with me." Facing these discontent disciples, Li Qie still smilingly said, "However, this was a decision made by the elders, wasn't it? Since you guys are dissatisfied with me, I want to listen to your demands. You guys can talk. What type of person would have the qualifications to instruct you on the Tao? Even though the crowd was emotional and loud, Li Qiye, on the other hand, was not angry. With a consulting appearance, he made this group of young teenagers hesitate for a moment. No one had their own opinion, so they couldn't help but looked over at Luo Fenghua. Luo Fenghua met the group's expectation, and he coldly sneered. To be our instructor is not difficult. At least be stronger than us. Then one will be eligible to be our instructor. If one can't compare to even us, they shouldn't talk about instructing the Tao. So, you want to have a match with me? Li Qiye smiled at Luo Fenghua as he said. Luo Fenghua with a proud attitude replied. Correct. If you can beat me, you will have the qualification to instruct the Tao to us. However, if you can't beat me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Against my enemies, I never hold back. At that point, don't blame me for beating you and rolling on the floor. Once I make a move, I will cut your ribs from your body. This is not good. Next to him, the female students with big eyes timidly said. Everyone having a match is good, but we should know the right time to stop. Li Qiye shook his head and he smilingly said, I feel that this younger brother Luo makes a lot of sense. If we stop at the right time, then it is not a real fight. Isn't this right, everybody? If we want to fight, we have to use everything. Li Qiye stepped up and he loudly yelled. Good, winning or losing depends on the cultivation of the fighters. I will fight you. This Luo Fenghua truly was courageous. Li Qiye smiled again, his eyes were still shut, and he said, You want to fight? I will fight with you here. Finished speaking. He slowly took out his serpent punishing stick that was hung to his waist, and he said, I am the senior, I will not make the first move. You make your move. You don't know your own strength. Older brother Luo is at the Provision Palace rank. You dare challenge older brother Luo with a wooden stick? This person doesn't know life and death. Someone saw Li Qiye taking out his serpent punishing stick, and he said with disdain. Nan Huairan shook his head. He knew that he had bad luck. Even an expert like Xueqi was beaten by the serpent punishing stick until he rolled on the floor, let alone this Luo Fenghua ahead. You don't know your own strength. Li Qiye taking out a wooden stick, to Luo Fenghua, was very humiliating. He opened his mouth, let out a loud roar, and he took out a sword. This was a true treasure with a relatively low rank. The sword was out, and an ong sound rang in the air. In the blink of an eye, many surging sword shadows appeared. One heavenly vast river sword attack flew towards Li Qiye. Luo Fenghua's sword, that just came out, was immediately knocked away by the serpent punishing stick. A bang occurred. The next stick strike caused Luo Fenghua's view to be covered with yellow stars. His face was hit violently once, and fresh blood painted his whole face. He essentially couldn't escape the serpent punishing stick. Bang! 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 Li Qiye was without mercy, and Luo Fenghua was clubbed dozens of times. Suddenly, he brought Luo Fenghua down to the ground, and sure enough, Li Qiye continued to beat him. Luo Fenghua screamed out in pain. Li Qiye was especially brutal towards Luo Fenghua. He swung at him very hard. He did so until his eyes and nose were covered in nothing but blood. In the end, when Li Qiye finally held himself back, Luo Fenghua didn't even have the strength to scream. He could only quietly whimper. A person below heaven's primal rank, in front of the serpent punishing stick, could only accept the beating. Nan Huairan couldn't help but pitifully glare at Luo Fenghua. Even Su Hui's teeth were hit till they scattered on the floor. This time, Li Qiye's beating could be considered mercifully restrained. At this point, all of the disciples were frozen. In just a blink of an eye, Luo Fenghua, the strongest person in their group, was beaten to a bloody pulp. All of you step forward right now. All of you can come together. Li Qiye held the serpent punishing stick, and he pointed at the disciples that were chiming in with Luo Fenghua. He said this dismissively. But, wait. Seeing the end result of Luo Fenghua, these disciples couldn't help but take a step back. Chapter 47. Come back here. Li Qiye's eyes became cold, and he seriously said, You challenged my authority, and now you should come taste my authority. We're afraid of what? He is only one person, and we have so many people like this. I'll go. A disciple, with big guts, loudly yelled. He then took out his weapon, and he jumped forward. all together. With one person leading, the remaining dozen became emboldened. They loudly exclaimed, and they took out their weapons, moving forward. Bang! Bang! Bang, however, having more people was of no use. In front of the serpent punishing stick, cultivators under the heaven's primal rank, they only had one option. The only option was to be beaten. The dozens of students were like little snakes, encountering their nemesis. The moment they made a move, the serpent punishing stick immediately hit their face, and as each strike came along, blood covered their faces. They fell down to the ground on the spot. Bang! 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 For the ones leading this rebellion, Xueqi showed no mercy, ruthlessly whipping without stop. Even if they were on the floor, he would still strike. Xueqi went all out with the whipping until these students wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves. Struck until these students' bodies were covered in blood and lying on the ground. They wouldn't be able to stand up for an hour. Xueqi was so fierce, it made the spectating students shiver in fear. They turned pale. All of you, come over here for me. Xueqi pointed at another group of disciples with his stick, and he coldly said, Say senior, we didn't rebel. The female disciple with big eyes frightenedly said, I know. Xueqi dismissively said, My first class is very simple. It is to let you all know that anyone can challenge me. However, the result of challenging me will be as you all can see with your own eyes. Bang! 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 Xueqi ignored whether the disciples made a move or not. He made a quick dash over to them, and sent a quick strike, beating them down. In reality, Xueqi was already at the physique accumulation rank, and some of the disciples were weaker compared to him. Even without the serpent punishing stick, he could still take care of them. Thus, Xueqi dashed like a fierce lion into a pack of lambs, and in the blink of an eye, he had beaten half of them down. Run! They did not know who was scared with broken wits, but they turned around and fled. Unfortunately, the moment they tried to escape, they were thrown back by Nan Huiran. They essentially couldn't get away, and some of the ones who were thrown back started to defend themselves. However, a stick immediately flew toward them, and in a moment, they were lying on the ground in the same spot. Bang! 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 Against the disciples who didn't rebel, Xueqi went easy on them. He only brought them down to the ground. They were not like Luo Fenghua, struck to the bloody pulp. Eventually, all 300 disciples, without an exception, were struck to the ground. All of the disciples' faces were deadly pale. The serpent punishing stick was indeed their nemesis. One strike on their body, even if it didn't leave a wound, still hurt to the bones. The serpent punishing stick, this was the best treasure to discipline students who didn't listen. Rare in this world. Otherwise, Xueqi wouldn't use it to discipline Min Ran and his group of little boys. In this moment, the entire martial hall was a relay of constant and agonizing moanings. All of the disciples were beaten by the serpent punishing stick to the ground. The ones that stubbornly fought back, these were beaten even harder by Xueqi, especially the dozens in the group of Luo Fenghua. After he brought them to the ground, he even ruthlessly whipped them even more. He did so until their skins cracked and bones broke. After carefully disciplining these disciples in front of him, Xueqi slowly went back to his seat on top, stared at the disciples on the ground, and he casually spoke. Provoke me, I very much welcome it. However, the result. You all can decide for yourselves. Today is the first lesson. It was only an appetizer. Later I will not show such mercy. Until I break your bones, I will not stop. Still staring at these disciples lying down in the same place, Xueqi continued. I am your instructor, I will take charge of everyone here. Hard bones without submission? That is fine. I will hit them until he or she submits. Otherwise, be obedient disciples for me. In front of me, everything you have learned before, whether you are a genius or not, throw it all away. In front of me, geniuses and dog shit are of little value. A dragon, coil yourself for me. A lion, lie down for me. Otherwise, I will beat you until your arrogant egos are shattered. Right now, a bunch of students were lying down there, they couldn't even stand up, so no one dared to talk back. The first lesson today will stop here. At this point, Xueqi smiled. Before he left, he said, Of course if you guys are dissatisfied with me, you can go complain. However, you should remember well. If you complain about me, I will entertain you really well. Sure enough, that afternoon, sectional leader Zhou came to his door. Once they met face to face, sectional leader Zhou coldly said, Teaching disciples under you, you should put Tao teachings at the top. The cleansing Jade Peak disciples, in the future, will be the pillars of the cleansing incense ancient sect. If something happens to them, if sectional leader Zhou is unhappy with me, then go to the elders and complain. Li Qie interrupted sectional leader Zhou mid-sentence, and he then said, since I am now responsible for the Tao instruction, how to teach, that is my business. I do not need someone else to wave their hands and dance their legs while telling me what to do. If sectional leader Zhou doesn't have any other business, see yourself out. You met with Li Qie's fighting words, especially how Li Qie essentially didn't put him in his eyes. This made sectional leader Zhou shiver with rage. Sectional leader Zhou, please take your leave. Li Qie didn't want to glance at him much. With his level of character, he didn't want to waste his time arguing needlessly. Sectional leader Zhou was outraged to the point of vomiting blood. His anger soared to the sky, and he almost crushed his teeth from grinding them. In the end, he was so angry that he smiled, and he coldly said, Good, good, good. Until the day of the assessment, let us see how you teach these disciples to pass it. Finished speaking, he turned around and left. After sectional leader Zhou left, Li Shuangyan appeared out of nowhere. She coldly watched Li Qie, and she indifferently said, You make enemies in all four directions. Are you not afraid of others cutting you? Cultivation isn't everything. Li Qie comfortably looked into her eyes, and he said, To kill is not a difficult task. It is more about how to kill. Additionally, is it worth killing, is the question. Speaking of killing, Li Qie couldn't help but smile, and he then said, At the cleansing incense ancient sect, so what if a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses appear? The numbers that come are the numbers that will be killed. Li Shuangye stared at Li Qie, and she coldly said, So, you are very confident. Li Qie was too lazy to talk about such matters, so he reminded her, however, don't forget. You are my sword maid. Protecting one's master is your responsibility. You, Li Shuangyan's face was reddened because of Li Qie's attitude. She had cultivated for so long, and her Tao willpower was very stable. However, since she met Li Qie many times, she was angered to the point of vomiting blood. In the end, Li Shuangyan was a favored daughter of the heavens. She took a deep breath, and she finally calmed her mind. She stared at Li Qie, and she eventually said, Making me submit, it is also not a difficult task. At the very least, you have to give me a reason on why I should submit. Pure crystal physique. One of the 24 king physiques is not a bad physique. Li Qie stared at her, and he then casually said, Stay by my side well. In the future, I will teach you a little bit. As long as you work hard, with my instruction, cultivating to the void imperfection physique will not be a problem. Such strong words, void imperfection physique. Li Shuangyan couldn't help but to glare at Li Qie. She coldly proclaimed, Do you even know the meaning behind void imperfection physique? It is one of the 12 immortal physiques. From the ancient times till now, the people that could cultivate an immortal physique was just a very few. I currently am practicing a saint physique merit law. This is the apex of physique merit laws. Li Shuangyan was born with a king physique. This was a matter that made one proud. Pure crystal physique was extremely rare, and it was one of the 24 king physiques. The current physique merit law she was cultivating was one of the top physique merit laws in the world. However, even for her, to turn the pure crystal physique into the pure jade physique, this would require many moons. Pure jade physique. This was one of the 18 saint physiques. Once a saint physique was completed, unlimited power. It could not be underestimated. Without a word, Li Qie's life wheel suddenly appeared. Behind his head was a heavenly rotating aura, blood energy like a hurricane, and in a split second, like a kuan leaping from an ocean, his fate palace floated up and down. Within this moment, Li Qie ferociously extended a kick towards Li Shuangyan. Li Shuangyan's expression changed. Her white hands covered the air, holding a silver shield to block Li Qie's kick. Bang! A loud noise rang the air. Under one kick heavy as 10,000 mountains, profoundly deep without words. This was such a kick. For Li Shuangyan to block was not so easy. A crack sound occurred. Under this kick, her silver shield immediately shattered into pieces. Even though she had successfully received the kick, she still had to take a step back. The stone bricks on the floor were trampled by her movement. Suddenly, Li Shuangyan's expression greatly changed. This one kick, from Li Qie, was not the power of the Tao. It was not from a powerful force, but it was weight, the power of pure weight. It was as if one leg of Li Qie was as heavy as 10,000 mountains. Under this one kick was enough force to crush mountains and rivers. This was something impossible. Li Qie's cultivation was still shallow. There was no way his kick could be this powerful. Heaven's prideful daughter, these 3 words you do deserve without shame. To be able to bear the weight of this one kick, your cultivation is immeasurable. Li Qie took a glance at her once, and he then said, "You practice the pure jade sacred heart method from the war god temple. It is not a bad physique method." He left after these words. Li Shuangyan was silent for a long time. Her mind was shocked like never before. Since she had met Li Qie till now, Li Qie had only given a mysterious feel. This caused others to not see through him. But today, with his heavy kick, he had completely stunned her. She believed that Li Qie's cultivation definitely did not exceed the physique accumulation rank. However, that one heavy kick from Li Qie had shaken her to her core. She felt that it wasn't only Grand Dao energy or power. It was but, simply, the force of weight. It was absolutely impossible for a human leg to be this heavy. At least a mortal physique couldn't have reached this level. Why was it that Li Qie's leg was heavy like this? Thinking about this, Li Shuangyan's heart couldn't calm down. Speaking of physiques, with heavy constitutions, there were several different physiques. For example, the Xiantian physique, mighty mountain physique. Another example would be the devil-suppressing physique within the king physique trees. Even the hell-suppressing physique was within the saint physiques. However, one could see that Li Qie was not of Xiantian physique, and he was also not of king physique. Definitely not saint physique. Natural-born king physique and saint physique definitely couldn't escape others' eyes. Chapter 48. The only possible explanation. Li Qie cultivated a peerless and incomparable physique. The weight of this kick left a matchless and profound impression when she thought of Li Qie. Li Shuangyan's mind shook. She couldn't recover for a long time as she was thinking about many things. On the second day, Li Qie once again appeared at the martial hall, sitting high above. In the practice field, the 300 disciples were gathered, and at this moment, the entire martial hall was completely silent. Right now, one did not know how many disciples were frightened by Li Qie. Yesterday, all of them were thrown to the ground by Li Qie, and they received a good beating. This kind of pain, when they thought of it, they couldn't help but shiver their whole body. However, the serpent punishing stick was amazing. Even if they were hit to the point of their skin bruising and flesh breaking, there would be no damage to the bones and muscles. Not to mention, yesterday, Li Qie pulled his punches on many students. With a touch of golden healing paste, there would be no hindrance the next day. Yesterday, many were scared by Li Qie. Thus today, when Li Qie's gaze swept the field, many of the disciples' hearts were beating drums. They didn't dare to look at him in the eyes. Very good. There are brothers and sisters with courage that can complain about me. Li Qie smiled, and he said, "However, I don't know if these brothers and sisters who complained about me have the courage to stand up or not." At this point, many disciples looked at each other in dismay. Seeing Li Qie's beaming smile, their hearts were all nervous. One person commits the crime will be one person accepts the punishment. It was I who complained about you. Luo Fenghua stood up, and he loudly said. Even though Luo Fenghua could walk right now and his body had no serious wounds, his face was covered with medicinal pastes, undermining his angry handsome face. Li Qie stepped down from his high position, and he beamingly smiled at Luo Fenghua. Nodding his head he said, "People that have courage, I have always admired. Younger brother Luo is someone I can admire without a doubt. However, you dared to challenge my authority, so you will be enlightened about the consequence of challenging my authority. Today, young brother Luo wants to crawl back, or be carried back by other people." When he finished speaking, he slowly took out his serpent punishing stick. Seeing Li Qie's smile, with a serpent punishing stick in his hand, all of the disciples, regardless of whether they were male or females, couldn't help but greatly sour their expressions. Using treasure. What kind of skill? Luo Fenghua turned pale, but he was still standing up straight. He loudly said, "If you are skillful, you should have a real match with me. With real techniques." By now, even a fool could see that the ordinary wooden stick in Li Qie's hand was a treasure. You truly want to have a match with me? Li Qie stared at Luo Fenghua in front of him, and he smiled. Currently, the The thing Luo Fenghua was unwilling to see the most was Li Qiye's beaming smile. Looking at Li Qiye's demeanor, his heart became uncertain. However, he gritted his teeth, and he became determined. He loudly said, "That's right, if you are skillful, use real techniques to have a discussion with me. If you are stronger than me, I will have no other words to say. Since younger brother Luo wants to discuss things a little bit, then, I will have to have a discussion with you." Li Qiye smilingly withdrew his serpent-punishing stick, then, he stared at Luo Fenghua and said, "I am the older brother, it wouldn't be fitting for me to make the first move. You go first." Luo Fenghua saw that Li Qiye had withdrew the serpent-punishing stick. In his mind, he was ecstatic. He took out his sword and he loudly said, "Good, we shall discuss a little bit." The words had just ended, Luo Fenghua crossed his sword horizontally, and he immediately put on a careful guard. His first move was a defensive form. Luo Fenghua was frightened by Li Qiye, so he was already on the defensive. A bit talented. Li Qiye examined his careful defensive form, and he smiled. In the blink of an eye, his life wheel appeared, blood energy rotated, and he sent one kick went out. A pop sound was heard. Under one kick, Luo Fenghua's defensive formation was not of use. His whole body flew 3 meters, his sword was broken at once, and he laid on the floor, spraying a mouthful of blood. Crack, crack. Before Luo Fenghua had fallen on the ground, the sound of a bone breaking was heard. A bone in his chest was broken. He lied on the ground, spewing out blood, and his eyes went blank as he fainted. Hell-suppressing immortal physique. Li Qiye's cultivation was the unbeatable and strongest physique in the world. One kick, the weight of 10,000 mountains. One could only imagine how heavy this kick was. All of the disciples were shocked. Within the 300 disciples, Luo Fenghua's cultivation wasn't the highest. However, it could be counted with one's finger. He couldn't even block one kick from Li Qiye. How could this be possible? Li Qiye slowly put his foot back down and said, "That was one kick with 1/10 of my weight behind it, yet you still couldn't block it. Still you had the arrogance to challenge me." This one kick, Li Qiye had shown mercy. Otherwise, this one kick with its true power, Luo Fenghua would definitely be dead. On the side, Nan Huairan slightly shook his head. Half a year ago, his oldest brother had not yet cultivated. Even Du Yuanguang and Su Hui were dismembered by him at that time. Currently, he had cultivated. Luo Fenghua, here, was courting his death. Without Li Qiye's command, Nan Huairan woke up Luo Fenghua, helped him reconnect his broken bone, put on some silver medicinal paste, and he then carried him back to his place. "It seems like I still should use the serpent-punishing stick to discipline you guys well. It's basically not as dangerous." Li Qiye once again took out the serpent-punishing stick, and he randomly pointed at another disciple. He said, "You come out. If you have any skills, use all of them here." Older brother, I didn't complain about you, I swear to the heaven, I absolutely didn't complain." Li Qiye nodded seriously, and he said, "I know you didn't complain, but the content of the second lesson is still my beating you guys again. Of course, you all could try to run. However, if you get caught by me, I will beat you 10 times harder than I did yesterday. It is best that you guys believe my words, otherwise, the consequences will be serious." The disciple had no other choice. He hesitantly stepped up, and he said while trembling, "Older brother, please show mercy. Wanting me to show you mercy is not as good as putting in your own effort. One blow at full power. The initiative is in your hands." Li Qiye smiled with his eyes closed. Finished speaking, a strike immediately came. Without any other choice, the disciple had to fight. Bang! 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 This disciple couldn't handle more than 2 techniques against Li Qiye's hands. Immediately taken to the ground by the serpent-punishing stick, Li Qiye was free to beat him up until he was in unbearable pain, but at least it was better compared to yesterday. There was no visible blood. You, Li Qiye pointed a few times, and he said, "All of you come." Bang! 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 Many techniques came out. The 300 disciples were, once again, beaten to the ground by Li Qiye. Many painful howls rang. Whether real or fake, at least, this type of pain was straight to the bone marrow. At least today, Li Qiye didn't mercilessly beat them up. There was no blood, but this type of pain was still torturous. Little kids cannot be caught. Li Qiye shook his head and lamented quietly. Then he turned around and left. The third day, Li Qiye appeared one more time. The 300 disciples were summoned to the field. What was outside of Li Qia's expectations was that Luo Fenghua, who had a broken chest bone from yesterday, also came. After being beaten twice, currently, to all 300 disciples, meeting Li Qia was like meeting a ghost. Their hearts trembled, and the taste of the serpent punishing stick would be a nightmare for a long time to them. This was understandable for them. That year, when Immortal Emperor Minran was still young, the undefeated generals, who had followed Immortal Emperor Minran to fight in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, they, at a young age, also didn't forget the taste of the serpent punishing stick for a long time. Even after receiving the heaven's will and becoming an immortal emperor, when he thought back about this period, he was also filled with all kinds of emotions. The third-class content is still to beat you. Li Qia stepped down, once again, and he beamingly smiled. When Li Qia's words came out, the disciples couldn't help but shiver. They had already been beaten twice. This frightened them to the point of their legs giving up. Who is first? Li Qia smiled, and he gazed at the 300 disciples here. As his eyes swept around, many students were shivering. They couldn't help but take a step back. Me. In the end, the first to step up was Luo Fenghua, again. Luo Fenghua stood up, and he loudly said, "I will come." Finished speaking, he took out a large shield. Luo Fenghua, on the other hand, was smart. Today, he especially brought a large shield hoping that it could deflect the serpent punishing stick in the hand of Li Qia. "You have some courage, and you are even a little clever." Li Qia nodded his head, and he smiled. Bang! 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 In the end, Luo Fenghua couldn't escape his fate of being beaten. If the serpent punishing stick could be stopped by a large shield, then it would not be worthy of being taken out of the demon forest by Li Qia. At this moment, Li Qia had beaten Luo Fenghua badly, and he stained him with fresh blood. He was beaten until he couldn't stand up from the ground, groaning in pain. Witnessing Li Qia's merciless action, the rest of the disciples' expressions greatly changed. However, they didn't dare to say anything. Clever indeed, but you used it in the wrong place. 1 point of intelligence becomes wisdom. Next, you will want to use your brain even more. This meal, I fiercely beat you, so that you will use more of your brain. Li Qia comfortably said. This day, all of the disciples were beaten by Li Qia again. This time, Li Qia was much more merciless than yesterday. Many disciples saw blood, lying on the floor, and they were not being able to stand up. On the 4th day, Li Qia casually said, "The 4th day, it is still as before, beating you. Who will be the first one?" This time, all of the disciples' faces quickly changed. They quickly stepped back, one after another. No one wanted to be the first to come out. Even Luo Fenghua, who was courageous yesterday, didn't dare to come out. I will go." In the end, an 18-year-old teenager stood up. This young boy appeared to be honest, but his body was still very strong. "What is your name?" Li Qia glanced at this young boy. He had an impression of him. Each time he had beaten them, all of the other disciples wanted to escape and flee. However, this disciple was tenacious. Every time, he tried to face the beatings head-on. Each time he fell to the ground, he desperately tried to stand up. His mentality wasn't bad. This left Li Qia with a not-so-shallow impression. This disciple scratched his head, and he politely said, "Respectful older brother, my name is Zhang Yu. Why be the first one to come out?" Li Qia smiled, and he asked, When older brother is happy, you beat us anyway. When you are unhappy, you will still beat us. Older brother just wants to beat us. Since we can't run, why not be the first?" Zhang Yu stuttered while speaking. The first sentence is an expression, using not known as a way to say a great number/many. Chapter 49. Bang! 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 Li Qia brought a beating to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, within the 300 disciples, his cultivation was near the bottom. But he joined the martial hall 2 years earlier compared to the majority of the other disciples. Even though Zhang Yu's cultivation was weak, he had the toughness of an old ox and a spirit that would not let go. The serpent punishing stick violently struck his body, causing his whole body to ache. It was as if his bones and tendons were peeled. Even standing up was difficult. However, Zhang Yu again and again tried to stand up, even knowing that this resistance was a waste of time. However, he kept trying to stand up again and again and again and again, just to be beaten by Li Qia again and again, down to the ground. This time, Li Qie was deliberately trying to test him. Again and again, he struck Zhang Yu. Even though there was no blood, however, he struck Zhang Yu until he felt an unbearable pain. His bones and tendons felt as if they were shattered. If this was a different person, they would be motionlessly lying on the floor. However, Zhang Yu, again and again, stood up and again, resisted Li Qie's strikes. Bang! 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 The stick kept striking Zhang Yu's body. This striking sound caused the other disciples to lose their wits. They felt that Li Qie had gone too far against Zhang Yu. The last 3 times, Li Qie usually only brought a person to the ground, and then he would stop. However, this time, it was as if Li Qie was purposely making it difficult for Zhang Yu. Again and again, he struck Zhang Yu, and Zhang Yu again and again stood up just to be struck by Li Qie to the ground. Until the end, Zhang Yu was no longer able to stand up from the strikes. Even though his body sustained no injuries and it didn't shed blood, his 4 limbs were tired. He was trembling from the pain. Cold sweat the size of a bean ran rampant, and he had a pale white face. This showed how much pain he was in. Seeing the state of Zhang Yu, many disciples couldn't help but shiver repeatedly. With fear in their mind, the many female disciples felt bad, and they couldn't bear to watch. A spirit that is unwilling to give up, very good. Li Qie glanced at Zhang Yu, who was tiredly lying on the ground, with a calm sky-clear wind expression and said, "If I was unhappy, I wouldn't take it out on little characters like you all. Take 10,000 steps back. If I wanted to take it out on you all, I can think of, off the top of my head, 300 or 500 brutal ways to torture you all." These words of Li Qie was for Zhang Yu's ears, and also the rest of the disciples. After beating Zhang Yu, the serpent-punishing stick of Li Qie readily pointed at another disciple. "Come out." The disciple pointed at by Li Qie had his hair explode, his 2 legs trembled, and under the tyrannical abuse of Li Qie, he could not go out. Li Qie looked at this disciple, and he smilingly asked, "Do you all know why I have to beat you guys?" At this time, in the eyes of the disciple, Li Qie's smiling face was more terrifying than the devil's smiling face. His 2 legs shaking. His body exuded cold fear, and he couldn't speak clearly. He stuttered. Yes, it was because we offended older brother, wrong?" Li Qie smiled. "Fight back." Finished speaking, the serpent-punishing stick in his hand, once again, violently flew past. Bang! This disciple was struck by Li Qie once, and he cried and moaned. Next, Li Qie, once again, picked a random disciple and beat him once. He struck him until he couldn't stand up from the ground. Suddenly, wailing sounds of pain went up and down in the field, and under the serpent-punishing stick, one after another, all of them suffered. "Speak, why am I beating you guys?" Li Qie beat a disciple with no place to hide. This disciple could only accept his fate, and he was beaten by Li Qie till he had a swollen nose. In the end, he gave up on resisting, and he held his head with both hands, leaving Li Qie to fiercely strike. And no, I don't know, this disciple could only consider himself unlucky. He said a dozen answers, but there wasn't one that made Li Qie's hands stop. At this point, a frightened voice rang. "All older brother's strikes we're hitting our weak points. Or it is because all older brother is testing us. Our merit laws inside our merit laws are flaws." Hearing these words, Li Qie suddenly stopped and turned around, looking for the origin of the voice. The one who spoke was a female disciple. Li Qie had a little impression of her. A big pair of eyes with a frightened expression. The face of the female disciple that was pretty and delicate. From her expression, one could tell that she was not bold. At this time, Li Qie's vicious eyes turned around. The female disciple unconsciously took a step back. Her palm became sweaty. The older female disciple next to her was worried about her, and he gently pulled at her once. Li Qie pointed at the big-eyed female disciple with a frightened demeanor, and he smilingly said, "You come out." This disciple was quite frightened and dawdled out. This scene was a bit funny. Li Qie was only a 13 to 14-year-old boy, and the girl in front was clearly older than Li Qie. In front of Li Qie, the female disciple waddled forward like she was a little lamb facing an old wolf. "Speak, why do I want to beat you all?" Li Qie beamingly smiled as he looked at the female disciple. Her face was whitely pale, and she didn't dare to come closer. This female disciple was indeed very afraid of Li Qie, and she took a step back. This scene, it was like Li Qie was a young master who specialized in bullying kind-hearted young girls. The female disciple finally bit her teeth, and with a voice like a silver bell she quietly said, I feel that, older brother, strike all were hitting me. Our techniques have openings. Older brother wanted to test our merit laws, our flaws. Having said that, the big-eyed timid-looking female disciple looked at Li Chia without confidence, and she then immediately tucked her head down. She really was afraid of Li Chia. At this point, she thought Li Chia was going to act violently. However, Li Chia slowly and casually asked her, "What is your name?" Su Pei. This female disciple's scalp was tingling from being stared at by Li Chia. She was older than Li Chia, but the moment Li Chia stared at her, she felt like she was being targeted by a prehistoric desolate fierce beast. Su Pei, younger sister Su. Li Chia cheerfully smiled. "I will tell you a good piece of news. Very lucky you have guessed correctly." Li Chia's words got out. Many disciples were stumped for words, and Su Pei's heart couldn't help but became ecstatic. Finally, she had escaped a calamity. "From now on, you are the oldest sister. The 300 disciples of the cleansing Jade Peak will be led by you." Li Chia slowly spoke. "However, it is your turn to make a move right now." Li Chia suddenly appointed this position, causing the other disciples to startled. Su Pei was also startled. She was startled, not because of the appointment, but because of the sentence said afterward by Li Chia. Older brother, I had guessed correctly to your question. I won't be exempted from the beating?" Li Chia beamingly and cheerfully smiled. "It is true that you have guessed correctly. However, I didn't say I was going to let you go. My way of living is very fair. I always treat others equally." Right now, facing Li Chia's cheerful smile, Su Pei felt that it was scarier compared to an old wolf. In the end, Su Pei didn't have any other choice. She had to gather the courage to resist. At the point when she was about to make a move, she couldn't help but timidly say, Older brother, not the face, is that okay?" Wishing to appear beautiful was the nature of all women. Even a cultivator was like this. Li Chia's serpent punishing stick strike, even though it didn't leave wounds, but being beaten till one's face and nose were swollen, this, to any young girl, was a torturous affair. "I can think about it." Li Chia happily smiled, but his serpent punishing stick had already aimed for her face. Su Pei became frightened. She immediately moved her feet into a defensive gait, barely dodging the stick from hitting her face, but the serpent punishing stick was like maggots in the bones. She had just escaped, but another strike was on the way. Su Pei was alarmed. Once again, she used the cleansing incense ancient sect stepping techniques to dodge, but Li Chia was still chasing her. It was hard to escape. "If you keep on running away, do you trust that I will beat your face into a pig's head or not?" The voice of Li Chia, like an evil ghost, rang. These words astonishingly frightened Su Pei. No longer dared to run, she immediately turned around to fight. She let out a roar with her long sword in her hand put into motion, and she crossed horizontally towards Li Chia. Bang! One sound, one stick from Li Chia, without mercy, ruthlessly struck the sweet fragrant shoulder of Su Pei. The pain caused her tears to flow. It was as if her sweet-smelling shoulder was about to break into pieces. This power of one sword sweep the earth is one part too weak. It can't even withstand a single blow. One sword sweeps the earth. The move is just like its name, sweep through everything. Li Chia violently struck Su Pei's sweet shoulder until she cried. However, Li Chia was still cheerfully smiling, and he said, again. Li Chia ignored Su Pei's pitiful state. His cheerful smile was extremely ruthless, and he said, "A fight to the death, it is not just being scrupulous as the earth, but it is also as courageous as the heaven. When meeting your enemy face to face in a narrow path, the braver one will win. Your heart is bright like a mirror, able to see clearly the downy feathers in the autumns. However, you are lacking the will to fight a bloody battle to the end. Lacking the courage and enlightenment to fight a battle to the death." Li Chia was giving pointers to Su Pei, not only in her lacking techniques, but also her mentality in battle. Su Pei could only reluctantly withstand the pain and let out a lovable roar. Her sword created a net like a sea, and she returned a blow towards Li Chia. Bang! Li Chia once again struck her waist and indifferently said, "This one sword, like the grand water, lacks a majestic boundlessness. This move is dependent on the word grand. Grand righteous energy." Bang! Li Chia once again obliterated Su Pei's openings. With each move and each technique, he taught Su Pei. This southern swallow returns to its nest was practiced very well, but you shouldn't be complacent, it is still lacking maturity. A weakness can momentarily be exposed. Li Qie enjoyed reading merit laws and techniques that were practiced by the cleansing Jade Peak's disciples. In reality, the 300 disciples practicing methods and techniques were limited, and the majority of these methods were left behind by Li Qie for the cleansing incense ancient sect that year. There were even some that Li Qie had created just for immortal Emperor Min Ren. This repetition of again and again was in the Ross, so we wanted to keep the meaning. Double negatives. Author loves them, embraces them. Chapter 50. Having diligently read these merit laws, in this world, there was no one who understood and mastered these techniques and methods more than him. Li Qie struck Su Pei around 20 times. Then, she couldn't hold on any longer, fell to the ground, and she found it impossible to stand up. Li Qie then let her off. Li Qie pointed at another disciple, and he cheerfully said, "Next." Bang! 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 At this moment, all the other disciples also suffered the calamity. One after another, they were beaten by Li Qie, and they laid motionlessly on the ground. After Su Pei's words enlightened them, at the moment when Li Qie was beating them, the other disciples were watching each strike from Li Qie. Even though they were getting hit, each disciple still remembered Li Qie's every strike. Now, everyone wanted to know the flaws in each of their moves and actions. Some wanted to cover their flaws, so that they wouldn't be beaten so badly by Li Qie. Some wanted to use this opportunity to see their own weaknesses and to raise their own cultivation. Although Su Pei's words had woken everyone up, not every disciple could see the flaws in their techniques and actions. Even if they could see the flaws within and know personally that their moves had flaws, they still wouldn't be able to fix the underlying problems. The other disciples weren't as lucky as Su Pei. Li Qie was only beating them, he didn't give them pointers. In the end, the disciples who were beaten by Li Qie lied on the ground. Wailing moans filled the air. Li Qie indifferently looked at them, and he then smiled, saying, "Today will end here. I'm giving you guys 3 days to rest. You should carefully think for a little bit, lest you make the same mistakes again." Finished speaking, he turned around and left. 3 days' rest was as quick as a blink of the eye. Li Qie, once again, appeared in the martial practice hall of the cleansing Jade Peak. Li Qie looked at the surrounding 300 disciples, and he slowly said, "The contents of today's lesson is still the same. It is still a beating." Li Qie's words made many students change their expressions. Many students were afraid of Li Qie and the taste of the serpent punishing stick. It was definitely not easy to endure. This type of pain, absolutely torturous. Li Qie stared at the 300 disciples ahead, and he beamingly smiled. "Are you all coming out personally, or do I have to kill all the way to the door? I will go first to fight against older brother." Li Qie had just finished his sentence, and the first to step up was Luo Fenghua. This was not Luo Fenghua's first time to be the vanguard, but this Luo Fenghua coming out first was completely different from the past. Luo Fenghua's talents were not bad. Within the 300 disciples, his aptitude could be considered first or second. His cultivation was not shallow, and he could be said to be someone that was proud and arrogant. When Li Qie first arrived, he essentially didn't obey. In reality, even after Li Qie had beaten him with the serpent punishing stick, he was still not convinced in both his words and his mind all the way until he was blown away by Li Qie's one kick, breaking the bones of his body. This was when he suddenly woke up. Even though Luo Fenghua was arrogant and proud, he wasn't ignorant. Li Qie's one kick immediately trampled and shattered his bones. The power of this kick made Luo Fenghua realize the terribleness of Li Qie. At that moment, Luo Fenghua realized that Li Qie was not a bag of straws like the rumors. Especially after Su Pei's words that woke the disciples. Afterward, each disciple was carefully studying each blow from Li Qie. One sentence woke the people up from their dreams. Being beaten by Li Qie, even though the majority of the disciples suffered from agonizing pain, these last 3 days, caused them all of them to open their eyes. Many meticulous disciples theorized Li Qie's strikes, and they had fruitful harvests regarding the flaws in their techniques. Especially when these flaws were found out by pain. This made the disciples remember them very well. Luo Fenghua's talents weren't bad, originally. On top of Su Pei's words, the last 3 days he had been contemplating, and it gave him not small benefits. He immediately understood Li Qie's good intentions, and inadvertently, his attitude towards Li Qie had changed significantly. Li Qie beamingly smiled at Luo Fenghua, and he slowly said, "Even though you are one part arrogant and prideful, you are not ignorant to the point of stupidity." Arrogant Luo Fenghua, this time on the other hand, his cheeks were red, he bowed his head, and he said, "Please guide me from my mistakes, older brother." This time, Luo Fenghua was sincere and serious. Li Qie also didn't say many nonsensical words. He took out the serpent punishing stick, and he casually spoke. "Make your move." Luo Fenghua briefly said, "Excuse me." After the words came out, going all out in effort, he let out a long roar. A brilliance like a tsunami rushed forward. Body like an eagle, stance like an aquatic dragon, commotions in the middle, and accompanied by a dragon tiger. Bang! Luo Fenghua's technique had only begun, but the serpent punishing stick had already directly struck. At the impact point, where his eyes were filled with yellow stars, tears were coming out. Li Qie, making a move, showed no mercy. One stick struck Luo Fenghua to the point where he couldn't tell north, south, west, and east from each other. One stick came down, and Li Qie indifferently said, "Combat on the battlefield is to avoid the lightning and fire. If you survive, this is akin to the enemy's death. Between each technique, the best is the one that kills in one blow. Combat on the battlefield, it is truly not a viewing contest. Beautiful techniques are nothing more than the silver decorations at the tip of a spear. The move dragon seizing the hawk in the flying dragon fist is simply to kill. It does not have excessive and unnecessary variations. A form to murder and kill without needless additions." Li Qie once again struck the body of Luo Fenghua, and he said, "You considered yourself to be smart, and derived this move into a variation, and then another variation, seemingly profound. However, it is simply drawing legs on a snake, and impairs this killing move." Luo Fenghua's perception was great. After Li Qie finished speaking, he immediately changed his technique. The move was filled with a heroic aura and was direct, seemingly rough, like a hatchet chopping wood. This move's variation isn't bad. Too hard an attack is easily broken. It has to be just right. Between hard and soft. Li Qie was talking, but his hand never stopped moving. Showing no mercy, one stick repeatedly struck the face of Luo Fenghua until his face and nose were swollen. Bang! 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 Suddenly, Luo Fenghua had been struck a dozen times by Li Qie. Without much effort, Luo Fenghua was knocked down to the ground, and the serpent punishing stick rendered him unable to stand up. Being violently struck by the serpent punishing stick, Luo Fenghua was groaning from pain. However, his heart was ecstatic. This beating was not wasted as it gave him a fruitful harvest. Next, Li Qie mercilessly brought Luo Fenghua down to the ground, and he said this to the other disciples. Bang! Finally, an older disciple next to Luo Fenghua went forward. However, after one move, he was struck by Li Qie's stick on his legs. He immediately fell to his knees. "Your move is too slow." Li Qie didn't bat an eye. Another club flew out, and the frightened disciple rolled to this side, then the other side, and then he successfully escaped the stick. Bang! 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 After a while, the disciple was struck by Li Qie, and he ended up with a swollen face. He, under the serpent punishing stick, had only lasted 10 moves. However, these 10 moves were not wasted since Li Qie pointed out his incomplete moves one by one. Half a day later, Li Qie had finished beating all 300 disciples. This time, it took longer compared to the past. Each time a disciple was beaten, he was pointing out the incomplete variations in the disciples' techniques. Towards any disciple, Li Qie did not show mercy. All 300 disciples were beaten until they couldn't stand up. At the moment, they kept on groaning with an unbearable pain. However, despite the tough pain, for many of the disciples, their harvests were great. Their being beaten were not in vain. In the next few days, each day Li Qie was always beating the 300 disciples one by one. However, all the disciples didn't have any complaints. There were even some disciples that were happy to be beaten. Even though Li Qie was not showing mercy with his serpent punishing stick, however, because of the big results, even worse pain would still have been worth it. The Tao instruction of Li Qie had left a deep impression on the 300 disciples. Being beaten by Li Qie so ruthlessly, even if they didn't want to remember their flaws, it would be difficult. Using pain to trade for learning, it left a lasting impression. Even though the method of Li Qie's Tao instruction was brutal, each disciple received great benefits. For the disciples, especially in the area of technique variations, these short few days were enough for them to learn truly profound technique variations. When their cultivations had flaws, previously, in the severe beatings, were remolded. Within the short few days, many disciples showed clear progress. Especially the disciples with good talents such as Luo Fenghua. His progress was even more obvious. Under the molding of Li Qia, Luo Fenghua grasped the true meaning of his methods, so, within a few short days, each of his techniques and each of his variations were as meticulous as an antelope and as high as the peak. Even though Li Qia was brutal, his teachings were true knowledge. All of the disciples greatly benefited. Seeing Li Qia taking great responsibility with his Dao instruction, the disciples, towards Li Qia, were without grievances. Even though sectional leader Zhou rarely beat the disciples during his Dao instruction, sectional leader Zhou's Dao instruction was with everyone gathered in one place. The sessions that he instructed on were very short, and they were akin to force-feeding. He presented the cultivation methods and their variations once. Whether the disciples could understand, that was up to the individual disciples. The 300 disciples, each one had different talents and different perceptions. Even if they were to cultivate the same methods and the same techniques, their results would be different. This was why, during the moment of cultivation, there were natural biases. The strange thing was that some disciples' cultivations were completely wrong. Now, with Li Qia's one-on-one instruction and beating out the flaws of individual disciples, this gave each disciple a clear direction for cultivation. Regarding the profound variations of techniques, their understanding became deeper. So, in just a few days with regards to the variations of techniques, many disciples had seen the road. Some had even taken steps on the road. This delighted many disciples' hearts. A few short days of Li Qia's instruction were more fruitful than what they were studying for a year, even 2 or 3 years. Chapter 51. At the same time Li Qia was instructing the Tao at the Cleansing Jade Peak, the upper echelon of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect held a secret meeting. In fact, only the 6 elders were eligible to attend this meeting. The conference was personally arranged by the first elder. Sitting in his high seat, looking at the other 5 elders, he gravely said, "With all 5 brothers in the same room, let us talk about the king physique paste matter." When the first elder spoke up, the other 5 elders couldn't help but glance at each other. They were contemplating. Within the 6 elders, in terms of qualifications and merits, the first elder was the highest. Furthermore, the first elder was the direct disciple of the previous sect master. The status of the first elder, one could say that no one could compare to it at the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. However, there was a rumor within the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect that the current sect master, Su Yonghuang, was also a disciple of the previous sect master. The current sect master was thought to be a direct disciple secretly groomed by the previous head. However, regarding this matter, the 6 elders were aware that this was not the case. Within the 6 elders, with the exception of Chao Xiong, the other 4 didn't have the ambition to compete for the sect master's seat because they knew, with regards to cultivation or contribution or status, they didn't have the qualifications to compete for the seat. Truthfully, the 4 elders believed that regarding the matter of the sect master's position, besides the first elder, there was no one else. We had previously agreed with Li Qia that if he could successfully become in-laws with the 9 Saint Demon Gate, we would grant him a king physique paste. The first elder looked at the 5 elders, and he deepened his voice. The 4 elders went silent, and only Chao Xiong was especially upset in his heart. Li Qia having an in-law relationship with the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Then in the future, this would have a great impact on his disciple, Lang Shiji, to compete for the head seat. Chao Xiong had his own plans. Even if he had no chance to become the sect master in this lifetime, he still hoped that his disciple, Lang Shiji, could become the next sect master. In reality, Lang Shiji did not disappoint his expectations. What gave Chao Xiong deadly anguish was that, at the halfway point, an unfathomable Li Qia suddenly appeared. If Li Qia could actually marry Li Shuangyan, on top of his position as the prime disciple, then Chao Xiong was afraid that the matter of him becoming the next sect master was inevitable, and he couldn't be shaken by others. This included the current sect master, Su Yonghuang. Within the 6 elders, the 4th elder, Elder Sun, stroked his beard up and down, and he nodded his head. He said, "This matter we had agreed on. Li Qia was successful on his part, granting the king physique paste, is something we have to do." Elder Sun was ranked 4th within the elders, and he didn't realize he had unconsciously supported Li Qia. The reason why Elder Sun was supporting Li Qia was very simple. It was because his disciple was Protector Mo. Elder Sun did not only have one disciple. In reality, Protector Mo within his disciples was not considered excellent. Protector Mo's cultivation was not the weakest within the disciples, but Protector Mo, and his disciple Nan Huiran, Their natures were the complete opposite. Protector Mo was taciturn and lacked social dealings on top of his average cultivation, which was why Elder Son didn't think Protector Mo could inherit his legacy. Elder Son thought about supporting another disciple in the future, to inherit his elder seat. However, recently things have changed. With one sentence from Li Qiye, everything became different all at once. His words turned Protector Mo and Nan Huiran into the ambassadors between the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect and the Nine Saint Demon Gate. When the Nine Saint Demon Gate's Grand Protector Yu He had any concerns, they were conveyed through Protector Mo and Nan Huiran to the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. One had to know that the status of Yu He, in the Old Ox country, was that of a royal noble. Even the 6 elders wouldn't necessarily be able to contact him. But, right now, any matters would be informed to Protector Mo and Nan Huiran. Suddenly, the status of Protector Mo and Nan Huiran, at the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, had greatly improved. His disciple and grand disciple had gotten great benefits, so naturally, Elder Son had to support Li Qiye. The first elder spoke. As brothers all know, we still have a king physique paste in our sect. This matter only caused the other elders to think, but Chao Xiong's heart was in physical pain. This king physique paste had been kept for a long time in the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. It has been kept since the time of the previous sect master. However, this king physique paste still had not been used. In fact, the first elder once had a great contribution, and this king physique paste was meant to be awarded for his usage. However, the first elder was reluctant because he thought that he was already old and limited by his talents. For him to use a king physique paste would have been a waste. When even the first elder was hesitant to use it, the other elders definitely would not have any intentions, or a reason, to use this king physique paste. From their thoughts back then in the future, if there was an extremely gifted disciple in the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, and if this disciple could uphold one direction by himself, then this one king physique paste would be given to him to mold his body. Currently, this king physique paste was promised to Li Qiye, and it was a matter that was agreed on by the first elder. The other 4 elders weren't in a position to say anything. Chao Xiong's heart was in pain, because he had previously thought that this king physique paste would be given to his disciple, Lang Shizhi, in the future for his second body molding. However, Li Qiye requires the leading beast marrow of this king physique paste to change to a Hell Iron Bull's beast marrow. The first elder said with a deep tone. These words had just came out, but the expressions of the 4 elders couldn't help but become alarmed. Elder Chen startledly reasoned. Older brother, the Hell Iron Bull, this is an extremely rare heavenly beast. Everyone knows that the beast marrow of a Hell Iron Bull's price on the market is as high as the sky. The beast marrow meant for a king physique paste. This rank of beast marrow, even at its lowest, would have to be 100,000 years old. I'm afraid that this price would frighten people. The first elder gently nodded his head and he said, I had contacted the auction house. They actually had a Hell Iron Bull's beast marrow, still young, a little more than 9,000 years. This could be considered 10,000. They were willing to swap the bone marrows with us. However, we have to add 1,000 pieces of ancient sacred refined jade. 1,000 pieces of ancient sacred refined jade? Having heard this, the 5th elder named Zhou, his expression greatly soured, and he said, This is the lion opening its mouth. With 1,000 pieces of ancient sacred refined jade, we could buy the beast marrow. 200,000 years. Older brother, this Li Qiye, this is giving him an inch and he'll want a mile. Chao Xiong grasped this rare opportunity, and he seriously said, The great matter of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, it is not his place to bargain. He is only a 3rd-generation disciple, yet he still dares to propose conditions with us. This whole thing is not showing us any respect. He is being too presumptuous. The first elder's expression changed after hearing these words. Chao Xiong continued speaking to the 4 other elders. Dear brothers, we are all aware that the king physique paste is precious. This king physique paste was meant for the 3rd-generation disciple, and this was already a great blessing from our Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. That ungrateful thing still dared to haggle. Besides, the origin of Li Qiye's identity is still in question. One could say that he might be a spy. We're giving a priceless king physique paste to a traitor. Is this not throwing meat buns to beat a dog? If we add 1,000 pieces of ancient sacred refined jade, on top of that, then our Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect would suffer a heavy loss. Who was to say, in the future, that Li Qiye won't defect against us after receiving all of our benefits? This was an opportunity that was rare for Chao Xiong. He strongly tried to convince the other 4 elders, and he naturally wouldn't want Li Qiye to obtain this king physique paste. Elder Wu, ranked 6th within the elders, couldn't help but to try and convince the first elder. Older brother, our granting him the king physique paste is already a great benefaction from our cleansing incense ancient sect. Li Qia, as a third-generation disciple, he needs to be aware of this. Moreover, older brother is clear on this. In our sect, the remaining ancient sacred refined jade isn't much. If, this time, we spend another 1,000 pieces, this is not different from emptying our storage. This isn't a trivial matter, older brother. The other elders couldn't help but to stare at the first elder. Even though they didn't say anything, their perspectives were obvious. Seeing this scene, Chao Xiong was secretly ecstatic. He thought that this matter was half completed. In just a moment he will fan the fire again. Maybe Li Qia wouldn't even get the king physique paste. 1,000 pieces of ancient sacred refined jade. This is not worth it. The third elder also voiced his opinion. It was undeniable that the 4 elders were truly respectful towards the first elder. The first elder, in their minds, had an extremely high status, and he couldn't be shaken by other people. However, in recent years the situation had changed. Until now, the elders had all hoped that the first elder would take over the cleansing incense ancient sect. In their hearts, they rejected the current sect master, Su Yonghuang. Their ideal sect master was the first elder. However, with regards to the sect master's seat, the first elder had never revealed his ambition. As time passed, the other elders couldn't help but become disappointed. Especially in recent years, the first elder appeared to be disheartened, and he no longer had the courageous aura of the early years. This greatly shook the other elders' hearts. On the contrary, second elder Chao Xiong had never given up on the sect master's seat. Chao Xiong was too close to guest advisor Dong Shanglong. In the elders' hearts, Chao Xiong was not an ideal sect master. However, in the future, if they really had to choose between Chao Xiong and Su Yonghuang, they couldn't help but hesitate. Especially in recent times, when Chao Xiong had repeatedly suggested his intention to become sect master, making the elders' hearts more or less jolted inside. Today, when first elder brought this up, Chao Xiong pointed out the important intricacies within, making the 4 elders rethink their thoughts. Just when Chao Xiong was reaching his opportunity, the first elder suddenly flashed his soaring eyes. In a split second, the first elder's aura greatly pressured others. His whole body exerted and exuded rays of brilliance. At this moment, it was as if the first elder became a different person. His heavenly form flew upward to the sky. With Dao finger incantations in front of his chest, he was brimming with imposing power. Inside this power was a faint presence of a royal noble's pressure. The first elder, in the end, was a person that could be bestowed the named hero title. Within the 6 elders, he had been in the sect the longest, and he also had the deepest cultivation. He, suddenly exerting his pressure, caused the other elders to be shocked, and they felt the suppressing atmosphere. At this time the first elder slowly opened his mouth, and he said, "Brothers' oppositions make sense, but brothers must also know the grand circumstance ahead. The 9 Saint Demon Gate, to our cleansing incense ancient sect, is extremely vital. Li Qia, to our cleansing incense ancient sect, is just as vital. Without him, there will be no 9 Saint Demon Gate. This is why, regarding this matter, I summoned brothers here hoping that brothers would approve this matter." Chapter 52. First elder's words this time were sonorously powerful and imposingly compelling. It was no longer a question. When he spoke these words, there was no other road. The other elders had to agree. The aura of first elder was aggressively frightening, and in the blink of an eye, it shook the hearts of the other elders. Even Chao Xiong's expression couldn't help but greatly change. The support of the 4 elders for the first elder had been shaken in these last 2 or 3 years. However, today, when the first elder suddenly exerted his imposing aura, it made the other elders' hearts tremor and linger in the middle. It was as if their old brother from that year was now present again. That year, the first elder was the one who made all the big decisions for the cleansing incense ancient sect. And that year, the first elder's imposing aura was just like this. Chao Xiong's expression soured. During these recent years, his ambition for the sect master seat had not lessened. However, the first elder was downhearted and decadent. This made Chao Xiong not put him in his eyes. After all, he was not necessarily worse than the first elder. If they were to compete for the sect master's seat, again, the first elder was not his opponent. Now, the first elder suddenly, and abruptly, started a storm, And this made Chao Xiong once again realize that the first elder was still the pillar of the cleansing incense ancient sect. If older brother thinks that Li Qiye is worth grooming, then I support older brother's decision. In the end, elder son, master of Protector Mo, was the first to express his opinion. The third elder was silent for a moment, and he then finally expressed his view as well. If older brother truly wants to groom Li Qiye, then let it be so. Hopefully he won't betray your heart's blood. These words were, without a doubt, an agreement to the first elder. The fifth elder was contemplating as well, and he then said, "This time, I agree with older brother's decision." Suddenly, all four elders agreed to accept this decision. This decision was made, not because of Li Qiye's merits, but because of the first elder. The four elders faintly felt that the first elder's ambition had not decayed. They hoped that the first elder could, once again, shoulder the burdens of the cleansing incense ancient sect. Earlier, Chao Xiong had many little calculations in his mind, thinking about how to not let Li Qiye obtain the king physique paste. However, the sudden reversal rendered all of Chao Xiong's schemes unusable. It made Chao Xiong startled, and he stood in the same spot, unable to accept the reality. At the cleansing Jade Peak, Li Qiye had beaten the 300 disciples for more than 10 days, and he then molded the disciples, regardless of their cultivations and flawed techniques. To this day, the 300 disciples at the cleansing Jade Peak were convinced by Li Qiye in both their words and their minds. Even the arrogant Luo Fenghua, towards Li Qiye, was convinced with both his words and his mind. Su Pei became the oldest sister of the 300 disciples. Su Pei's age was higher than Li Qiye by not just a little. However, she was timid and lacked her own opinions. Under the devil-like training in these last 10 days, Li Qiye was trying to polish Su Pei, not only in her incomplete techniques, but also her Tao willpower in order to increase her confidence. In the blink of an eye, half a month had quickly passed. Today, Li Qiye climbed to his high stand. In reality, Li Qiye didn't come alone. Serving by Li Qiye was no longer Nan Huairan, but Li Shuangyan. The truth was, this was not Li Shuangyan's first time accompanying Li Qiye to the cleansing Jade Peak. The first time she had visited, there was a large wave within the 300 disciples. After all, to these disciples who were not officially in the cleansing incense ancient sect, a heavenly goddess like Li Shuangyan was in existence in the legends. The descendant of the 9-saint demon gate, princess of the old ox country, the heaven's prideful daughter, and a cultivation genius. Any of these titles was enough to startle these disciples. To some of the disciples, Li Shuangyan was unreachable. However, under Li Qiye's instruction, Li Shuangyan recently had been showing up with Li Qiye to the cleansing Jade Peak more often, making the 300 disciples slowly accept Li Shuangyan's existence. Li Shuangyan was perplexed regarding Li Qiye's ruthless Tao instructions. However, within a few days of witnessing Li Qiye pointing out their black hearts, revealing the incomplete and flawed techniques of the disciples, and this caused Li Shuangyan's heart to shake. She could tell that the serpent punishing stick was a magical treasure. However, with just the serpent punishing stick, it wasn't enough for Li Qiye to correctly point out the flaws of many techniques. Without a doubt, Li Qiye grasped the profound truths behind these methods and techniques. The cleansing Jade Peak's disciples weren't practicing peerless merit laws, but, in order to grasp the profound truths of dozens of merit laws and understand the mysterious arts, was this such an easy thing? Moreover, many of these foundational merit laws came from the hands of immortal Emperor Min Ren. The simpler the merit law, the more majestic the aura. To truly grasp the profound truths was not an easy thing. Without a doubt, currently, Li Qiye had never practiced these merit laws, but he had grasped the profound truths of these techniques. Such a phenomenon was shown by a 13-year-old boy with a mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and mortal fate palace. This was truly inconceivable. Li Qiye on his high platform, looked at his fellow disciples, and he started to speak. Today's lesson is a lecture on the foundational mysteriousness of the Jade Spiral Merit Law. This is one of the most basic merit laws in the cleansing incense ancient sect, and 1/3 of all disciples practice this merit law. If a disciple does not practice this merit law, they could choose to not listen. Currently, Su Pei was the leader of the 300 disciples. She suddenly heard Li Qiye's announcement, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Older brother, our lesson today isn't getting hit?" Li Qiye beamingly smiled at Su Pei, and he said, "What, our younger sister is addicted to being beaten? One day without a beating, and your whole body wouldn't be comfortable?" And no, not at all. Li Qiye's words immediately made Su Pei blush, her face reddened, and she immediately shook her head to deny. In fact, when Li Qie had started his lecture, the other disciples were expecting it as well. Li Qie had beaten them for the last 10 days, so they were almost numb to the painful sensation. With his lecture starting, all 300 disciples didn't leave the field, and they stayed to listen in amazement. Currently, the 300 disciples had absolute faith in Li Qie. Li Qie was already able to point out the flaws in their techniques. Currently, when he was speaking about profound truths, it definitely would not be worse. Currently, the disciples had forgotten that Li Qie's entrance to the sect was later than them. His talent was worse, and his age was also young. Before they knew it, Li Qie had become the oldest brother in their hearts, the prime disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect. At the moment Li Qie finally started his lecture, the disciples immediately lost their thoughts, and they listened with great pleasure. Not mentioning the 300 disciples, even Li Shuangyan, who was known as a genius and standing next to Li Qie, was also carefully listening. She would not regain her flippant thoughts for a long time. The Jade Spiral Merit Law was the most basic merit law of the cleansing incense ancient sect. It could refine the life wheel and fate palace, and it belonged to an all-purpose type of merit law. It was well received in the cleansing incense ancient sect. In reality, this merit law in the sect was not considered confidential or anything. Any disciple could spread this method, even to the mortal world, because this method was too ordinary. It was definitely an all-purpose common merit law. This type of merit law, in the Grand Middle Territory, was as common as the hairs on an ox. This type of merit law, to the new disciples of many sects, was disdained as beneath contempt. However, this most rudimentary foundational merit law, today in the words of Li Qie, was like the deluge of heavenly flowers and the golden spring rushing forth from the earth. Li Qie continuously spoke, using simplicity to solve complications and shallow light to enter the profound darkness. From his mouth, profound truths came out in the form of words. This caused listeners to become dazed like they were intoxicated. If there was a person who was still completely showing conscious towards anything but the lesson, they would wonder whether this was only a rudimentary foundational merit law. The Jade Spiral Merit Law, under the preaching of Li Qie, had become a true guiding principle of cultivation. In fact, the Jade Spiral Merit Law was, indeed, a true guiding principle of merit laws. Even though it was coarse, it still contained the blood and thoughts of the human race in the long-searched road of the Grand Tao. The merit law was inherited since the Desolate Era. During that era, 10,000 races were trying to find the Grand Tao. One could say that the Jade Spiral Merit Law was one of the beginning merit laws of the many immortal sages from the human race at the start of their cultivation. Even though it was superficial, but this was an excellent merit law for new beginners. This merit law was fair and honest as well as gentle and mild. It was suitable for laying down the first foundation. In that year, when Li Qie and immortal Emperor Min Ran had built the cleansing incense ancient sect, they had taught many disciples this merit law. However, later on, when the cleansing incense ancient sect obtained emperor merit laws, not many disciples were willing to learn this merit law any longer. Currently, only the disciples who had not officially entered the sect was willing to study this method. In reality, it was because they had no other choices. Once Li Qie had finished his lecture, many disciples had still not regained their wits for a long time. Li Shuangyan was the first to regain her composure, and she couldn't help but quiver in astonishment. Li Shuangyan stared at Li Qie with amazement. The Jade Spiral Merit Law, this ordinary merit law that couldn't be any more ordinary, she had read it multiple times. For a genius like her, this foundational merit law, she had only needed to read it once to understand the profound truths within. However, after having heard Li Qie's lecture, she immediately thought that her understanding of this merit law, prior, was superficial and shallow. Under the teachings of Li Qie, this coarse merit law became the general principle of the Tao. These profound truths, these understandings, this was impossible to imagine. Even her master, Demon King Luan Ri, wouldn't be able to preach such mysterious truths. Moreover, these truths of Li Qie were not unbending and stiff. These truths from this merit law, in the words of Li Qie, seemed to say that he was already a grandmaster of this merit law. How could Li Shuangyan know that, after Li Qie had read the Jade Spiral Merit Law, his memories regarding the method came back? The profound truths of this merit law, it wasn't only just Li Qie's enlightenment throughout the ages, but it was also the combination of the blood and thoughts of countless human race ancestors in the Desolate Era. Li Qie was simply combining the profound truths of this merit law in one place. That year, This merit law was considered to be one of the most important foundational merit laws of the cleansing incense ancient sect. Immortal Emperor Min Ren's most powerful generals had all practiced this merit law. Only later, when immortal Emperor Min Ren had obtained the Heaven's Will, and the cleansing incense ancient sect, having an emperor merit law, was the moment the descendants looked down on practicing this method. Downhearted and decadent raw texts were 2 idioms, 4 words each. Heart ash mind cold, dejectedly crippled old weak were the 8 characters. Heart's blood meaning expectation. Another idiom, to be convinced by someone with both their words and their minds is to completely respect that person. Black heart here meaning her hidden thoughts. 5 4 words proses just in this paragraph. Unbending and stiff here meant that the content was more or less regurgitated, not natural. Chapter 53. Li Qia's Tao lecture caused Li Shuangyan to be shocked. Just the jade spiral merit law alone was enough for her to feel that it was impossible. Afterward, Li Qia started to preach the other foundational merit laws of the cleansing incense ancient sect. He spoke continuously like he had them memorized on the palm of his hand, from shallow to deep, and from simple to complex. Indescribably wonderful, just like the deluge of heavenly flowers and the golden spring rushing forth from the earth. Li Qia, in one breath, explained several foundational merit laws of the cleansing incense ancient sect. He spoke about the profound truths, he taught the mysterious meanings, and he left behind an everlasting impression without comparison, giving others a fresh feeling. Since Li Shuangyan had read these foundational merit laws, before and after, she had meticulously understood them. It caused her to have an even greater surprise. Even though these merit laws were superficially simple. However, with her current cultivation and with her current Tao understanding, she wouldn't be able to preach such profound truths like Li Qia. This discovery impacted her and shook her very foundation. Li Shuangyan was the heaven's prideful daughter. She had a king physique and a saint fate palace. It wasn't an undeserved reputation regarding her talents or physique, or even her Tao understanding. Not eyeing just the whole Grand Middle Territory, even the whole mortal emperor world, she would still be a named genius. However, her explanation of the Tao truths and her understanding of the profound truths, even with her current cultivation, were left far behind by Li Qia. This sort of thing to appear in an ordinary person with a mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and mortal fate palace, it was never seen before. However, when things like this happened to Li Qia, everything felt like it was a natural matter. At this moment, Li Shuangyan couldn't help but lament over the fact that, regarding the spotting of geniuses, she was far inferior to her master, Demon King Luan Ri. In the beginning, she had thought that her master had chosen Li Qia because of the 4 heavenly guardian golems, but seeing what was before her eyes, this was far from the truth. Li Qia went from rotten to magical, and this caused Li Shuangyan to feel an incomparable astonishment. She couldn't see through Li Qia, a young boy who was younger than her. His unfathomable existence has to be a miracle. Li Qia's Tao lesson was entering its closing stage. He originally wanted to correct the incomplete moves of these disciples, and that also served as a way to earn the respect of this arrogant and unruly group. After was the Tao instruction meant to create a complete foundation for their cultivation in order to avoid flaws within their merit laws. Otherwise, it would have an adverse effect on the rest of their cultivation lives. In fact, since the ancient ages, many cultivators only needed to practice the most powerful merit laws. In the future, they could step into the apex ranks. Many cultivators, ancient immortal heritages, and even major figures teaching their disciples had thought that this was the case. However, after innumerable years of ups and downs, regarding the insights within Tao instructions, other people couldn't compare to Li Qia. To Li Qia, a cultivator, at the beginning of cultivation, the most important thing was not a world-shattering method, but a proper understanding of morality and an awareness of the grand Tao foundation. If, in the beginning, one's morality and foundational Tao understanding had diverged from the main road, then in the future, it would be difficult to change. This negatively affected the ideals of Tao cultivation. Lastly, Li Qia wanted to show the direction to the 300 disciples of the cleansing Jade Peak. In reality, these disciples were limited in their foundational cultivations with the introductory merit laws, plus they were also in the early and superficial stages. It was difficult to spot flaws. However, Li Qia did not take this matter lightly, and without any carelessness, he examined all the individual disciples. Physique, life wheel, fate palace, and the Tao willpower affected and reinforced each other. Li Qia had his own insights. Regarding this matter, Li Qie was absolutely the unparalleled grandmaster. Thus, as he checked the base of each disciple, he could formulate the most exact explanations. During Li Qie's examination, Luo Fenghua was the first leading horse, the first to stand out. He had greatly changed. Before, the most disrespectful towards Li Qie was him. The one who opposed Li Qie the most was also him. However, he was currently one of Li Qie's biggest admirers. Sectional leader Zhou taught the Tao to him for several years, but it was not equal to Li Qie's Tao instruction of a few days. With such an obvious gap, a talented person like Luo Fenghua naturally understood who was a true mentor. He was not a fool. Under Li Qie's command, Luo Fenghua was floating his show life wheel, Shen Fate Palace, and Zhan Physique. He activated his Fate Palace and life wheel merit laws so that Li Qie could thoroughly check them. You practiced very thoroughly. The Tao Foundation is without flaws. However, you were too anxious with ranking up. In the future, do not be hot-tempered and impatient. Step-by-step improvement is not a bad thing. Do not only see the cultivation rank ahead as you need to have a vision for the future. Li Qie was impressed with Luo Fenghua since he indeed had some talents. After hearing Li Qie's view, Luo Fenghua stepped back with joy. You belong to the Night Owl physique. On the basis of Tao Foundation, with an emphasis on lightness. In the future, with your cultivation, emphasize flying bird types, and you should take the road of quick and violent. There is an insufficient ferocious strength, but there is an abundance of Yin. This seems to be the early form Fate Palace. You cannot single-mindedly pursue the ranks. It is as if you were just expanding your Fate Palace. You need to use your Fate Palace to revolve your life wheel in order to refine your physique to its max potential. Slow down your cultivation speed, and you should use more time to rebuild your physique. A girl doesn't necessarily have to practice a gentle Yin method. Your blood qi is yang, and your life wheel is extremely fast. In the future, you should have a bias for firm and yang cultivational methods because your life wheel directly affects your physique. Li Qie examined the Tao foundations for each disciple. After his examinations, he would give out exact advice. Li Shuangyan was still by Li Qie's side, keeping him company, and she continued to be astonished by his suggestions. Li Qie's current achievements once again pushed her to a different door. Before, when Li Qie was preaching, she assumed that Li Qie's Tao understandings were beyond comprehension. However, with Li Qie's current explanations for Tao cultivation, this was outside the realm of understanding cultivational methods. This matter, it didn't matter how high one's talents and aptitudes were, as one couldn't simply be enlightened with these explanations. These explanations were accumulated through time, accumulated through the months and the years. These explanations, only someone who was very far along on the grand road of Tao would be able to accumulate. If someone said that her master, Demon King Luan Ri, would have this knowledge, she wouldn't be shocked because her master, as of today, had experienced countless grinding and polishing. With regards to cultivation, his understanding was truly deep. However, the thing that was impossible to understand was that Li Qie was only 13 or 14 years old. Right now, Li Qie and his insightful form made Li Shuangyan question whether this was the first time that he had cultivated. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if this was not Li Qie's first time cultivating, as a 13 or 14-year-old, how could his knowledge be so deep? The last person to step up for the examination was Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu stepped forward, and he couldn't help but rub his hands together. His voice was very soft, and he asked, Brother, does my practice have any problems? The time since Zhang Yu had joined the sect was longer than Luo Fenghua's group. One could even say that Zhang Yu was one of the longest-running disciples. His age was high, however, no one knew why in these recent years, his cultivation was always near the bottom. This was not because Zhang Yu did not try. On the contrary, Zhang Yu was one of the hardest-working and diligent disciples, but his cultivation, nevertheless, had always been in the back. Zhang Yu was the type without many words. As his cultivation grew difficult to increase, even by a half step, he became even more silent, saying fewer words than before. Many disciples in the cleansing Jade Peak had thought that his talents were not great, and even sectional leader Zhou thought this way. This was why sectional leader Zhou ignored him during Tao instruction, didn't question his cultivation, and left him to live and die by himself. When Zhang Yu showed his show life wheel, Shen Fate Palace, and Zhan Physique, and showed Li Qie his Tao foundation, one could see that his life wheel was faint, his Fate Palace was unstable, only the physique had an indistinct sound of a cow mooing. Li Qie examined Zhang Yu's condition. he couldn't help but change his expression. He stared at Zhang Yu and said, "Why are you practicing the beneficence water longevity law? This type of life wheel merit law, was it chosen by you?" Zhang Yu scratched his head, and he said, I. Sectional leader Zhou said, "I am a Hotian physique, a water ox physique." So, he picked the beneficence water longevity law, and he said it would express the water affinity of the blood qi. Truly not knowing east from west, Li Qie coldly scowled, and he said, "Hampering the student's progress. Hotian physique is not wrong, but this is not the water ox physique. You have the primordial chaos ox physique." A Hotian physique was not like Xiantian physique or mortal physique in that it could become in king physique, saint physique, or immortal physique. Although it couldn't increase in rank, this didn't mean that a Hotian physique would be weak. Hotian has its own evolution procedure. Normally, the water ox physique, through the cultivation with a formidable physique merit law, could evolve into the strongest Kuei ox physique. When Kuei ox physique was practiced to its strongest form, even someone with a saint physique would change their expression. Primordial chaos ox physique? There is a physique like this? Zhang Yu was in a daze. He had never heard of this physique before. "Of course there is," Li Qie indifferently said. "Your physique is it?" In fact, the primordial chaos physique was extremely rare, and there were many uses for this physique. Li Qie glanced at him once, and he said, "You have practiced the wrong longevity law. If you continue, there will not be a half step of improvement." Well, what should I do then?" Zhang Yu's face became pale with fear, and didn't know what to do in the moment. Li Qie replied, "Tear down everything and rebuild once more. Practice the Jade Spiral Merit Law. This merit law is gentle, and it is the most basic foundational merit law. It reinforces the life wheel, fate palace, and the physique. This merit law is the most fitting for you." Zhang Yu jumped up from being frightened, and he quickly said, "However, the assessment is less than a year from now." Li Qie looked at him once, and he calmly responded, "Is the assessment important? Or is the road to your future important? If you don't pass the assessment, you could try to retake the test again. After another 10 years, if you want to tear down your Tao foundation to rebuild it, I'm afraid you would have wasted your best years. It is best to carefully think about this." At this point, many disciples sympathetically looked at Zhang Yu. He practiced hard for 5 years, and now, he has to tear away everything and rebuild it. This was a matter that was difficult to accept for anyone. Just like this, 5 years of blood and tears were completely wasted. For most people, they would not want to break and rebuild. If they missed this assessment, they would have to wait another 5 years. Not everyone was willing to wait. Moral is used different here. It is saying to be moral/true to oneself. It is not referring to societal moral completely, although a certain righteousness and justice are usually associated with the path of Tao. The prefixes in front of the life wheel, fate palace, and physique seem to be their more official names. I didn't translate because their meanings were already very close to the 3 things. Yin and yang, yin equals softness/feminine, yang equals hard/masculine in this case. Couple of idioms in this one. Type without many words is self-explanatory. Leaving him to live and die by himself equals leaving him to fend for himself. Hampering the student's progress is an idiom meant to criticize teachers for their incompetence. Hampering the student's progress is an idiom meant to criticize teachers for their incompetence. Chapter 54. Zhang Yu's face was sometimes white and sometimes green. There were important intricacies. He understood this. 5 years of sweat and blood was suddenly ruined since he had wasted these 5 years of cultivation. If you can't decide at the moment, you should go back and think it over. After you have figured it out, you can come find me. Li Qie did not force him. One's road in the end had to be walked by the person personally. If he lacked this decisiveness, then wanting to polish a firm Tao willpower would just merely be empty words. I destroy. I will practice the Jade Spiral Merit Law. Li Qie had only just finished his words before Zhang Yu had already gritted his teeth and firmly said what he had thought with strong determination. Li Qie only nodded his head, and he didn't say anything else. He told Li Shuangyan, who was standing by his side, destroy his cultivation. He will start all over again. With regards to Li Qie, the current Li Shuangyan was without the slightest hesitation, and she immediately took action. Eventually, Li Qie had finished examining the cultivation of the disciples. One could say that the majority of the disciples didn't have any major flaws. The only big flaw was the grave situation of Zhang Yu. After the Dao examination of all of the disciples, everyone was on track. Li Qie began to let go, allowing his disciples to self-cultivate, reaffirm their Dao foundation, clear their moral stance, and correct their merit laws. Then, the next step was for them to personally cultivate. Thinking up to this step, Li Qie had already led the cleansing Jade Peak on the road of cultivation. He would no longer support them one by one. He would let them go on their own cultivation path. However, once in a while, he would take the time to pass on the Dao instructions for those disciples. For countless moons and ages, even immortal emperors were groomed by him. Li Qie was more clear than anyone that no matter how fantastic a disciple's talents were, if he didn't let go and held their hand the whole way, then those disciples in the end would not be able to grow. He would have no way of holding up a direction by themselves. Without experiencing the rain and wind, how could one meet the rainbow? After letting go, Li Qie started to focus on his own cultivation. In reality, because of the Dao instructions for the cleansing Jade Peak disciples, Li Qie had really slowed down his own cultivation speed. Currently, Li Qie was at the physique accumulation rank, at the blood strengthening stage. Moreover, his blood strengthening stage had already reached grand perfection as he stepped towards the body tempering stage. To Li Qie, this was a good time to temper his body one more time. At this moment, Li Qie took out an ancient box. If Li Shuangyan was here, maybe she would be able to recognize this ancient box. This was the ancient box taken from the Saint Cavern of the Nine Saint Demon Gate. In fact, the elders of the Nine Saint Demon Gate, as well as Demon King Luan Ri, did not know what was inside the ancient box. Perhaps even Demon King Luan Ri found it strange that Li Qie did not select an immortal emperor life treasure, but chose this nameless ancient box instead. What could actually be inside? In principle, when a disciple reached the physique accumulation rank, at the blood strengthening stage, the sect would reward them with a longevity treasure. However, currently, the cleansing incense ancient sect had been declining, and their treasure storage was limited. If they had to reward a longevity treasure for even the outer disciples, the treasure storage of the cleansing incense ancient sect would not be able to handle it. A longevity treasure's major role was to prolong life and nourish the blood. Longevity treasures and fate devices were the two major treasures of a cultivator. The majority of cultivators all have a longevity treasure and a fate device. A fate device, whether it was a life treasure or true treasure, its main effects would be to protect the fate palace and attack the enemy. Under the majority of situations, only on the battlefield would there be a need for a fate device. A longevity treasure was different. It was necessary at any moment. A longevity treasure could prolong the life of a cultivator, but it could also strengthen the flesh and strength of its possessor. It could even refine the longevity blood of a cultivator. A longevity treasure, in battle, could also have great effects. When the blood energy was depleted in a battle, one could activate the longevity treasure, and in a short time, it could replenish the missing blood energy. It could even provide a burst of strength for the cultivator, increasing his combat effectiveness. Li Qie opened the ancient box, and inside the box were two objects, lying down like blood pearls. 2 drops of blood pearl, seemingly ordinary. They were formed by the condensation of 2 drops of fresh blood. However, with meticulous observation, one would find that the 2 blood pearls seemingly hid an endless amount of blood energy. It was as if they were 2 huge seas of blood. Plus, these 2 blood pearls were different. One blood pearl seemingly had a circular golden sun, slowly ascending, while the other blood pearl was akin to a circular mysterious moon, floating up and down without break. Yin-yang sea of blood. He grasped the 2 seemingly ordinary blood pearls in his palm. Li Qie gently sighed, reminiscing. The bloody battle that year seemed like it was just yesterday. That year, Immortal Emperor Min Ren's Grand Dao had been completed, shouldering the heaven's will, commanding countless heavenly generals, and sweeping through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Nothing could have blocked his path. Immortal Emperor Min Ren's first battlefield, he became an immortal emperor while shouldering the heaven's will. It was an ancient forbidden burial ground with tremendous viciousness. As the dark crow during that moment, his form was becoming unstable. However, he still hoped to see Min Ren's first battle. To any immortal emperor, the first battle was very important. It was an opportunity to refine the heaven's will. Li Qie chose an ancient forbidden burial ground for Min Ren. Even though, at that moment, Li Qie did not personally lead the army. However, he still watched this battle's murderous scene as the heaven fell and the earth was rent, killing to the point where the sun and moon no longer shined. That year during this battle, the heaven's dome was broken, and 10,000 fields were stamped out. In the end, immortal Emperor Min Ren, with his horse leading the charge, penetrated into the deepest depths of the ancient forbidden burial ground. That year in the deepest depths of the forbidden burial ground, one of the spoils was this ancient box currently in front of him. That year, Li Qie was approaching his deep slumber. From his personal perspective, he had hoped that immortal Emperor Min Ren would use the Yin-Yang Sea of Blood to craft an immortal Emperor longevity treasure that belonged to just him. However, because immortal Emperor Min Ren had accepted the heaven's will, he had complete confidence in himself. He personally had a longevity treasure that was already frightening through the eons, so he was not willing to waste this treasure. In the end, he rewarded the treasure to 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon who exerted the most effort in this battle, as a praise. Afterward, Li Qie went into his deep slumber, and he didn't further inquire on this matter. He assumed that 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon had already used the Yin-Yang Sea of Blood to create his own longevity treasure, until the moment that he opened the Saint Cavern. He now realized that 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon didn't use this treasure. The moment that he opened the door, he finally understood that, when 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon told him to take care of the 9 Saint Demon Gate in the future and that he had left an indescribable treasure within, he was referring to the Yin-Yang Sea of Blood. When Li Qie dropped the 2 blood pearls into his life wheel, his whole body shook. Instantly, there were 2 seas of blood encompassing his whole life wheel. With the blink of an eye, his life wheel reddened with bright auras, and it flooded through his entire body. Within the sea of blood, the highest formidable vital energy came out. Instantly, his life wheel was on the verge of fragmenting, and the Fate Palace became unstable. Even his physical body suffered from the impact. Countless amounts of vital energy pushed forward as if it wanted to break the body of Li Qie. Bang! 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 At this moment, the revolving crescent sun merit law, with the most powerful gesture, pulled the 2 seas of blood, filled with vital energy, with its utmost potential to bring the vital energy from the seas of blood into the life wheel. If it was any other longevity merit law, it essentially wouldn't be able to pull this type of vital energy. A small horse can't pull a large cart as, naturally, the pulling would be unsuccessful. However, the revolving crescent sun merit law was heavenly defying. The stronger the blood energy, the more energy was used to pull even harder. Instantly, the revolving crescent sun merit law had brought a large amount of vital energy into the life wheel. However, the Yin-Yang Sea of Blood origin could flood the whole sky. Even an immortal emperor would be interested. The revolving crescent sun merit law, at this current cultivation, couldn't use all of the vital energy. Thus, it couldn't move all of it into the life wheel. Suddenly, monstrous waves of vital energy drowned out Li Qie's body and Fate Palace. This extreme vital energy was on the verge of destroying his body and Fate Palace in the blink of an eye. In this very dangerous moment, Li Qie's hell-suppressing immortal physique finally bursted. The sound of bang 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 rang aloud as if the heavenly chains of hell were dragged. Each heavenly chain was akin to 1 million soldiers in power, and each of them suppressed this vital energy that had covered the sky. Using an extremely oppressive presence to forcefully bring the energy into the physical body of Li Qie, he pressured it into the hell-suppressing immortal physique. Meanwhile, inside the Fate Palace of Li Qie, the Kuan Peng 6 variants turned into a gigantic Kuan Peng. It opened its mouth and sucked a large portion of vital energy. This swallowing process was as if the Kuan Peng could suck in an endless sea. The Tao Foundation turned into a Kuan Peng. Countless vital energies were absorbed and sent to the true fate. Instantly, the true fate inside the Fate Palace became blindingly bright, extremely spectacular. Under the suppression of the revolving crescent sun merit law, hell-suppressing immortal physique, and Kuan Peng's 6 variants, in the end, the 2 seas of blood inside the life wheel of Li Qie finally calmed down. The 2 seas of blood combined together into one yin one yang, and like a yin-yang fish, it swam without breaks inside the sea of blood. At this time, the Yin-Yang Sea of Blood was feeding the life wheel of Li Qie, strengthening him with vital energy. The life wheel, in turn, with vital blood, washed the muscles and bones of Li Qie's entire body. Each strand of vital blood was spread throughout the bone marrow of Li Qie. It gave him the feeling of a new body. He was reborn. Unknowingly, Li Qie had achieved the stage of body tempering. Borrowing the Yin-Yang Sea of Blood to refine his vital blood, he then used this to wash his hell-suppressing immortal physique. This caused his physique to have a minor improvement. The yin-yang sea was like the yin-yang fish. They were moving constantly inside his life wheel. At this time, the sea of blood was seemingly calm. However, Li Qie knew that with his current cultivation, he couldn't even utilize one part out of the 10,000s of the yin-yang sea of blood. If he could truly activate the heavenly power of the yin-yang sea of blood, this would frighten the heaven and shake the earth. The blood would penetrate the 9 firmaments, and the gods and demons would tremble. When Li Qie withdrew his cultivation, without realizing it, Li Shuangyan was outside of his door. At this moment, Li Shuangyan's beautiful pair of eyes stared at Li Qie intensely. What devil merit law are you cultivating? At this point, Li Shuangyan's countenance was incomparably emotional. She originally was inside her own pavilion sitting down, but suddenly, she felt an ancient and vast vital energy beginning to flow. However, all of a sudden, it disappeared. This change was only for a moment, but it didn't escape the heavenly sense of Li Shuangyan. She knew this fluctuation was from the body of Li Qie. Because the vital energy and blood energy was too powerful, it raised Li Shuangyan's suspicion. She thought that he was practicing a devil merit law. Facing Li Shuangyan's question, Li Qie was only smiling, and he then said calmly, "Do I need to cultivate a devil merit law?" Li Shuangyan, with a surprised look, glanced at Li Qie for a split moment. In the end, she didn't inquire any further, and she then turned around and left. Longevity treasure and fate device are the subcategories for life treasures/true treasures. Chapter 55. Li Qie's Tao instruction and his own cultivation were going well in an orderly manner. Another month had quickly passed. This whole time Nan Huiran had never appeared, and Protector Mo had not showed up either. During that time, Nan Huiran was an ambassador of another sect, so even with his lack of presence, Li Qie was not surprised. However, as for Protector Mo, it was a bit outside of Li Qie's expectations. Big brother. You stand tall and see far with penetrating insights, and you understand the Grand Tao so well. You could teach any mysterious sacred technique. Seeing Li Qie, Nan Huiran rubbed his palms together and cheerfully smiled. Li Qie glared at him. Since you already stay by my side to handle matters, stop tapping the horse's butt. If you have gas, just hurry up and fart. Nan Huiran's face became red, but his expression was still natural. He was indeed a person that believes long sleeves would help one dance beautifully. He smiled, said, "This younger brother requests for older brother to give my cultivation some pointers." Li Qie looked at Nan Huiran, then Protector Mo to the side, then calmly said, "This was Protector Mo's idea." Being figured out by Li Qie, Protector Mo's face became red. He couldn't help but to forcefully smile. He said, "I'm just interested in hearing your wise opinion." In reality, during the days of Li Qie's Tao instruction, Nan Huiran was outside of the sect. Protector Mo, on the other hand, was still here and inadvertently heard Li Qie's Tao instruction. He was startled because an elementary merit law like the Jade Spiral Merit Law, even his master wouldn't be able to preach with such resonance with the Grand Tao. His accidental hearing of Li Qie's preaching granted him great benefits. So, this intrigued Protector Mo. Right now, from his perspective, Li Qie had a peerless perception regarding Tao instruction. He was afraid that there was no one that could compare to him in the cleansing incense ancient sect. He wanted to be examined like Li Qie as well, just like he did with the disciples at the cleansing Jade Peak. However, in the end he was a protector. Because he personally was a person of few words, he did not know how to deal with people. Thus, he didn't know how to ask Li Qie. This was why, after Nan Huiran's return, he immediately asked Nan Huiran to come here for advice. Nan Huiran quickly smoothed things over for his master. He smiled and said, "Master said that big brother's cultivation is high, so your little brother will thick-facedly ask for your advice." Li Qie didn't look at Nan Huiran. He glared at Protector Mo, and he coldly said, "We're on the same side. If there is a matter, just be frank about it." Here, he didn't have any other words. The rest was up for them to contemplate. Protector Mo could see his future from these words. The moment they had joined Li Qie, with one sentence to you Li Qie had propelled their status. Right now, Li Qie was saying this. Even if Protector Mo was foolish, he would still be able to understand the implications behind them. What you both are practicing is the minor Emperor Merit Law Violet Cloud, right? Li Qie looked at the master and disciple as he said this. This is correct. Protector Mo repeatedly nodded his head. I presently have climbed to the heavens primal rank, but reaching the heavens will primal god seems to be a bit too strenuous. As a protector of the cleansing incense ancient sect, Protector Mo's aptitude, within the protectors, wasn't the highest. However, he unendingly cultivated without break, so his cultivation had ascended to the heavens primal rank. A minor merit law in the end is still minor. In order to cultivate the heavens will primal god, it is completely true that this isn't such an easy matter. Heaven primal rank was a boundary for cultivators. Once they have reached this rank, to take an extra step, it was harder than grabbing the sky. At this rank, it was not just dependent on one's aptitude and talents, but it also depended on one's merit law, heavenly magnificent treasures, and other various aspects. Li Qie spoke. Violet Cloud is a minor merit law originating from the main emperor merit law, Violet Yang Ten's son of the cleansing incense ancient sect. Reaching the heavens primal rank, if one also cultivates the Violet Yang Ten's son, it would be akin to a dragon coming together with a tiger, water and fire combining strengths, and their cultivation will increase. If the sect still has the Violet Yang Ten's son merit law, would I be like this? Protector Mo dejectedly laughed before gently sighing. Nan Huiran busily said, Big brother, there is something you aren't aware of. I heard from my great master that our Violet Yang Ten's son merit law, in the sect, is flawed with incompletion and it is not completed to formidability. No one simply dared to just cultivate it. My great master switched to a different virtuous paragon merit law once he reached the heavens primal rank that year, just to reach a higher level. Having heard this, Li Qie was in contemplation. The Violet Yang Ten's son merit law was created by immortal Min Ran, and it was extremely powerful. Right now, this emperor merit law was even lost by the cleansing incense ancient sect. In reality, Li Qie could, once again, find the memory of the Violet Yang Ten's son merit law. This was not a difficult matter. He didn't even need to see the Violet Yang Ten's son incomplete manual, as just the minor emperor merit law Violet Cloud was enough in order to regain his memory. However, in the current moment, Li Qie had a different plan. He didn't have the capability right now to give the master and disciple the entire Violet Yang Ten's son merit law. The Violet Yang Ten's son law. Li Qie smiled with a determined expression, and he said, I'm willing to bet, within just 1 year, that you both will be able to practice a completed Violet Yang Ten's son merit law. As for you guys, pausing here, Li Qie looked at the disciple and master, and he smilingly said, as for the Violet Cloud merit law, there is no complaints here. Before, I had already observed your vital situations. Protector Mo's Dao foundation is solid, and little brother Ran is a little shallow. Continue to practice this law. Once the foundation becomes fortified, then you will practice the Violet Yang Ten's son merit law. This would be like doing less, yet you reaping greater benefits. Li Qie's words made the master and disciple indefinitely shocked. Those words were with extreme confidence. They couldn't understand the reason for his confidence in stating that, within 1 year, they could cultivate the completed Violet Yang Ten's son merit law. One had to know that the current cleansing incense ancient sect essentially did not have a complete Violet Yang Ten's son merit law. If this was a different person, they definitely would say that these words were crazy, and only meant to console them. However, having seen Li Qie's frightening demonic demonstration, Protector Mo and Nan Huiran didn't doubt Li Qie. The only thing that was surprising to them was how Li Qie will obtain the complete Violet Yang Ten's son merit law. Li Qie, to the anxious master and disciple, said, even though Protector Mo has reached a bottleneck, there is a method to break this bottleneck. When you are practicing the Violet Cloud merit law, in the morning, absorb the sun, in the late afternoon, extract the essence in the clouds. Extreme yang vital flame from the sun and the afternoon vital essence combine together with the world natural energy, and then turn them into longevity blood. This is a different shortcut for the Violet Cloud merit law. Both of you could do this practice. The merit laws of the cleansing incense ancient sect were either left behind by him or created by immortal Emperor Min Ran. There was no one who was more familiar with them than him. Even if he couldn't find his memories of the Violet Cloud merit law, he would still know the essentials of this merit law. We will try a little bit. The master and disciple pair agreed to Li Qie's suggestion. Sure enough, not even in a few days, even though Protector Mo didn't come, Nan Huiran excitedly jumped up and down. He happily told Li Qie, Big brother, this matter was too mysterious. I followed your instruction on how to practice this merit law. It was truly doing less while reaping more benefits. 1 day of practice was more than my normal 5 or 6 days of cultivation. Big brother, how did you come up with this method? You don't practice the Violet Cloud merit law. Such a result left Nan Huairan with disbelief. In reality, his master also felt that it was impossible. This result left them in amazement. Li Qie only pointed out 1 or 2 sentences, but those words gave them a road that they had never heard of before. Li Qie spoke in a carefree manner. I was only picking my finger to calculate. Nan Huairan, of course, didn't believe the picking of fingers calculation. This matter was essentially impossible. Even his grandmaster, elder son, didn't know this method. Why was it that Li Qie knew such specific details? However, if Li Qie didn't want to reveal any more, then Nan Huairan wouldn't dare to inquire further. Being with Li Qie for this long, he slowly began to understand Li Qie's temperament. Li Qie pointed out some advice for the master and disciple. He didn't think that not even a month had passed and Protector Mo had already recommended someone else to come to Li Qie for Dao instruction. This person was the master of Protector Mo, and he was also known as Elder Son, one of the 6 elders. His cultivation was enough to be bestowed the title of named hero. If one was to say that an elder of the cleansing incense ancient sect, a big character with the qualification to be a named hero, was asking a 3rd-generation disciple for pointers, this matter was essentially inconceivable. In fact, recently, Elder Son's cultivation had a problem. Protector Mo, as his disciple, naturally had to help his master, so the first thing that came up in his mind was Li Qie. Of course, Elder Son thought that his disciple's idea was too outrageous. If it was before, Elder Son would have scolded Protector Mo right away. However, today, Protector Mo's status was different. Elder Son, as the master, had been more protective and caring for his disciple. Protector Mo brought up the pointers from Li Qie regarding the Violet Cloud Merit Law to Elder Sunday. Elder Son tried it once and he saw its effectiveness, surprising him. In the end, under the nagging of Protector Mo, Elder Son eventually put away his pride, and went to the lonely peak to let Li Qie look at him a little bit. Even with the arrival of an elder, Li Qie was still nonchalant. Elder Son wasn't happy about it, but he could still endure. Currently, even the descendant of the 9 Saint Demon Gate, princess of the Old Ox country, was very attentive of Li Qie. He, as an elder, couldn't afford to put on too much air. Li Qie examined the life wheel, fate palace, and physique of Elder Son, and he then said, Elder's Dao foundation can be considered solid. However, that year, during the purified rebirth rank, you were too eager for success, and you left behind defects on your Dao foundation. When you were at the Heaven's primal rank, you swapped from the Violet Cloud Merit Law to a different Virtuous Paragon Merit Law. This isn't a big problem. Even though the 2 merit laws combining is not extremely perfect, but, at the point of life reduction and fate calamity, it will not be fatal. Li Qie's words, once they got out, shook Elder Sunday. At first, he didn't think too highly of Li Qie. But, right now, Li Qie diagnosed him like a doctor treating a sick horse. Tapping the horses but means flattering words. Gas and fart means to just spit it out. Long sleeves help one dance beautifully, meaning he believes in material things/benefits, and will say/do most things for them. Heaven's primal has multiple levels in it as well, and primal God is one of them. As for the heaven's will here, it is more of a general comment, not the proper heaven's will that could only be obtained by one immortal emperor. Fortune tellers/wise masters in China have this action where they look at their fingers and do a variety of symbols and gestures to predict a matter. Li Qie's peak is named Lonely Peak. Chapter 56. Currently, Li Qie with one sentence had revealed his situation. How could he not be frightened? When he was at the purified rebirth rank, with a heart that rushed for success, defects were left behind. This was something he had never told a stranger. He didn't think that Li Qie could find out by just examining his Dao foundation. This was such a precise pair of eyes. This type of vision, this type of knowledge. It was not something a 13 or 14-year-old boy could have. Even as an elder, Elder Son's eyes were not as clear and perceptive. At the same cultivation level as a named hero, he wouldn't be able to judge the life wheel and fate palace of his opponent and know their hidden depths. This type of vision and knowledge required an accumulation through time, and a high cultivation to gather. However, the boy in front of him was not this type of person. While Elder Son was stunned. Li Qie looked at him, and he said, "Your cultivation is the Scarlet Refined Physique, also known as the Scarlet Refined Serpent Physique, and you want to turn your Scarlet Refined Physique into the Scarlet Dragon Physique." Having heard Li Qie's words, Elder Son's face became red, and he embarrassingly coughed. Then he said, I do want to attempt it once or twice. Elder Sun was a natural Hotion physique, a natural scarlet refined serpent physique. However, he wants to change his physique to its highest form, the scarlet dragon physique. The issue is in your heavenly cauldron. Li Qie revealed the problem as if he had already known. My heavenly cauldron? After he heard Li Qie's words in the situation, Elder Sun immediately shook his head, denning. That is impossible. My heavenly cauldron has followed me for hundreds of years. I had this heavenly cauldron since I was at the physique accumulation rank, and I still am using it now. It has accompanied countless pill creations, and there had never been any problems. Your physique allows the fire affinity to flourish, and sometimes when you absorb Yin energy, your blood does not travel unhindered through your vessel, correct? Li Qie nonchalantly said. If you don't believe me, take out your heavenly cauldron so I can inspect it. Li Qie's words shocked Elder Sun because he said he didn't have any problems. However, Li Qie spewed out words contrary to his belief. How could he not be scared? While anxious and doubtful, Elder Sun finally took out his heavenly cauldron. His heavenly cauldron was as small as a fist and had 3 serpents intersect at the mouth of the cauldron. After he made contact with Elder Sun's heavenly cauldron, Li Qie smilingly said, 3 serpents fire cauldron, I have seen quite a few of these heavenly cauldrons. A heavenly cauldron was essential to all alchemy masters. Even if one wasn't an alchemy master, the majority of cultivators would still try to find a personal heavenly cauldron. The heavenly cauldron, to put it simply, was a cauldron to refine pills. However, when mortals refined pills, they would use metal and stone to forge the cauldron. A cultivator's pills had their own spiritual nature, and could not be made by metal and stone cauldrons. Cultivators must use heavenly cauldrons to refine pills. In reality, these heavenly cauldrons were nature's cauldrons. These cauldrons had their own spirits, and even their own life. This was why only the cauldrons of cultivators could be called heavenly cauldrons. Regarding the true origin of heavenly cauldrons, there were many different beliefs. One belief dictated that during the long-lost legendary past, heavenly cauldrons were used by immortals for their alchemy. Of course, this belief couldn't be trusted. Many more people believed in a different legend, where the heavenly cauldron was a metal plant born from the heaven and earth. Because it was bathed in natural world energy, it gained its own spirit. After it suffered from heavenly tribulations, it finally gained the fire origin. Thus, it turned into a treasure cauldron, and it became the heavenly cauldron that was known by cultivators. Therefore, each heavenly cauldron was a treasure cauldron with the essence of the heaven and earth, as well as the origin flame. After refinement by cultivators or alchemy masters that used spirit medicines and treasure plants, the heavenly cauldron gained its medicinal property. The origin flame was used to create physique pastes, life medicines, and fate pills. Li Qie carefully observed the 3 serpents fire cauldron of Elder Sun once. In the end, both of his hands were placed on the top of the cauldron, and he shouted, "Open!" The word just came out, and the 3 serpents fire cauldron appeared. Once it fell to the floor, it wasn't just as big as a fist, but a huge cauldron appeared in the room. This was a cauldron as big as a desk. The top of the cauldron contained the natural world energy in the shape of revolving spirit serpents. Even though they weren't real serpents, they still felt very much alive. 3 serpents opened their big mouths and placed them on top of the cauldron. At this time, the cauldron's mouth gushed out a burst of heat, and the 3 serpents' mouths also released a medicinal aroma. The 3 serpents fire cauldron. This was the heavenly cauldron of Elder Sunday. One did not know how many countless physique pastes, life medicines, and fate pills were refined in this cauldron. The mouth of the cauldron continuously released waves of heat. This was the origin flame emitted from the body of the heavenly cauldron. This was an essential process of pill refining. The medicinal aroma was the medicinal treasure hidden within the cauldron's body. The quality of the pill refinement was heavily dependent on this medicinal treasure. Li Qie looked around the cauldron, then said afterward, "This cauldron of Elder, its natural disposition is a yen flame. This flame is a commonly seen origin flame." Here, Li Qie's eyes moved and continued to observe. This heavenly cauldron usually absorbed the earth flame, to strengthen its original flame. You also usually throw in miscellaneous spirit medicines to grow the medicinal treasure. From my observation, the most common medicine that you have fed it is the Yin Yen hawk plant. Am I correct so far? How did you know? After Li Qie had finished speaking, Elder Sun's body couldn't help but tremble. It was only the picking of my fingers to calculate it. Li Qie coldly said. He continued to look inside the cauldron, and then he spoke. However, it is clear, Elder Sun recently didn't throw in the Yin Hawk plant. If my conjecture is not wrong, Elder Sun recently had fed the cauldron with exactly the fire dragon plant. Am I correct, Elder Sun? How could you know this? Elder Sun was stunned, and his words couldn't come out clearly. Because he recently wanted to improve his physique with a big leap forward in order to cultivate the Scarlet Dragon physique as the foundation, he had paid a great price to buy the fire dragon plant, fed it to the cauldron in order to greatly strengthen the medicinal treasure. Many cultivators who weren't considered to be alchemy masters would personally carry a heavenly cauldron because, inside the heavenly cauldron, there was a natural origin flame. After little fire sparks were fed to it, the origin fire would continue to grow. At the same time, the heavenly cauldron would require a great number of spirit plants in order to refine the hidden medicinal treasure inside. A suitable heavenly cauldron was very useful to a cultivator. For example, some natural heavenly cauldrons had the extreme Tai Yang origin flame. Then, if the cultivator had a natural-born Yang physique, one of the 24 emperor physiques, they could borrow the extreme Tai Yang origin flame of the heavenly cauldron to refine their physique. At the same time, the medicinal treasure inside the body of the heavenly cauldron could also grow the physique, replenish the blood energy and even restore wounds and cure illnesses. Because there were so many uses for a heavenly cauldron, even if one was not an alchemy master, they would still bring a heavenly cauldron along. As for Elder Sun, one did not need to say more. He was not only an alchemy master, but he was also one of the 2 grand alchemy masters of the cleansing incense ancient sect. He was even more likely to have a heavenly cauldron with him. For an alchemy master, the spirit medicines they usually fed their heavenly cauldron normally would not be easily revealed to others. However, currently, Xueqi only needed one glance to know what his heavenly cauldron had eaten. How could Elder Sun not be alarmed? This was such knowledge of medicinal properties. This was such knowledge of heavenly cauldron refinement. Xueqi didn't answer Elder Sun, he only said, "The issue lies in this matter." Correct. If you want to cultivate the Scarlet Dragon physique, a fire dragon plant truly has an appropriate advantage. However, Elder Sun, your heavenly cauldron had always eaten Yin Hawk plants for hundreds of years. The medicinal treasure of your heavenly cauldron had accumulated a large amount of Yin medicinal properties, and the essence inside the medicinal treasure is the Yin flame energy, but the fire dragon plant belongs to the powerful Yang energy. Like this, you suddenly fed it with the fire dragon plant. The powerful Yang energy of the fire dragon plant directly impacted your heavenly cauldron's medicinal treasure. If the situation was serious, then it would damage your heavenly cauldron, and later it would greatly impact the quality of pill refinement. Even more importantly, your physique had always been refined by using this treasure cauldron, and it was used to the Yin flame energy. However now, the cauldron suddenly exuded powerful Yang energy to refine your physique. This immediately suppressed your Yin fire physique, stopping your blood flow. Xueqi spoke without breaks like he had it memorized like the palm of his hand. It was as if he was a grandmaster on this subject. This not only made Protector Mo become wide-mouthed with a foolish face, but even Elder Sun was the same. Eventually, Xueqi casually determined. Elder Sun, you are considered one of the 2 grand alchemy masters of the cleansing incense ancient sect. You must be aware, an alchemy master shouldn't only focus on the power of your medicines, but, to one's heavenly cauldron, one should be very protective. Natural, a heavenly cauldron with its origin flame and flame sparks, you need to feed it. This is a deep area of Tao study. At the same time, once the medicinal treasure is formed, whatever spirit plants you feed it afterward, this and the medicinal properties of the medicinal treasure are directly related. The quality of the fate pills and physique pastes aren't determined by only the skills of the alchemy master, but it is also whether the heavenly cauldron is good or bad. The other important thing is the affinity of the origin flame, the essence of the medicinal treasure, and the future medicinal materials. Whether they conflict with each other or not is essential. Medicinal materials and a heavenly cauldron's planning, this is a profound area of study. This requires time to accumulate. As long as you consider the heavenly cauldron as a second life, then you would be a qualified alchemy master. Xueqi, all at once, preached about the heavenly cauldron, up to the point where Elder Sun's mouth was twisted and eyes turned crazy. At this moment, this disciple in front of him didn't look like a 13 to 14-year-old disciple that had just joined the sect, but instead, a grand alchemy master. His preaching regarding the heavenly cauldron, it was definitely not crazy and nonsensical words. Well then, what should I do to correct it? It was unknown when Elder Sun was convinced by Xueqi. Inadvertently, he was an elder, but he still couldn't help but to respectfully ask for Li Qia's advice. Li Qia smiled, and he said, "Elder Sun's problem is not serious, and it is easy to fix. Elder Sun has to stop feeding it the fire dragon plant. If Elder Sun truly wants to obtain the scarlet dragon physique, I recommend Elder Sun to use the amiable river fire plant. The medicinal property of the amiable river fire plant is very similar to the Yin Yen hawk plant. Plus, it is also one rank higher. However, the most important thing is that the amiable river fire plant is very familiar with the scarlet dragon physique. The yen here is not a typo of yang. Yen here is a description of the flame, meaning inflammations. Chapter 57. In the end, Elder Sun had followed Li Qia's suggestion, and he stopped feeding his heavenly cauldron with the fire dragon plant. He started paying a high price for amicable river fire plant, instead. Sure enough, after 1 month, Elder Sun excitedly came to the lonely peak. At this moment, he had forgotten his status as an elder, and he was like a little boy. The extremely happy elder exclaimed, "Done! It's truly done! Currently, the blood energy is flowing, and the medicinal property of the heavenly cauldron is stronger as well." Regarding this result, Li Qia only had a smile. Medicinal properties, heavenly cauldrons, the Tao of alchemy. This area, if he claimed to be number 2, then since the beginning of time, no one would dare claim to be number 1. Li Qia's nonchalant expression caused Elder Sun to change his demeanor. If it was any other disciple that was praised like this by an elder, they would surely be extremely pleased. However, to Li Qia, this form of appreciation was only the daily norm. When you first joined the cleansing incense ancient sect, you had already learned the Tao of alchemy? Elder Sun couldn't help but change his expression, and his heart became appreciative of his talents. At this point, he was reminded of the first elder. In recent times, the disheartened first elder had suddenly regained his fiery ambition and supported Li Qia. It seemed as if Li Qia was truly worth grooming. Before, they underestimated Li Qia, or towards this disciple with a mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and mortal face palace. They thought he was essentially worthless. Li Qia only smiled once, and he said, "I only accidentally read some manuals. It was not enough for the Tao." "This still isn't enough for the Tao?" Elder Sun immediately became silent. Li Qia, regarding medicinal properties, had a complete understanding. Regarding his heavenly cauldron, his explanation could be considered to be uniquely exhaustive. Even Elder Sun would be ashamed of being compared to Li Qia. Elder Sun couldn't help but say, "If you meet any difficulties with cultivation, you could think about practicing the Tao of alchemy a little bit. With your insight of medicinal properties, I truly think highly of you. Who knows, you could even be the second alchemy god." Elder Sun was extremely optimistic of Li Qia's outcome. From his perspective, Li Qia might be a cultivation piece of trash. However, if he was willing to step into the Tao of alchemy, he could be a genius medicinist. Alchemy god? Another familiar name was mentioned by others, and Li Qia couldn't help but smirk. Elder Sun was afraid that Li Qia didn't know who the alchemy god was, so he hastily added, "The alchemy god could be called the primogenitor of all alchemists. One could say, the majority of Dan refinement processes were created by him." Some even said, the name Heavenly Cauldron was coined by him. During the Desolate Era, it all began with him creating a completed Dan refining process. His contribution to the Tao of alchemy is incomparable by anyone else. It would not be an exaggeration to say that, since the ancient past to now, he has one of the highest achievements regarding the Tao of alchemy. As Elder Sun talked about the alchemy god, Li Qia couldn't help but reveal a small smile. Alchemy god, eh? He couldn't be more familiar as this was a very good part of his memory. That old little boy was indeed a genius at the Tao of alchemy. This point, no matter how much time had passed, even when Li Qia was the Dark Crow, he would still have to admit. Li Qia with a smiling face. Elder Sun bringing up the alchemy god caused him to reminisce some of the past during the Desolate Era. It was a time of many moons that were worthy of remembrance. During this era, he brought this old little boy to invade the 9 worlds, going across the forbidden ground and immortal land. During those many moons, they used to eat so many pills for the sake of pill creations. They had created countless methods of Dan refinement, and they had brought to light countless pill formulas. They had grown so many spirit plants that other people wouldn't even dare to think about. There were many moons brimming with excitement and danger. During those years, there were many creations, there many dangerous pill testing, there were even more explorations. During those many moons when he was the Dark Crow, he had planned countless of times against the heaven and earth, countless of times ambushed powerful giants, and countless of times bathed the 9 heavens and 10 earths in blood. However, there were not many moons that could make him as sentimental as those years he spent with the alchemy god. During those many years, there was a lot more love for learning. The time of killing and the scent of blood was a lot less. Since the ancient ages till now, whether it was alchemists or cultivators, they both thought that the alchemy god was the pinnacle of the Tao of alchemy. This wasn't only because he was peerless regarding pill creation, but more importantly, he created a complete system of the alchemy Tao. For the alchemy Tao, he created an immortal foundation. In reality, no one knew. The foundation of the alchemy Tao wasn't just formulated by the alchemy god alone. In this matter, there was also a Dark Crow that no one knew about, innovating new paths in the alchemy Tao, and creating rules for the alchemy Tao. The Dark Crow no one knew about had a huge contribution. One could say that, without this Dark Crow, there would be no alchemy god. Of course, this secret no descendants knew about. Thinking about those years, Li Qia's heart couldn't help but let out a long sigh. If he had any regrets, his biggest regret would be that he had lost his memories regarding the world's most precious alchemy manual. Once these memories were erased, there was no way to get it back. The reason was simple. He couldn't find this alchemy manual later on. Even if it was only an incomplete part, he still couldn't find it. Regarding this matter, Li Qia discreetly shook his head. The old little boy that year was a madman. After becoming the alchemy god, Li Qia had reminded him to find a disciple in order to pass down his heritage. However, this old little boy went crazy. Even though he left behind many valuable Dan manuals for his descendants, but the most valuable one that was coveted by people was missing. Li Qia knew this crazy old man did it intentionally. He, in the end, did not want to pass down this alchemy manual. As Li Qia was reminiscing, his stunned expression made Elder Sun mistake that Li Qia was thinking about being an alchemy god. That he had been successfully convinced by Elder Sunday. How about switching to the alchemy Tao? If you really want to switch to the alchemy Tao, I will teach you my entire life's knowledge. In the future, you will become the strongest alchemy master in our sect. Later on, you could climb to the elder's seat, or even the sect master's seat. This matter would be as easy as turning your palm. Elder Sun couldn't help but to urge Li Qia even more because he saw the potential of Li Qia. If this was a different disciple, having just heard the elder wanting to take them in as a disciple, they would naturally be extremely excited. They would wish that they could immediately kowtow on the spot to formally become a disciple to the elder, but Li Qia was acting unimpressed. Li Qia smiled and he said, "Thank you, elder, for your support, but the Tao of alchemy is only a hobby of mine." Li Qia's words silenced Elder Sunday. Black lines appeared on his forehead. If this was someone else, they would definitely think Li Qia was being arrogant. However, at this moment, Elder Sun didn't have this thought. In his heart, Elder Sun was crazy because Li Qia was wasting his aptitude. Elder Sun was truly enraged. He actually wanted to go on a rampage, but he still calmed himself down. In the end, he said in a very lovingly manner, "You can think about this carefully again. If one day you change your mind, you can find me at any time." Regarding the good intentions of Elder Sun, Li Qia could only smile back. Seeing Li Qia's attitude, Elder Sun could only sigh as he left. In reality, Elder Sun's hope didn't die. Not a few days had passed. Protector Mo also appeared at the Lonely Peak. After his arrival and seeing Li Qia, he opened his mouth and only stutterings came out. He wanted to speak but couldn't. After half a day, he couldn't say anything. Facing Protector's Mo hesitated speech, Li Qia was aware. He smiled as he said, "Elder Sun wants you to convince me to practice the Tao of alchemy, right?" Protector Mo was a little embarrassed. He awkwardly smiled and had to say, "My master indeed has this thought. Although, whether to practice or to not practice in the end, it is still up to you. No one dares to force the matter." In fact, Protector Mo's heart was clear that Li Qia was a headstrong person, with his own path. He just didn't have a choice to reject his master's request. Li Qia smiled and said, "The Tao of alchemy is only a hobby to me. If I have time, I will think about it a little bit." Regarding this result, Protector Mo was mentally prepared. Thus, he didn't try to convince Li Qia, and he went to report to his master. With the blink of an eye, another 3 months had passed. The 300 disciples in the cleansing jade peak didn't require a lot of Li Qia's attention. Li Qia had also reached the grand completion of the physique accumulation rank. He was now at the body strengthening stage. He was ready to break through to the third level of physique accumulation, body baptism. This baptism, to cultivators, was extremely important. This was especially true for the geniuses with Xiantian physiques and king physiques. This level was even more crucial. This level was an opportunity for all cultivators to mold their bodies for the first time. Body baptism was not only based on cultivation. In order to mold one's physique, the more crucial matter was the physique paste. Of course, for cultivators in terms of principle, the higher the physique paste ranking was, the better it was for the body molding. However, within the process of cultivation, there were various restrictions. As an example, one Xiantian physique, for its first body molding, a Xiantian physique paste would be the best. First, it would be easy to absorb the essence of the paste. Second, because it was the first body molding, having the same rank of physique paste as your own physique was the most suitable. In reality, within the cleansing incense ancient sect, at this rank, the majority of disciples during their first body molding did not have a choice. They could only choose a Hotian physique paste. The reason was simple. It was because no one had a different option. The cleansing incense ancient sect was declining. Regarding the matter of materials, it was highly limited. The disciples that could use a Xiantian physique paste were the direct disciples of the elders. Li Qia pondered for a moment. The time he wanted the physique paste was soon approaching, so he went to find the first elder. In fact, he could have used the physique paste earlier. However, because he wanted to stabilize the yin-yang blood energy inside his life wheel, he pushed the matter of the physique paste back. Hearing Li Qia's intention, the first elder couldn't help but be surprised. He looked at Li Qia, and he asked, "You have reached the body baptism level of the physique accumulation rank?" He calculated the time with his fingers. Li Qia joining the cleansing incense ancient sect and his start of cultivation have not reached a year, but he had already reached the physique accumulation rank, at the level of body baptism. With this kind of achievement, in any sect, he would be considered a genius. One has to know, Li Qia had a mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and mortal fate palace. This was an impossible matter. This, when first elder responded, he looked at Li Qia again. He asked, "You practice the revolving crescent sun merit law?" Black lines appearing on forehead means angry. Chapter 58. With Li Qia's constitution, to reach this stage within a year. The only explanation was that Li Qia practiced the revolving crescent sun merit law. This was not a secret within the cleansing incense ancient sect, and Li Qia also didn't have anything to hide. Thus he calmly acknowledged, "That's right." Having heard this, the first elder went silent for a moment. If this was another disciple, he certainly would ask him to not practice this merit law. However, did Li Qia still have another choice? Mortal physique, mortal life wheel, mortal fate palace. With this constitution, no matter which merit law was chosen, the end result would not be any different. Eventually the first elder said, "This king physique paste, the sect has finished preparing. However, you need to be mentally prepared." The medicinal parts of this physique paste, outside of the leading beast marrow, were spirit medicines of around 100,000 years old, and the better ones are 110,000 or 120,000 years old. The leading beast marrow was only lacking a little since it is slightly off from 100,000 years. Therefore, when you use this physique paste, you need to be mentally prepared. In reality, regarding this physique paste matter, the first elder had tried his best and exerted his whole hard-earned savings. Just so that Li Qia could marry Li Shuangyan, it could be said that he was willing to give up everything. In this matter, elder can rest assured. Li Qia maintained his grin. In reality, Li Qia was already prepared. Today, the cleansing incense ancient sect had declined. To be able to gather the medicinal materials for a king physique paste, this was already very difficult. First elder paused for a moment, and then he continued. There is another thing that is considerably hard to deal with. This is the alchemy matter. In our cleansing incense ancient sect, regarding alchemy skills, there are two people at the top, Elder Chao and Elder Sun, respectively. Here, the first elder stared at Li Qia, and he said, regarding the alchemy creation skill, Elder Chao is better than Elder Sun by 1 part. For Elder Sun to refine the physique paste, 6 times wouldn't be a problem. 7 refinements, I'm afraid that is out of his reach. Elder Chow refining 7 times. This is no problem. Elder Chow isn't necessarily willing to refine the physique paste for me. Li Qiye was confident. First Elder wasn't willing to speak further on this matter, so he only said, regarding the matter of the physique paste, Elder Son is very willing to refine it for you. However, the only thing is, he is not too certain of the medicinal strength. This physique paste matter, First Elder doesn't need to worry about it. How about this? First Elder can prepare the medicinal materials. This physique paste matter, I will take care of it. Li Qiye already knew that Chao Xiong wouldn't be willing to refine the physique paste for him. This was a matter well within his expectations. However, he wouldn't need to go beg Chao Xiong either. This should be fine. After First Elder saw Li Qiye's complete confidence, he could only affirm by nodding his head. A moment later he said, I will let a disciple guard the medicinal materials for you. When you want to refine them, just say one word. I'll send a disciple to bring the materials to you. Li Qiye thanked the elder, then left for Lonely Peak. Li Qiye didn't yet make it back to Lonely Peak when he saw that Nan Huairan's expression wasn't good. Nan Huairan quickly went up to him and urgently said, Older brother, this is not good. Not good. Following Nan Huairan were the people from the cleansing Jade Peak such as Su Pei. Their expressions did not look good. Li Qiye stared at Nan Huairan, and he asked, Did the sky fall down? Nan Huairan hastily replied, Older brother, the sky didn't fall down, however, your courtyard is being destroyed by others. Destroying my courtyard? Having heard this, Li Qiye's eyes couldn't help but squint, and then he beamingly smiled. Who has the sudden interest in coming to destroy my courtyard like this? Seeing Li Qiye's squinted eyes made Nan Huairan and even the Su Pei crowd's hearts to panic. This smiling demeanor of Li Qiye, in their eyes, when compared to the visage of a demon, made their hearts even colder. Su Pei quietly whispered to Li Qiye. It was older brother Leng Shiji. A bold disciple spoke. First brother, I heard that older brother Leng was courting goddess Li. Even though the disciples of the cleansing Jade Peak were all from the cleansing Jade Mountain, currently, all 300 disciples were on the side of Li Qiye. They were in the same faction. I had also heard that older brother Leng had given goddess Li treasures. A disciple, not without worries, said. First brother, older brother Leng is a genius of our cleansing incense ancient sect. He is a powerful love rival of yours. At this moment, even though these disciples were all saying different things, all of them had the same feelings of anger against a common enemy of Li Qiye. However, they were not without worries, for Li Qiye, because in the end, Leng Shiji was the genius of the cleansing incense ancient sect, a direct disciple of Elder Chow. It could be said that regarding the appearance, Leng Shiji had it. Regarding talents, he had it as well. Regarding a backing, he was not without. Regarding his origin, he has the origin. Personally, they wanted Li Qiye to marry Li Shuangyan. After all, Li Shuangyan and Li Qiye had been together in the recent days, and they would be glad to see it happen. However, with a powerful love rival like Leng Shiji, the disciples like Su Pei were not without worries for Li Qiye. A powerful love rival? Having heard this sentence, Li Qiye found it really ridiculous, and the corner of his lips couldn't help but become angled. His smiling expression rippled uncontrollably. Nan Huairan reminded him, First brother, this thing, Leng Shiji had been granted tacit permission from Chao Xiong. Maybe even strong support from him. It is easier to hide from a bright spear than it is to guard from a hidden arrow. First brother might as well be careful. Just in case. Nan Huairan, too, knew about Li Qiye's situation. A powerful love rival? Nan Huairan, of course, wouldn't consider Leng Shiji being qualified as a love rival of Li Qiye. Leng Shiji was worth how much? Even at the 9 Saint Demon Gate, Li Qiye was still roaring. Let alone Leng Shiji? Why did Li Shuangyan come to the cleansing incense ancient sect? Simply put, it was because of Li Qiye. No matter how excellent Leng Shiji was, he wouldn't be comparable to Li Qiye. These two essentially weren't at the same level. What qualifications did Leng Shiji have to become a rival in love of Li Qiye? Come, we will go to see how my strongest love rival is destroying my courtyard. Li Qiye leisurely said these words as if the courtyard being destroyed wasn't his. When Li Qiye, along with Nan Huairan, climbed to the top of Lonely Peak, many rumbling sounds occurred. Boom boom. At this moment, Leng Shiji was commanding some disciples to destroy the courtyard of Li Qiye. 7 or 8 parts were destroyed. However, standing in front of her pavilion adjacent to the courtyard, Li Shuangyan was only coldly observing, without saying a word. Li Qie, you came back at the perfect time. Seeing Li Qie along with the Nan Huairan's group returning, Lang Shizhi arrogantly raised his chin, and he said, "Starting from today, you will move to Small Spring Peak to live." Lang Shizhi used a commanding tone towards Li Qie. It was as if he believed Li Qie would definitely listen to him. "Why should I move to Small Spring Peak?" Li Qie looked at the destroyed courtyard, still smiling wholeheartedly. It was as if there was not even a hint of anger within him. Lang Shizhi became a bit impatient and he coldly said, "If I tell you to go, then go. Why is there so much chatter? Starting from today, I will live at Lonely Peak. The little courtyard here was in the way, so, after it is destroyed, I will build a spirit pavilion here." Here, Lang Shizhi started to ignore Li Qie. He put on the expression that he considered the most handsome and charming, and he smiled at Li Shuangyan in the far distance. Lonely Peak overlooks the entirety of the cleansing incense ancient sect, and the view is very good. Goddess Li choosing to stay at this place, it could be considered as having an incomparable insight. I, fortunately, have the honor to be next to Goddess Li, discussing the Tao, investigating the profound mysteries. This would be a beautiful story. After Li Shuangyan's arrival at the cleansing incense ancient sect, this was not Lang Shizhi's first time courting her. However, each time, he was met with a locked door. Li Shuangyan essentially was too lazy to care for him at all. Pursuing without an entrance, Lang Shizhi decisively chose to move to Lonely Peak. He wanted to be closer to Li Shuangyan and use this opportunity to earn her favor. As the proverb dictates, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. Lang Shizhi publicly revealed this particular attitude, and this caused the hearts of Nan Huairan's crowd to be annoyed. Goddess Li and First Brother were engaged. This was a matter the entire cleansing incense ancient sect was aware of. Currently, Lang Shizhi in front of Li Qie was courting Li Shuangyan. This was basically not placing Li Qie in his eyes. As for Li Shuangyan, she only stared at Lang Shizhi. This was the type of person that, after death, wouldn't know how they had died. With only abilities like his, yet he still dared to stroke the tiger's whiskers and provoke Li Qie? This was simply being tired of living. Back when Li Qie was at the Nine Saint Demon Gate, even her master, Demon King Luan Ri, was 3 parts restrained. An insignificant person like Lang Shizhi would be worth what? Lang Shizhi, in front of Li Qie's presence, selling flirtatious behavior, rendered Li Qie unable to withhold his laughter. The matter of Lang Shizhi courting Li Shuangyan was, of course, something he knew about. With the women around him, Li Qie had absolute confidence. This sort of insignificant trifling matter, he didn't want to bother to intervene with. Now, Lang Shizhi actually went to offend him. Chapter 59. Lonely Peak was assigned by the elders as the living quarters for First Brother. Nan Huairan spoke up against the injustice towards Li Qie. Hearing Nan Huairan's words, Lang Shizhi shot out a cold glare at him, and he coldly said, "At this moment, I am reassigning the Lonely Peak. You have something to say?" Here, Lang Shizhi paused for a moment, and then he continued. "Nan Huairan in the sect, you are somewhat considered an intelligent man. Don't spend your days sticking together with this bag of straws. This is akin to destroying your own future. If you follow a piece of trash like him, you, at the cleansing incense ancient sect, will not achieve even a half step forward." These words of Lang Shizhi, they weren't just to simply sneer at Nan Huairan, but they were also there to threaten him. Nan Huairan was one who understood that long sleeves helped one dance beautifully. He was smooth and slick at establishing social relations, so how could he not understand the overtone? Following who, Nan Huairan's heart already had its own ideas. Regarding Lang Shizhi's words, Nan Huairan said in a grave manner without hesitation, "Senior doesn't need to worry about this. First Brother is the outstanding talent of the cleansing incense ancient sect. I will be like the heavenly thunder. Where he commands, I will strike there." Willing to fall from grace? Nan Huairan, in front of him, denied his request, so Lang Shizhi coldly scowled. Li Qie did not care for these political dealings. He only stared at Lang Shizhi, and he said, "For the sect's camaraderie, I will give you one chance. Do a good job at fixing the little courtyard. Otherwise tomorrow, you wouldn't be able to stand up even if you wanted to." Li Qie saying this caused Lang Shizhi's eyes to exert coldness. His killing intent became higher. He coldly smiled once, and then he said, "You don't know the immensity of the heaven and earth. Do you truly think you are the first brother of the cleansing incense ancient sect? I dare you to say this to my face. Humph, with just you and these bunch of scrap metal in front, yet you still dare to say arrogant things. A group of clowns has the qualifications to be my enemies? Lang Shurji's words immediately made the hearts of Xueqi's group angry. These words of Lang Shurji had not only dishonored Li Qie, but it also dishonored them as well. Facing a Lang Shurji that did not know the correct boundaries, Li Qie was too lazy to pay attention to him. He turned around and left. So, weren't you spouting arrogant words earlier? Saying that I wouldn't be able to stand up tomorrow? Currently, why are you trying to flee now? Being a coward even before the battle begins, yet a bag of straws like you still dared to jump around in front of me. Seeing Li Qie's turning around, Lang Shurji coldly laughed as he said this. Li Qie essentially didn't want to waste too many words with Lang Shurji. He only went to the front of Li Shuangyan's pavilion, and he commanded her, beat him down from the peak. Beat him until his father and mother can't recognize him anymore. If he doesn't want to repair my courtyard, cut off his third leg as well for me. Ha ha, ha ha. Li Qie's sudden command to Li Shuangyan made Lang Shurji act as if he had heard the funniest story in the world. He laughed until his body was arched. He pointed at Li Qie with tears in his eyes, and he said, "Who do you think you are? Do you think you are the demon king? Or a mortal king? You are only a bag of straws, yet you still dare to be arrogant and bossy towards Goddess Li? Goddess Li, this idiot, I will discipline him for yo." However, before Lang Shurji could finish his sentence, Li Shuangyan had stood up, looked at him as if she was looking at an idiot, and she coldly said, "I will give you one opportunity to make a move." Suddenly, Lang Shurji's smile was frozen in the same place. His expression was even more exaggerated than when one would eat shit. His whole body was frozen, and he couldn't have any other expression. Bang! During the moment when Lang Shurji was still in a daze, Li Shuangyan, with one kick, made him fly outside of Lonely Peak. Afterward, an agonizing scream from below Lonely Peak echoed. Without a doubt, Li Shuangyan used an appropriate force. At this point, the disciples that had destroyed the courtyard were standing still. Li Shuangyan taught Lang Shurji a lesson. In the blink of an eye, she had already beaten him till he screamed. This scene shattered the other disciples' courage. Even Xueqi's group, the disciples from the cleansing Jade Peak, couldn't help but look at each other. Even though in the recent days, Li Shuangyan had always been by Li Qie's side. However, they rarely talked to each other. From the group's understandings, Li Shuangyan's staying was because the two sects had a marital pact, so she had to stay with the first brother. However, they didn't expect that the heaven's proud daughter, Goddess Li, princess of the Old Ox country reigning over tens of thousands of people, would listen to their first brother. If this matter was to be spread, others would find it hard to believe. What was the Nine Saint Demon Gate? What was the current cleansing incense ancient sect? Right now, Li Shuangyan's status was high beyond imagination. Even the elders of the cleansing incense ancient sect didn't have the qualification to compare to her. Such a grand unreachable character, yet she still listened to their first brother. This matter was too impossible to think about. After Li Shuangyan taught Lang Shurji a lesson, like the most loyal hound of Li Qie, Nan Huiran coldly smiled, stared at the disciples who destroyed the courtyard and said, "You still haven't rolled out? Maybe you are waiting for us to take care of you all as well? Humph, we're all disciples of the cleansing incense ancient sect. You shouldn't cross the boundaries. Don't think that you hugging the legs of Elder Chow means that you could ignore the laws. First brother's heavenly aura is something that you guys could provoke? Humph, such narrow-mindedness. Even for the Demon King, first brother would still be an esteemed guest. Don't think that you could challenge Big Brother just because you all have found some backing. Big Brother is merciful, and he wouldn't bother with you all. Otherwise there would only be death, no matter the backing you have." Nan Huiran was wily and meticulous. He knew exactly what words to say and what actions to take. This time, it looked like he was using Li Qie to act arrogant, but these words were not only for the courtyard-destroying disciples. These words were also for the Xueqi's group to hear. They were words meant to wake them up. These disciples regained their wits, and their bodies shivered. With those words, they threw away the equipment in their hands, and they turned around to flee. Right now, their boss had already been beaten to the point of screaming like a butchered pig. Even if they were 10 times more courageous, they still wouldn't dare to challenge Li Qie. When the group of Xueqi was still surprised, Li Shuangyan had flew down in front of the pavilion. To teach Lang Shurji a rough lesson, to someone with her cultivation, It was like the lifting of one's hand. Even if Xueqi was the genius of the cleansing incense ancient sect, versus someone like Li Shuangyan, the heaven's proud daughter, it was not enough to reach the apex. Once Li Shuangyan had returned, Li Qie glanced at her once before saying, "Not taking the sect's order into consideration, you should remember your own responsibility. To anyone who blocks my road, no matter who it is, kill them without mercy." Li Qie's words made Su Pei and her group confused, but Nan Huairan's heart was moved. The group of Su Pei didn't know the intricacies inside, but Nan Huairan did. Li Qie had previously said that Li Shuangyan would just be a maid. Currently, Li Qie had commanded Li Shuangyan like this. In this matter, Nan Huairan had suddenly understood. In this matter, how could it not shock Nan Huairan? Li Shuangyan is the princess of Old Ox country, and the descendant of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. However today, she was only a maid for first brother. During the moment, when the crowd was still dazed, Li Qie turned around, and he went inside the pavilion of Li Shuangyan. His words resonated from the inside. He was always as nonchalant and carefree like this. This time, you had failed in your duty. I will temporarily stay in your bedroom. You stay in the next room to protect my Dao for me. As Li Qie said this, Li Shuangyan was both angry and dejected. In the end, she could only stomp her foot, and she went inside afterward, without saying anything. Such a scene turned Su Pei and others into stone statues. This scene was too dominating, right? This scene was the most aggressive and domineering event they had ever seen. Li Shuangyan, in their minds, was an unreachable character, a generational heavenly goddess, a descendant of the 9 Saint Demon Gate, and the princess of Old Ox country. Her master was Demon King Luan Ri, and she also had a natural-born king physique in Saint Fate Palace. Only one of these matters was enough to shock others. A heaven's proud daughter like Li Shuangyan, no matter the place, would be the moon that all the stars revolve themselves around. However today, this heaven's proud daughter, Li Shuangyan, could only be in the room to serve their first brother. This scene, it was too dominating. This type of domination, even a mortal emperor could just be like this, no more. Inside the treasure pavilion of Li Shuangyan, inside her lady's chamber, Li Qie lied down on her elegant bed, and he glimpsed at Li Shuangyan's annoyed expression. Both of his hands patted the back of his head comfortably, and he casually said, "I know you are upset. However, you truly failed your duty. Being my maid, you should know what to do. If you feel that I am not worthy of your service, then you could leave at any time. This type of matter, I don't want to force you. Picking a stubborn melon will make it not sweet." Li Shuangyan was only staring at Li Qie in silence, and she didn't say anything no matter what. "I will take your silence as you are willing to stay here." Li Qie nonchalantly he dropped this matter. He then added, "Send these words to Demon King Luan Ri in place of me, and tell him that I require an alchemy master. The higher the skill, the better. I will send the message to master, but, as for the person sent by my master, it is not for me to decide." After a while, Li Shuangyan's anger subsided. In the end, she was used to being the heaven's proud daughter. With this sudden change in status, she was not yet used to it. After her mind had calmed down, she truly faced herself once more. "Regarding this matter, I'm sure if Demon King Luan Ri will have his own opinion." Li Qie smiled. After everything was decided, he stopped caring. He then went into a deep sleep. With such a scene, Li Shuangyan didn't know whether to be annoyed or silent. This 13 to 14-year-old boy. He was more domineering than any other man she had previously met. Today, he took her bed and even felt that it was such a natural thing. He was complacently lying there and snoring. This arrogant man was something she had seen for the first time. However, what made her even quieter was that this man was sleeping on her bed even though he was just a little boy much younger than her. A 13 to 14-year-old little boy. Sure enough, the next day, the courtyard was rebuilt by others. This new courtyard was not lesser than the old one. Xueqi was unable to stand up from Li Shuangyan's beating, and this caused Cao Xiong, his master, to have no place to vent his anger at the moment. His idea was to hope that his disciple could climb up Li Shuangyan. He did not think that his genius disciple, who he was most proud about, not only didn't receive Li Shuangyan's favor, but he also had been beaten to the point of not being able to move on his bed. This matter made Cao Xiong angry to the point of vomiting blood. His disciple was beaten by the descendant of the 9 Saint Demon Gate, princess of Old Ox country. What was he gonna do? Kill to the door and find Li Shuangyan to even the score? Tens of thousands people is an idiom. I'm sure Old Ox Country has billions of mortals considering the scale of this world. Protect Tao is a rather common term in this novel and even others. I originally had it as Fate Protector, but Tao Protector is also nearly identical. Chapter 60. This matter, even if Chao Xiong was 10 times braver, he still wouldn't dare. Not just him. Even the entire Cleansing Incense ancient sect wouldn't dare to offend Li Shuangyan. To offend her was akin to offending the entire Nine Saint Demon Gate. To offend a giant monster like the Nine Saint Demon Gate, this was the same as seeking for death. To hell with it. Chao Xiong couldn't help but scream out this sentence. His genius disciple did not get into Li Shuangyan's eyes, but a bag of straws like Li Chia was winning Li Shuangyan's favor. This was like meeting a ghost. This event, the only explanation was that Li Chia was a spy from the Nine Saint Demon Gate. However, this type of explanation was even more like meeting a ghost and even less plausible than Li Shuangyan favoring Li Chia. If the Nine Saint Demon Gate sent a disciple with a mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and mortal fate palace to infiltrate the Cleansing Incense ancient sect, then that would truly be like meeting a ghost. What was even worse was that Li Chia would be the most unqualified spy. Had anyone ever seen such an arrogant spy? To say that Li Chia was a spy of the Nine Saint Demon Gate. Even Chao Xiong himself didn't believe it. This was merely only a scheme to attack Li Chia. If Li Chia wasn't a spy from the Nine Saint Demon Gate, then what was the reason for Li Shuangyan's favor towards him? Could it be because the two sects have a marital pact? Or maybe it was because Li Shuangyan really liked him. Regarding this matter, Chao Xiong had almost broken his head from continuous thinking. Chao Xiong's expression was extremely hard to see. In the end, he went to visit a certain place in the Cleansing Incense ancient sect. On top of a main peak in the Cleansing Incense ancient sect was a peak with the densest natural world energy in the sect. However, today, inside the main hall of this peak, was not an elder nor a protector of the sect, but guest advisor Dong Shanglong. Guest advisor. This seat was present in many sects and even in many countries. To be a guest advisor was to benefit from the resources of the sect or nation, and they did not need to worry about the sect's matters. Only when the sects or nations met a disaster would the guest advisor need to take action. Dong Shanglong was a guest advisor of the Cleansing Incense ancient sect, plus, he was the only guest advisor of the sect. Inside the ancient hall, the breath of a royal noble, like mercury, discharged into the air, without a single opening. This caused others to not dare to come closer. An old man wearing a blue robe with a suppressing pressure. His whole body absorbed and exerted the frightening energy of a royal noble. Without a doubt, he was a powerful royal noble. A royal noble that was highly experienced. Dong Shanglong, a guest advisor of the Cleansing Incense ancient sect, was a powerful royal noble that could change other people's expression. His cultivation, compared to the 6 elders of the sect, was even stronger. At this moment, Dong Shanglong and Chao Xiong were sharing a table. Even though they were sitting together, Chao Xiong was still showing a respectful and cautious manner. Brother Chao's mood recently has not been good, Dong Shanglong poured wine into Chao Xiong's bowl. As a royal noble, he appeared to be very approachable. However, his fathomless eyes carried coldness that could swallow others. Chao Xiong drank the wine in silence, and he didn't say anything in the moment. Naturally, he came here with many expectations, but he was not willing to open his mouth first. He was waiting for Dong Shanglong to name the price. Brother Chao is worried because of the sect master's seat? Dong Shanglong was still pouring wine for Chao Xiong. His face still wore the same hidden smile, but the cold intentions in his eyes were extremely frightening. Dong Shanglong was a guest advisor for the sect, but in reality, his origin was formidable. His royal noble title was not self-proclaimed, it was bestowed upon him by the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom. Dong Shanglong's background was from the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom's nobility. This noble family had complex ties with the Heavenly God sect, and it could even be considered a subsect of the Heavenly God sect. Also, even Dong Shanglong's family was not weak, it was many times stronger than the current Cleansing Incense ancient sect. Dong Shanglong being a guest advisor at the Cleansing Incense ancient sect, naturally, was not from an invitation by the sect. Don't jest, the Cleansing Incense ancient sect and the Heavenly God sect were considered enemies. 30,000 years ago, when the Cleansing Incense ancient sect had declined, the Heavenly God sect went on the offensive against them. The cleansing incense ancient sect did not only lose their kingdom that they had ruled for many generations, but they had also lost all of their grand elders, more or less, in this war. After this war, the cleansing incense ancient sect had never recovered. The heavenly god sect erected the heavenly jewel kingdom on the remains of the collapsed kingdom of the cleansing incense ancient sect. Dong Shanglong was a noble at the heavenly jewel kingdom, and he was bestowed royal noble by this kingdom. Why would the cleansing incense ancient sect invite him to be a guest advisor? He was assigned here as an advisor by the mortal king of the heavenly jewel kingdom. Regarding this particular guest advisor, the cleansing incense ancient sect could not decline. Today, the sect was no longer able to compete with the heavenly god sect or the heavenly jewel kingdom. With this guest advisor sent by the kingdom, the sect could only accept him inside. Dong Shanglong, as a guest advisor at the cleansing incense ancient sect, had his own mission. He kept a very low profile during his time here. Besides cultivating, he rarely went outside, and he even less interfered with the matters of the cleansing incense ancient sect. Thus, Dong Shanglong had not made that many protectors and elders to outright reject him. Chao Xiong was an elder of the sect. In the past, he, similar to the other protectors and elders, had great animosity towards Dong Shanglong. However, Chao Xiong in his heart also had many things that he wanted to change since he always had an ambition towards the sect master seat. During that year, regarding the passing down of the sect master seat and taking into consideration of order according to status, the sect master seat should have gone to the first elder or to him. However, inexplicably, Su Yonghuang appeared, and this made him painfully lose the sect master seat. In these recent passing years, Chao Xiong had lost the idea of becoming sect master himself. He instead placed all of his aspirations into his disciple, Leng Shizhi. This was also the reason why Chao Xiong had so often tried to turn his disciple, Leng Shizhi, into the prime disciple, but this progress was not so smooth. With this result, Chao Xiong became disconsolate, and his magnificent aspiration was difficult to achieve. Under these conditions, with Dong Shanglong intentionally acting friendly towards him, Chao Xiong inadvertently became closer to Dong Shanglong. His previous hostility towards Dong Shanglong had dissipated by a lot. Later, Dong Shanglong had implied many times that he and his backing would be able to assist Chao Xiong in climbing to the sect master's position of the cleansing incense ancient sect. With such a tempting offer from Dong Shanglong, it would be strange if Chao Xiong was not interested. Chao Xiong knew the people that were behind Dong Shanglong were powerful, but he also knew what Dong Shanglong wanted. If he truly joined Dong Shanglong, Chao Xiong knew that him becoming the sect master was not a difficult matter. The problem was, once he joined Dong Shanglong, he had to put in great effort afterward. The backing of the heavenly jewel kingdom was not easily bestowed upon, and this deal would symbolize his betrayal of the cleansing incense ancient sect and the ancestors. Even though Chao Xiong truly coveted the sect master seat and was tempted by Dong Shanglong's offer, but as an elder of the cleansing incense ancient sect and a disciple that grew up here, he ultimately couldn't cross this bottom line in his heart. In the end, for him, to betray the sect and the ancestors would be something that will torture his conscience. Of course, Dong Shanglong was not in a rush either. The cleansing incense ancient sect had declined, and the items of this sect one day would fall into his hands. He had enough patience. Naturally, if Chao Xiong would join him, then it would be even better. Facing Dong Shanglong, Chao Xiong was just drinking without replying while Dong Shanglong maintained his smile. It was a smile on the outside, but inside, it wasn't. Finally, Chao Xiong placed down the bowl in his hand and said, "The sect master is not present, so I do not need to worry." Dong Shanglong, with his pretentious smile, "Brother Chao is an elder of the sect, and you have truly contributed to it with your blood and courage. Brother Chao should be more aware of the current situation of the cleansing incense ancient sect." Chao Xiong was waiting for Dong Shanglong to say these words. He looked at Dong Shanglong. "My mind is dark. Please give me a few pointers." Dong Shanglong, still maintaining a smile, replied, "Brother Chao, even though the 9 Saint Demon Gate is here because of the marital matter. However, have you thought about this? I'm afraid that they are only here because of a certain thing in the cleansing incense ancient sect." "Is that so?" Chao Xiong did not answer directly. In reality, he knew clearly what he meant in his heart. Dong Shanglong did not care for Chao Xiong's attitude. He was afraid of the fish not biting the bait. As long as he took the bait, everything would be easy. He wouldn't be afraid of Chao Xiong's hesitation anymore. Dong Shanglong sincerely asked, "Has Brother Chao thought more about this?" The truth is, In the end, the only thing that can protect the cleansing incense ancient sect is still the heavenly jewel kingdom. The 9-saint demon gate is far out in the other corner of the world. They only want the things that belong to them. As for whether the cleansing incense ancient sect's living or dying, I'm afraid they do not care at all. The marriage between the two sects, I don't see it as a bad thing entirely. Chao Xiong still replied in a patient manner. Dong Shenglong let out a laugh and then spoke words with hidden meanings. Of course, from your point of view, the marriage pact between the two sects is a happy thing, worthy of celebration. However, the marriage of the two sects. From my perspective, if your disciple Leng Xueqi could marry Princess Li, then it would be 10 parts perfect. Unfortunately, my disciple is not the prime disciple. This marital pact, it doesn't necessarily have to be the prime disciple, right? The fish had taken the bait, so Dong Shenglong smiled. Chao Xiong in the end couldn't escape his palm, and his confidence rose. He then with a beaming smile said, the two sects have the pact. However, what if something unexpectedly happens to the prime disciple? Or what if your prime disciple commits a grave sin? Chao Xiong's eyes narrowed as he asked, what is the meaning behind Brother Dong's words? Dong Shenglong answered while smiling, Brother Chao, there are some people that have achieved a few accomplishments, and they couldn't help but become arrogant and disrespectful toward their seniors. They then committed wrongful acts against the sect's rules? Tell me I am right? For example, if your prime disciple, Li Qie, commits a crime, then the cleansing incense ancient sect would have to deal with it fairly. This type of horse that causes trouble to its herd, if not dealt with, it would cause detrimental harm to the sect. Chao Xiong's eyes were focused, but he did not say anything for a long time. Finally, Dong Shenglong, still staring at Chao Xiong, slowly opened his mouth. Brother Chao, since you came to confide in this little brother will naturally help a friend, even if it would risk my life. If Brother Chao has any ideas, just go and do it. Even if the sky falls down, isn't this little brother still here to console Brother Chao? Brother Dong is so affectionate and helpful. This Chao is very appreciative. In the end, Chao Xiong stood up and clasped his hands together before taking his leave. After Chao Xiong's departure, Dong Shenglong smiled, and he slowly said, as long as you have stepped on this boat, I'm not afraid that you won't betray the cleansing incense ancient sect. Chao Xiong, Chao Xiong. If you want to fight with that old goo, you definitely will request my help. There are ghosts and demons in this world, but this phrase still has the meaning of surprise in the narrative. Gu is the first elder's name. Chapter 61. After teaching Leng Xueqi a lesson, Li Qie originally thought that there would be peace for some time. However, not many days had passed and trouble had come to his door again. First brother, not good, not good. As Li Qie was cultivating in the courtyard, Luo Fenghua and several panicked disciples rushed in. The appearances of Luo Fenghua, along with his fellow disciples, was extremely scruffy, especially when there were purple bruises all over their bodies. From just a glance, it was clear that they had been taught a lesson. Seeing their current shapes, Li Qie furrowed his brows, and he asked, what actually happened? Sectional leader Zhou went to the cleansing Jade Peak. He found reasons to teach us a lesson. A disciple explained the current situation with 2 or 3 sentences. So it was earlier this morning, sectional leader Zhou, who was no longer teaching the Tao at the cleansing Jade Peak, suddenly returned. He gathered all 300 disciples and decided to check their cultivations. Before Li Qie became an instructor, sectional leader Zhou was the one who instructed the Tao for the 300 disciples. The opinion of the disciples regarding him wasn't great, but it wasn't terrible either. Normally, sectional leader Zhou just routinely taught the Tao, and after the lesson was over, he quickly left. Outside of these lectures, the disciples normally had a difficult time finding him. On top of this, his lecture was nothing out of the ordinary and didn't give special attention to any disciples. To him, Tao instruction was merely a mission from the sect. This was precisely why the 300 disciples, regarding sectional leader Zhou, didn't have a good affinity towards him. However, it also was not bad. It could only be considered the affinity between a senior and a disciple. Today, sectional leader Zhou suddenly came to check on their cultivation. From the beginning, the disciples didn't think anything of it. After all, before, it was only sectional leader Zhou whom taught them the Tao. His wanting to examine the disciples of the cleansing Jade Peak would be viewed as a normal occurrence. However, the moment the examination took place, His attitude completely changed. After a period of time, he said that this disciple was practicing a chi deviation merit law, then another was practicing a completely wrong style, then he scolded a different disciple for acting on his own initiative at picking a merit law. The one that was scolded the worst by sectional leader Zhou was Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu had previously destroyed his cultivation to re-practice the Jade Spiral merit law. This matter caused sectional leader Zhou to personally give him a good beating. Not only Zhang Yu, but other disciples, such as Luo Fenghua who brought up a few objections, also received a beating. Li Qie's Dao instruction, compared to the sectional leader Zhou's, was much more mysterious and profound. This was something that the 300 disciples had unanimously agreed upon. After experiencing Li Qie's lessons, many disciples' cultivations increased by not a small amount. Some had even experienced exceptional leaps. There were even disciples whose cultivation had frozen, but after Li Qie's lesson, their Dao was like the water flowing into the river. One could say, regarding Li Qie's Dao instruction, all of the disciples at the cleansing Jade Peak were completely convinced. Especially the ones with great talents like Luo Fenghua, they were clear regarding excellence and mediocrity. So, at the moment when sectional leader Zhou said that Li Qie Dao's instruction was not worth a coin, Luo Fenghua and his fellow disciples couldn't hold back and immediately objected, so they were ruthlessly beaten by sectional leader Zhou. With this result, the intelligent group of Luo Fenghua suddenly realized that something was amiss. In the past, sectional leader Zhou had never disciplined them, but now he suddenly raged a storm, without knowing right from wrong. They now knew that Zhou was here not for the sake of examination, but to cause trouble. On top of that, the targets weren't them, but their first brother Li Qie. They were merely cannon fodders. This was why Luo Fenghua and his group decided to take advantage of sectional leader Zhou's inattentiveness while raging a storm. They sneaked to Li Qie's place to report. Maybe, sectional leader Zhou had intentionally let them go. Hearing the narrative from Luo Fenghua's group, Li Qie's gaze gave off a feeling of concentration. The corner of his mouth tilted deviously and revealed a cold smile. He had no grievances with sectional leader Zhou. In theory, sectional leader Zhou did not need to find faults with him like this, not to mention, examining the cultivations of the cleansing Jade Peak disciples was no longer Zhou's responsibility. Most importantly, currently, the cleansing incense ancient sect and the 9 Saint Demon Gate have an in-laws relationship, and Li Qie was a crucial piece. At the sect, even the protectors wouldn't want to look for trouble with him, let alone an ordinary sectional leader. Presently, sectional leader Zhou suddenly jumped out to find faults with him. If there wasn't someone behind the scene planning, or if he didn't have a powerful backing, even if he was 10 times more courageous, he wouldn't dare to do this. Come, we will go see. Let's take a look at this extraordinary sectional leader Zhou's ability to put forth stormy winds and waves. Li Qie stretched his body and cheerfully smiled. Luo Fenghua and the others didn't dare to neglect the words, so they busily followed behind Li Qie to the cleansing incense ancient sect, with Li Shuangyan to the side. Although Li Qie was happily smiling the whole time on the way, Luo Fenghua's group was a bit nerve-wracked. These few were not stupid. They have faintly smelled the struggle within the upper echelon of the cleansing incense ancient sect. The group of Li Qie had arrived at the cleansing Jade Peak, and sure enough, they were met with sectional leader Zhou causing a storm. The disciples didn't dare to make noises. Many of them were more or less wounded. At the moment of Li Qie's arrival, Zhou was still yelling at another disciple. Seeing Li Qie, the other disciples couldn't help but move their gazes towards Li Qie, asking him for help. Li Qie, these things you have taught. Li Qie had just arrived, but he didn't even have the chance to speak. Sectional leader Zhou had already pointed at his face and loudly yelled, "As the Dao's instructing senior, not only have you brought in heretical notions to teach to the ignorant disciples, but you also lead them into the devil's path. What is your motive behind this? To poison the fellow disciples like this crime cannot be pardoned." Li Qie hadn't opened his mouth, but sectional leader Zhou already had an accusation ready for him. Sectional leader Zhou, who the hell do you think you are? To sectional leader Zhou's accusation and yelling, Li Qie didn't want to look at him any further, and he slowly said, "If you are sensible, then get the hell out of here. In my jurisdiction, it is not up to you to wave your hands and dance with your legs. What do you think you are worth?" Li Qie opened his mouth and immediately, the most arrogant and rudest words came out. Sectional leader Zhou, who had mentally prepared, was still shocked for a little bit. He thought that Li Qie would retort him, and he had many words in his mind ready. No matter what, today he would indict Li Qie the crime of teaching the devil Dao's path. However, he didn't expect for Li Qia's first words to be so unbridled and aggressive. Impudence! Sectional leader Zhou returned to normal, and he angrily yelled, "As a disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect, you are unfilial and rebellious, disrespectful to a senior, would cheat on your master and kill your ancestors, and rebel against the sect. You talk too much." Not waiting for sectional leader Zhou to finish his yelling, Li Qia took out the serpent-punishing stick and fiercely struck forward. This thing doesn't know whether he wants to live or die. Sectional leader Zhou saw that Li Qia had made a move towards him. He became angry, screamed angrily once, and his big hand aimed towards Li Qia. To him, for Li Qia to make the first move, nothing could be better. At the same time, Zhou did not put Li Qia into his eyes. This was only a bag of straws disciple. Once he actually made a move, it would be as easy as turning one's own hand. Bang! Bang! Bang, however, the result was far from sectional leader Zhou's expectations. Within the blink of an eye, Zhou had been beaten by Li Qia to the ground. The serpent-punishing stick aimed for his face and unleashed a myriad of rains and winds until he was covered in blood. Sectional leader Zhou, within the sect's 36 leaders, could only be considered ordinary, with an average cultivation. He was no more than a warrior canopy cultivator. Under the heaven's primal rank, any cultivator in front of the serpent-punishing stick would only have one fate, to be beaten. Sectional leader Zhou was a big character, but after a hard beating from the serpent-punishing stick, he was unable to bear this agonizing pain, and couldn't help but to let out a miserable shriek. At this moment, Zhou's appearance was completely tattered, lying down on the ground. Tiredness encompassed his whole body along with blood. Especially his face, which was beaten to a mushy pulp by Li Qia. Seeing this domineering sight caused the disciples of the cleansing Jade Peak to be in awe. Sectional leader Zhou was one of the 36 leaders, as well as a second-generation disciple, a senior of the third-generation disciples. Plus, sectional leader Zhou was already a warrior canopy expert, but in the end, he was still beaten and rolled on the ground because of Li Qia. He was not able to defend himself against the fury of the serpent-punishing stick. This time, the disciples couldn't help but shiver once. They were all beaten badly by the stick as well, but from seeing this, maybe it wasn't something to be ashamed about. Even an expert like Zhou was still thrashed like he was a dead snake. "Protector Hu, save me." In the end, sectional leader Zhou let out a pathetic bellow, calling for help. "Impudence! What are you doing?" After the scream for help, in the blink of an eye, a deafening roar echoed in the air, and a large group of men, that carried a menacing aura, entered the cleansing Jade Peak. This group that suddenly rushed in the peak was not small in size. Outside of the ordinary disciples, there were also 3 sectional leaders and 1 protector. Besides these men, Xueqi was also part of this group. A patrolling law enforcement team of the cleansing incense ancient sect suddenly appeared at the cleansing Jade Peak. This was too coincidental. Moreover, this patrol team for the sect was too luxurious. Outside of the normal law enforcement disciples, there were also 3 sectional leaders led by a protector. Even the number 1 man of the younger generation, Xueqi, was also in this group. This type of team, if a disciple was found to do anything illegal and was caught by 3 sectional leaders, 1 protector, and a genius like Xueqi, it would be evidence made out of steel. No matter what the crime would be, this would be irrefutable evidence and irrefutable proof. One couldn't wash the suspicion clean. At this moment, sectional leader Zhou was pathetically lying on the ground and pitifully exclaimed, "Protector, Li Qia was disrespectful to the elders, and planned to kill a senior. He conspired against me, he wants to rebel against the sect, and cheat the master as well as kill the ancestors." Seeing this scene, even though Luo Fenghua and his peers were young, but they weren't dumb, especially the smart ones like Luo Fenghua. Everything suddenly became clear. Luo Fenghua and his peers felt their blood running cold. Cold sweat overflew their whole bodies. Currently, sectional leader Zhou was lying bloody on the ground, and Li Qia was caught at the scene by Protector Hu and his enforcement group. Zhou threw out 4 idioms in one sentence here to attack Li Qia's character. Quite beautiful. Chapter 62. Under these circumstances, right and wrong along with black and white were no longer important. Even if Li Qia was able to speak with lotus flowers in his words, he still wouldn't be able to make things clear. Even if he had 100 mouths, he still wouldn't be able to clear the accusation of master cheating, ancestor killing and murder attempt of his senior. The terrible thing was that Protector, who was the first disciple of Elder Chao. The 3 sectional leaders were also from the camp of Elder Chao. Luo Fenghua's group immediately knew that this was a terrible trap when they thought back to a few days ago where Li Qie taught a lesson to Leng Shiji. They broke out in cold sweat from worrying for Li Qie. This time, even if Li Qie jumped into the Yellow River, it still wouldn't be enough to cleanse this matter. In the blink of an eye, the law enforcement group had surrounded Li Qie, with the leader being Leng Shiji. Disrespectful. Master cheating ancestor killer. Sect betrayer. Kill him without mercy. Leng Shiji stared intensely at Li Qie. His eyes quivered with frightening killing intent. Li Qie smirked. He hadn't yet made a move, however. Li Shuangyan coldly scowled as she took a step forward. Once she was in front, her blood energy pierced the heavens. It was as if a heavenly king had woken up. Her body exuded a cold pressure that could freeze 10,000 miles in a flash. Once Li Shuangyan walked forward, Leng Shiji couldn't help but to tremble, and he inadvertently took 2 steps back. He was the genius of the cleansing incense ancient sect. However, when he was compared to Li Shuangyan, the difference was too drastic. It wasn't just Leng Shiji. Even the 3 sectional leaders and Protector who were shaking as well. In the end, this was the descendant and princess of the old Ox country. This wasn't someone with an undeserved reputation. She was a proud daughter of the heavens. Even considering all of Grand Middle Territory, her reputation would still definitely be just as renowned. Princess Li, this is an internal matter of our cleansing incense ancient sect. We are dealing with a traitor. Please reconsider and do not interfere with our sect's affair. Protector, whose courage rose as he said this with a grave tone. He licked his lips as he thought about the backing behind him. Li Shuangyan's elegant yet cold countenance suddenly flashed a sharp brilliance. She naturally didn't care about opposing the cleansing incense ancient sect. Right then Li Qie let loose a smile, narrowed his eyes, and then he said, "It seems there are some that want me to step forward. Fine, I will step out in front to say a few words. My 2 hands aren't stained with blood, so others actually think that I am a nice person. Shuangyan, step back." Li Shuangyan glanced at Li Qie, then repositioned herself behind his back without saying a word. Seeing Li Shuangyan listen to all of Li Qie's orders, Leng Shiji's jealousy could pierce the heaven. He was maddened with jealousy. In his heart, Li Shuangyan was a goddess, a heavenly immortal in his mind. Even though she was so obedient towards a useless bag of straws, she instead had never looked at him. Li Qie stepped forward, brightly smiled at Leng Shiji, and then he said, "No matter what kind of plots and devious plans you all are scheming, or the backings behind all of you, since it has deteriorated to the situation today, if I don't kill a certain few, people will truly think that I am a pushover." Leng Shiji coldly commanded, "You sect betraying, master cheating, ancestor killer. You are truly one deserving to be killed by all. Go kill this traitor." This signaled the law enforcement disciples that surrounded Li Qie. The surrounding disciples simultaneously yelled, "Traitor, lay down and accept your fate." In the blink of an eye, they summoned their life treasures that flew straight at Li Qie. Each of the law enforcement disciples' moves were fierce. Their first move was to use their life treasures to slay Li Qie. They essentially meant that they didn't want Li Qie to survive. They wanted to kill him on the spot. Scram! The smiling eyes of Li Qie suddenly became cold. In the blink of an eye, he flew upward like a giant pung, and propped himself up. The heavens allowed for this pung to fly. His body was in the air, and he used unpredictable steps in order to escape the life treasures that came from the law enforcement disciples. A loud bang sounded, and just as Li Qie had escaped the life treasure's fire and thunder rays, his whole body ferociously struck down. This power was no longer in the realm of speed. In the middle of the fire and thunder rays, Li Qie was akin to a massive kuan. One swing of its tail was enough to splash an entire ocean across 10,000 miles. The appearance of the kuan, with its heavenly aura, caused a deafening noise to ring in the skies. The law enforcement disciples essentially couldn't block the huge waves of the kuan. Under the assault of the powerful pressure, these disciples spewed out fresh blood, and they were all knocked away by giant waves. Kuan Peng Minor Sixth Form, the last profound truth of the 6 moves. Li Qie had finished his move, and the eyes of the 3 sectional leaders and the Protector couldn't help but squint their eyes. Although the Kuan Peng Minor Sixth Form was an incomplete emperor merit law, to understand the last profound truth, even the most gifted disciple would still require decades in order to understand it. Li Qiye jumped towards the middle with the heavenly Peng and gigantic Kuan in a state of constant transformation. This matter was too frightening. Li Qiye, with one move, had knocked away the law enforcement disciples, and then he landed on the ground. He staringly smiled at Lang Shizhi as he said, "Do you want to come alone, or do you want to come with the sectional leaders and protector who? Don't be so arrogant. Even if you understand the last profound truth, it is still only an insignificant technique." Lang Shizhi's eyes became cold and he yelled, "Today I will enlighten you on these things. You will find out what is truly a grand technique." Finished speaking, he opened his mouth wide to let out a 36 celestial deity's sword. It immediately became a murderous forest-like sword formation that trapped Li Qiye in the middle. 36 celestial deities sword formation. Seeing this sword formation, the Luo Fenghua crowd that had heard of this technique expressions couldn't help but darken. 36 celestial deities sword formation was a technique created by an elder with the ranking of ancient saint. It was not just a merit law of ancient saint ranking, but it was also an extremely powerful ancient saint formation. The cleansing Jade Peak disciples didn't think that Lang Shizhi, who was only a third-generation disciple, would have the qualification to cultivate this merit law. Li Shuangyan's eyes also showed signs of concentration. She was staring intensely at Lang Shizhi's sword formation. She could be called an expert regarding this realm, and after an analysis, she knew that Lang Shizhi had not understood 1/10 of this sword formation. The power was still considerable, however. Regardless, this was still an ancient saint sword formation. Li Qiye suddenly was trapped in the sword formation. He smiled, and in the blink of an eye, he was as swift as a flying dragon and quick like a tiger's steps. With this speed, he successfully escaped the sharp winds of the more than 30 swords with the 2 invisible dual blades in his hands that were flying out and creating whoosh whoosh sounds, while he was colliding and slashing at the 36 celestial deities' swords. The sectional leaders and protector who couldn't believe their eyes. These invisible dual blades, which were crafted from ordinary steel and collided with a life treasure, weren't being damaged in the slightest. This was an unthinkable matter. Seeing this scene, Lang Shizhi became angry, and he let out a deafening roar. He then activated a lethal technique in the sword formation. Celestial Deity's Imprisonment. Clank, clank, clank. In a flash, the boundless sea of swords poured down in torrents that were accompanied by screams. At the moment the sword struck down diagonally, it was unstoppable. Once anything came into contact with the sword's tip, it would immediately be pierced into millions of holes. This sword's tip, that had an unstoppable momentum, pierced straight towards Li Qiye. The pressure of this sword, without even mentioning Li Qiye's body, was something that even someone with a golden body wouldn't be able to resist. At this moment, Li Qiye's body moved at an inconceivable speed. The sword edge that was going to behead him was dodged by his sudden jump into the air. It was like his body was a Kuan Peng when he jumped out of the 36 celestial deities sword formation. In just a flash, Li Qiye had jumped out from the formation. Protector who knew his stuff. He spoke with a horrified expression. Heavenly transformation. Kuan Peng's 6 variants. In the fire and thunderlights, Li Qiye had already jumped in front of Lang Shizhi. The invisible dual blades' cold reflection shimmered, and his left and right hands struck together straight for the head of Lang Shizhi. Lang Shizhi was undoubtedly a genius of the cleansing incense ancient sect. His expression darkened, and the sound of whoosh, whoosh filled the air. In the face of life and death, his body was covered with a godly armor. Pluff. The godly armor which Lang Shizhi wore had a great origin, but against the invisible dual blades, it was still penetrated. The neck of Lang Shizhi became cold. Strand by strand, his blood dripped downward. Just a little bit deeper, and his skull would have been separated from his neck. If he wasn't wearing the godly armor, with just these blades, he would have definitely met his end. This time, Lang Shizhi was extremely frightened. Impudence. Seeing the deteriorating situation, the 3 sectional leaders yelled in a deafening manner, and they moved at the same time. They took out their life treasures and directly went for Li Qiye. These 3 sectional leaders weren't just lazily sitting around. They were all at the warrior canopy and purified rebirth ranks. Scram. In a flash, Li Qiye's hostility soared with a crimson killing intent. He let out a loud roar, and his life wheel appeared along with blood energy that seemed like a sea, with an all-destroying momentum. His blood energy burst forth. This type of domineering and overbearing power even made Li Shuangyan's expression change. In the blink of an eye, Li Qiye lifted his legs and then stomped heavily to jump outside. The most simple technique and the most simple transformation was also the most oppressive move. One kick flew out, and the world was encompassed. The heavens and earth were suppressed, and gods and demons were screaming. Just this single heavy kick had the weight of millions of June behind it. Bang! 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 Under this one kick, the 3 life treasures shattered. Life treasures were just pieces of paper under this one kick of Li Qie. This was Li Shuangyan's second time seeing such a kick. Her expression greatly changed, and at this moment, she was certain that Li Qie was practicing a peerless immortal physique. The 3 sectional leaders were frightened until their faces were deathly pale. They immediately shifted their positions, and they were able to escape this horrible kick from Li Qie. The hell-suppressing immortal physique of Li Qie had the freedom to send and return whenever it wanted. And even though the 3 sectional leaders could escape this kick, they still couldn't escape the Xueqi 6 variants of Li Qie. While he was pulling back his feet, Li Qie, like a Xueqi, flew to the sky. In a flash, he appeared before the 3 sectional leaders. Heavenly transformation. This extreme speed caused the 3 sectional leaders to be frighteningly amazed. They suddenly recognized the technique, however, it was too late. Li Qie's kick was like the immortal poison of a scorpion stinger. Under the Xueqi 6 variants, this kick was terribly fast. Under the hell-suppressing immortal physique, this kick was akin to 10,000 thunders that simultaneously roared together. The 3 sectional leaders fundamentally couldn't dodge this kick. It was simply too swift. Jumping into the Yellow River. A phrase originating from the belief that people who were indicted wrongfully would commit suicide using this river to prove their innocence. I actually like Master Cheating Ancestor killing more than the longer line in the last chapter, even though it looks weird in English. Chapter 63. Ah! The 3 sectional leaders shrieked miserably. The sound of bones breaking into pieces was incomparably hard for these people to hear. Everyone couldn't help but feel their blood run cold. Without a doubt, the bones in the 3 sectional leaders' entire bodies were broken under this one kick. Everyone shivered after they heard the sound of bones being fragmented. Warrior canopy experts couldn't even stop one kick from Li Qie. Just how frightening was this kick? Hell-suppressing immortal physique. Li Shuangyan muttered to herself with a shocked expression. At this point, she had become clear on Li Qie's peerless immortal physique. It was one of the 12, the hell-suppressing immortal physique. The hell-suppressing immortal physique's heaviness could suffocate gods and devils. Once the physique appeared, it could suppress all magical laws. One had to know, to cultivate a peerless immortal physique was simply impossible for a mortal body, unless he was in possession of a peerless immortal physique merit law. Since the eternal past till now, many immortal emperors have created peerless immortal physique merit laws. However, if it was a mortal body, the chance of success at cultivating an immortal physique was still minuscule. Without a doubt, Li Qie's immortal physique was surely the original form. Reaching grand completion was only a matter of time. The meaning behind this was that Li Qie's physique merit law was even above an immortal emperor physique merit law. To be above an immortal emperor merit law. Just what kind of physique merit law was this? As Li Shuangyan thought up to this point, her expression greatly changed. She knew the implication behind this. The weakness of the hell-suppressing immortal physique was that its speed was too slow. However, the Xueqi was an existence that possessed the fastest speed in this world. Li Qie used the Xueqi 6 variants as his fate merit law, and this made up for the shortcoming of his immortal physique. The Xueqi 6 variants synergized with the hell-suppressing immortal physique. What kind of frightening existence was this? Li Qie's body was truly the most domineering and violent weapon in this world. Celestial deities' imprisonment. The moment Li Qie had performed a mortal blow on the 3 sectional leaders, Xueqi, who had escaped previously, sneaked an attack on Li Qie. The 36 celestial deities' swords formation slashed towards Li Qie with torrential sword auras that destroyed everything in its path. However, Li Qie's body was just like a Xueqi, and he escaped the formation in the blink of an eye. Xueqi 6 variants, be careful. Protector who became alarmed, he had seen this merit law before. Out of everyone in the entire cleansing incense ancient sect, there was only the first elder that had practiced this law. This was the strongest emperor merit law in the sect. Li Qie's speed was too swift while Xueqi was too slow to avoid. 2 cold auras flashed, a whoosh sound rang, and the 2 invisible dual blades pinned his body into the ground. He was still wearing the godly armor on his body. One had to know, the godly armor on his body was crafted from godly gold metal. However, under the invisible dual blades, his godly armor was like a thin piece of paper that was suddenly nailed to the ground. Ah! With his body nailed to the ground, Xueqi miserably bellowed. You couldn't even understand 1/10 of the sword formation's profound truth. Yet you still wanted to trap me? Xueqi smiled insipidly with a severe gaze that showed he wanted to cut Xueqi. Fush! In the blink of an eye, a gust of wind rushed forward with blood energy blazing chaotically like a storm. Suddenly, Protector Hu made a move and snuck an attack behind Xueqi. He wanted to pierce through Xueqi's chest with one move. However, this one move was stopped by a single palm. Protector Hu had to take a few steps back. The person who stopped this blow for Xueqi was not Li Shuangyan, but it was Tu Buyu, who was always wearing an amicable smile. Unknowns to all, second brother Tu Buyu had already stood to the side. Protector Hu, as a protector, sneaking an attack on a disciple can't be considered part of the rules. No matter the occasion, Tu Buyu's smile was always present. Protector Hu let out a deafening roar. Die! He didn't want to waste any words and he let out a long roar. He opened his mouth and spat out a pagoda. The appearance of this pagoda exuded an unending and boundless killing aura. The sound of the ghosts that continuously wailed tortured the ears as if one was in hell. The pagoda's appearance caused each magical law to descend. A loud bang sound occurred. This caused endless magical laws to transform into a humongous whirlpool. Within this whirlpool, completed runes were absorbed and spat out as the incomplete runes interweaved with each other into a composition. Once this composition appeared, it felt like it could annihilate all existences and swallow their souls. In the end, Protector Hu was a heaven's primal expert. This was the defining boundary for cultivators. Once a heaven's primal expert made a move, a strong and unyielding aura immediately would come to be. Protector Hu's suppressing evil technique isn't bad. Tu Buyu wore his smile again and suddenly emanated sword vibrations. In a flash, his entire body brought in and sent out the sword spirit with his whole body that became a sword domain. Tu Buyu flew inside the sword spirit, into the sky like a proud god of war. Clank! One sword slew the whole 9 worlds. One sword struck down. The universe's light came to an end. Under one sword, the entirety of heaven and earth were completely swept away. Tu Buyu's hand was not carrying a sword, but his sword spirit encompassed the whole of the heavens and the earth. Formula of the god of war. Seeing Tu Buyu's move, Xueqi beamingly smiled. His expression became serious, and his eyes stared straight at Tu Buyu. In reality, the moment when Tu Buyu's god of war formula came out, Li Shuangyan was also shocked. She had suddenly remembered a legend regarding the cleansing incense ancient sect. Protector Hu cultivated the suppressing evil technique. One could say that this was a powerful heavenly king method. Even though the cleansing incense ancient sect had fallen, and their emperor laws were gone, as an immortal emperor sect that had ruled over an ancient kingdom for millions of years, they still possessed many ancient saint, heavenly monarch, and virtuous paragon methods. These were also the powerful heritages of the sect, and even though they had the methods, the sect lacked the inheritors. The scenario of the god of war formula that faced the suppressing evil technique was not in the least suspenseful. In reality, Tu Buyu's cultivation was not shallow either. One bang sounded. Tu Buyu didn't have a physical sword, but once the god of war formula was activated, the pagoda of Protector Hu couldn't stop it. The suppressed pagoda was struck away by the spiritual sword, and Protector Hu wasn't able to stabilize it. He was knocked away by the powerful sword spirit while he also violently sprayed a mouthful of fresh blood. In a flash, Xueqi disappeared. As his body turned into a Kuan Peng, the heavenly transformation's shocking absolute speed came into full display. The moment Protector Hu fell down from the sky, Xueqi instantly appeared in front of him. In this quick moment, Xueqi's single kick ruthlessly struck downward like a whip. Protector Hu was already gravely wounded and was falling down from the sky. With Xueqi suddenly making a move, he had no chance to escape, nor could he activate his life treasure. Xueqi was too quick. At this moment, Protector Hu raised his 2 hands like a heavenly king erecting a pagoda. He only wanted to stop the one kick of Xueqi from thrashing down. Snap! The sound of bones being broken rang out. Without any doubt, the technique essentially couldn't stop this single kick from Xueqi. A pitiful sound was soon heard. Xueqi's kick ruthlessly struck Protector Hu's body, and the crackling sound of bones breaking sounded endlessly in the air. Bang! The moment they fell to the ground, the earth trembled. Protector Hu's body was hammered by Li Qiye on top of the earth. At this moment, there was no saving Protector Hu. His whole body was deformed and had nearly become a fleshy paste. The hell-suppressing immortal physique. The supreme physique. Once the grand completion stage was reached, it was enough to make the gods and devils tremble in fear. The physical body alone was enough to crush the galaxy and suppress the heavenly skies. Even though Li Qiye's body had not reached grand completion, the weight of his body could be calculated in the millions of June Protector Hu was extremely unlucky. He was a heaven's primal expert, yet still died in the hands of a physique accumulation disciple. No one could ever have the same misfortune as him. Even if Li Qiye had the supreme physique, it wouldn't have been this easy for him to kill Protector Hu. It was a shame that Protector Hu had also met the mysterious Tu Buyu. Tu Buyu's move caused him to be mortally wounded, and facing Li Qiye in addition, he didn't have the strength for another fight. It would even be considered strange if he survived. Why the need to go this far? Tu Buyu shook his head smilingly after seeing Li Qiye kill Protector Hu. Still, he didn't try to stop Li Qiye. At this point, no matter if it was Luo Fenghua or a different disciple from the cleansing Jade Peak, their hearts shivered. Even though Li Qiye normally disciplined them to the point of bloodiness, they had never seen Li Qiye radiate such terrible killing intent before. However, Li Qiye's first move was killing all 3 sectional leaders and a protector. This vicious method was completely incongruous with a supposed 13-year-old boy. Killing Protector Hu had no impact on Li Qiye. Li Qiye walked in front of Lang Xueqi, who was nailed down to the ground with fresh blood all over the place. Even now, Lang Xueqi was still confused. He was a warrior canopy expert, so why did he lose to a new disciple that had only joined for less than 1 year? Li Qiye's cultivation was obviously far below him, but he was, on the contrary, no match for Li Qiye. In many cases, with a lower cultivation rank, merit laws alone weren't enough to fill the gap. Even if he was practicing an emperor merit law, there was no chance to be at the physique accumulation rank. Yet, to still be able to defeat someone at the warrior canopy rank. Even then, Li Qiye was Li Qiye. Other cultivators couldn't be compared to him. He understood the ultimate Tao truths of the Kuan Peng's 6 variants. Li Qiye looked at Lang Xueqi and cheerfully said, "The sword formation was not bad. If you could have understood 3 parts, then maybe you could have actually trapped me. Unfortunately, you couldn't even understand 1 part, yet you dared to be arrogant in front of me. I can only say you were courting death. You don't be rash. My master is an elder, you. At this moment, Lang Xueqi's courage was completely broken. He didn't think of such a result as this. Shouldn't it have been as easy as turning one's hand for 3 sectional leaders and his older brother to kill a disciple like Li Qiye? I know. Lang Xueqi hadn't finished his words when a snap rang out. Li Qiye twisted his skull. Lang Xueqi didn't even have the chance to scream. Even if your master was a mortal emperor, I would still kill him without mercy. Li Qiye threw Lang Xueqi's head to one side, then rubbed both of his palms together in a carefree and calm manner like nothing had happened. At this point, the cleansing Jade Peak disciples' legs became weak. In their eyes, Li Qiye was a death god that killed 3 sectional leaders and a protector as well as slaying Lang Xueqi in one breath. And while doing so, his expression didn't change even once. One had to know, killing a sectional leader or a protector called for the death penalty in violation of the sectorial laws. To Li Qiye though, this matter was seemingly meaningless. Do you want me to personally take you out of the cleansing Jade Peak or not? Li Qiye brilliantly smiled at the group of law enforcement disciples. His expression was both amicable and adorable. Seeing the amicable and cute countenance of Li Qiye, the legs of these disciples greatly trembled. How was he merely a 13 or 14-year-old boy? Li Qiye was clearly an evil butcher. Li Qiye didn't need to say a second sentence before these disciples immediately rushed out of the cleansing Jade Peak. Chapter 64. Even sectional leader Zhou, who was lying on the ground, found strength from an unknown source, and he tumbled out of the cleansing Jade Peak. First brother you should run away. After the law enforcement group, along with sectional leader Zhou, had escaped, the Luo Fenghua group also regained their wits and immediately knew that this would be trouble. Killing sectional leaders and a protector. This matter, regardless of what sect it happened at, would be a huge crime that was punishable by death. Escape. Why do I have to escape? Li Qie nonchalantly said. His current appearance didn't look like he had just killed people. It was exactly as if he just did some tiny trivial things. But, you just killed Protector Hu and his group. Luo Fenghua and his group felt fear and trepidation in the face of a disaster. At this moment, they finally realized what a vicious person was like. Luo Fenghua's heart was pounding. Fortunately for him, that day when he had challenged his first brother didn't care. Otherwise, the consequences would have been inconceivable. His first brother killed protectors and sectional leaders like they were nothing. For him to kill just a disciple, it was not a big deal. Li Qie smilingly said, "This is called self-defense, not murder." The cleansing Jade Peak disciples suddenly became silent. A calamity was about to come, and the punishment was an inescapable death. Yet, this first brother was still acting as if nothing had happened. At this point, Li Qie looked at Tu Buyu, and he said, "Your god's fist was excellent." An unforgettable memory for Li Qie. Regarding the God of War formula, it appeared in his mind. Unexpectedly, Tu Buyu was practicing the God of War formula. This was outside of Li Qie's expectations. Tu Buyu maintained his kind and cheerful smile while replying, "Of course not, of course not. Compared to the immortal techniques of First Brother, my ability is like an insignificant worm's." Li Shuangyan's face became serious. Today, the God of War formula might have been forgotten by the cleansing incense ancient sect, or maybe they have never heard of it. However, she had heard of a legend. In his youth, Immortal Emperor Min Ran practiced the God of War formula. He used this technique throughout his life. Moreover, this formula was rumored to be a renowned ancient method from the past. It was extremely heaven-defying. For unknown reasons, after Immortal Emperor Min Ran had shouldered the heaven's will and became an immortal emperor, he didn't pass down this formula. Out of all of Min Ren's disciples, none have practiced this technique. Immortal Emperor Min Ren had even passed down his heaven's will secret techniques to his disciples and left them in the sect, but he never chose to pass down the God of War formula. This matter left everyone perplexed. Regarding Tu Buyu's ambiguous attitude, Li Qie only smiled, and he said, "The God of War formula is fine, and the God slaughtering formula is also fine. However, your cultivation is not important. What is important is that you don't stand in my way. Otherwise, death without mercy." First brother said too much. Tu Buyu hurriedly said, "First brother is wise and powerful like a god. Your talents exceed the sky. This little brother has always wanted to be your heavenly thunder, and I will strike whenever you command. One word from older brother, and I will rush into the fire and smoke without any hesitation." Tu Buyu's words rendered the cleansing Jade Peak's disciples speechless. Tu Buyu was clearly much older than Li Qie. He could even be the grandfather of Li Qie, but his ass-kissing ability was without equal. I originally thought that Nan Huiran's ability to ass-kiss was matchless, but today, it seems like Nan Huiran has met his match. Li Qie looked at Tu Buyu. In reality, to him, whether Tu Buyu's words were true or not was not of importance. Hearing Li Qie's words, Tu Buyu didn't become angry, and he maintained his amiable smile. This caused others to be unable to predict his mysterious intentions. "Traitor, accept your death." At this time, an angry roar exploded throughout the entire cleansing Jade Peak. A gigantic hand traversed the heavens and came crashing down. It seemed capable of crushing the entire cleansing Jade Peak into dust. Chao Xiong had rushed to the scene after hearing about his disciples' deaths. His fiery rage soared, and he hurried to the cleansing Jade Peak in order to behead Li Qie. Chao Xiong was like a furious lion with imposing momentum, and his every strand of energy made others incapable to even breathe. Chao Xiong's huge palm swatted downwards, carrying the power of tens of millions of June. This one palm could smash the entirety of the cleansing Jade Peak. A named hero was still a named hero after all, and at this level, one stomp would cause the grand earth to shake 3 times. This was a lord of an entire region. When Chao Xiong's gigantic hand covered the whole sky, the cleansing Jade Peak disciples lost their color. Their faces became pale, and they were without any signs of blood. An angry named hero could cause blood to flow for 1,000 miles. One palm from a named hero was enough to destroy mountains and rivers. Open! Hearing the roar, Li Shuangyan, who was standing beside Li Qie, immediately made her move. In a flash, Li Shuangyan was unyieldingly solitary. Her whole body was like a flourishing lotus flower, with each of its petals being blindingly translucent. The worst part was that the petals were gigantic and were enough to uphold the heavens. The moment the lotus flower was in full bloom, it could support the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Bang! Li Shuangyan didn't make any visible movements, but she was able to easily deflect the gigantic palm from Cao Xiong. The palm could no longer reach the ground. Li Shuangyan, with a natural-born pure crystal physique, one of the 24 emperor physiques, had already reached grand completion after cultivation. She currently practiced one of the 18 saint physiques that was the pure jade physique with a little bit of success. The pure crystal physique, when reaching grand completion, could rank up into the pure jade physique. Once this physique appeared, it would be like a lotus in full bloom. It utilized an incredibly powerful stance to obstruct Cao Xiong's one palm. Princess Li, this is our cleansing incense ancient sect punishing a traitor. Do not intervene. His disciples were killed. How could Cao Xiong remain without rage? Even though Cao Xiong didn't dare to completely turn against Li Shuangyan, his speech was still full of confidence. Li Shuangyan still hadn't said a word. Her blooming lotus physique blocked Cao Xiong. He had reddened his complexion to the point of shivering anger. As a named hero, he was still no match for Li Shuangyan. One couldn't blame Cao Xiong for being weak, it was just that Li Shuangyan was too strong. Within the younger generation, she was renowned. Even throughout the entire mortal emperor world, she would still be considered strong. The 9 Saint Demon Gate's reputation is naturally well-deserved. At this moment, a cold voice spoke up. He took one step forward, and the constellations immediately changed directions. His blood energy immediately enveloped the entire cleansing jade peak. His royal noble pressure was like a sharp sword that caused pain and soreness to the bystanders. The cleansing jade peak disciples were frightened as one disciple involuntarily cried out, "Guest advisor." Guest advisor Dong Shanglong, the #1 character of the cleansing incense ancient sect. As an experienced royal noble, the moment he stood forward, countless amounts of people drew cold breaths. At the cleansing incense ancient sect, a royal noble was truly unbeatable. That was not even mentioning that Dong Shanglong was an experienced royal noble, and even his title was bestowed upon him by the mortal emperor. It was exceedingly difficult to see through him. Dong Shanglong walked step by step, with the Grand Tao crying out harmoniously. Under his feet was an interwoven Grand Tao formation. It carried the momentum of mountains and rivers as well as the boundless world spirit energy from under the cleansing incense ancient sect. This combination of powers pressed down upon Li Shuangyan. This vast energy was like the rolling vast ocean and an earthen bowl that capsized its gigantic body and caused the entire cleansing incense ancient sect to be caught up in its shocking momentum. Li Shuangyan's elegant countenance sent out bleak coldness with her slender arms gently motioning. Under one dragon slaying technique, she had successfully blocked the advancing formation of Dong Shanglong. Bang! Under this technique, the force went straight downwards into the cleansing jade peak. This caused a chasm to form in the ground. Dong Shanglong's eyes couldn't help but become cold. After one move, he realized that he had met a worthy foe. What was frightening him inside was that Li Shuangyan was so young, yet she was an aspiring royal noble. This aptitude was too terrifying. One had to be aware that the difficult Tao era had just come to an end not too long ago, yet Li Shuangyan was already aspiring to be a royal noble. This talent could cause others to tremble. "Brother Dong, what matter is worth troubling you?" At this moment, a profound sound loudly rang out. Immediately afterward, 5 people came down from the sky. This was the first elder along with the other 4 elders. The first elder had arrived, and Dong Shanglong recovered his step and slowly said, "Brother Gu, your traitor is fierce. I was only interested in helping your sect." Cao Xiong could come here, so the first elder would have also received the news from a disciple. He knew an important matter had happened, so he brought the other elders along as well. At this point, Li Shuangyan withdrew her physique stance, and the lotus flower disappeared. Cao Xiong severely shouted, "Traitor, accept your death." His yelling finished, and he sent one strike that was aimed to behead Li Qia. Regarding Cao Xiong's attack, Li Qia didn't even twitch his brows once. The first elder immediately stopped Cao Xiong, and he gravely said, "Little brother Cao, don't be hasty. Let us hear what Li Qia has to say." Cao Xiong angrily yelled, "Older brother, he is a subordinate that offended his superiors, killed sectional leaders, and he murdered a protector. These are sins of cheating one's own master and destroying his ancestors. What else is there to say? This animal must be decapitated in order to cleanse the sect." First elder maintained his deep tone, and he said, Brother Chow, right or wrong, the sect will have an answer. If he had committed a great sin, then why do you feel the need to rush and take his life? Wait until a verdict is available. Executing him then wouldn't be too late. Brother Gu, this person is vicious. Not only is he ruthless and cold-blooded, but he killed his own sect members. Moreover, he conspired with outsiders, betrayed the sect, and he planned to cause chaos. If this person is allowed to live for one more day, then it would bring greater risk to the cleansing incense ancient sect. Dong Shanglong, who was standing to the side, assisted Chao Xiong. This matter is of the cleansing incense ancient sect. This is not the time for an outsider to point their finger. The moment when a storm was looming, Li Chia, as the main character, was acting leisurely without any care. He continued, "The business of the cleansing incense ancient sect is not up to an outsider to run their big mouth." Li Chia gazed directly at Dong Shanglong. He was clearly provoking him. Li Chia's words frightened Luo Fenghua's group. First, he killed the sectional leaders and a protector, and now he was provoking a royal noble advisor. This was courting death. Luo Fenghua's group was shocked and thought, didn't First Brother think the matter was grave enough already? He was even going against Dong Shanglong. If I am an outsider, then what about Princess Li standing beside you? At this moment, Dong Shanglong's gaze exuded a chilling aura that pressured others, and he coldly said, "Junior, you conspire with an outsider, plotting to cause chaos, and you still have the nerves to talk big? Where did this old turtle came from to grumble in front of my presence?" Li Chia was utterly tired of Dong Shanglong's appearance, and he said, "The cleansing incense ancient sect and the 9 Saint Demon Gate are in-laws. This is no secret. Princess Li is still considered part of our cleansing incense ancient sect. What now? Our in-law relationship is causing the heavenly god sect to feel pressured, so they sent a damned old man like you to break up the relationship between our two sects? Therefore it is clear that you, this old turtle, dispatched the traitors in our sect and wanted to murder me, destroying our marital pact. The part about the ocean and bull might be weird, but they rhyme with each other in the raw. Actually this whole paragraph was nearly all 4 words poetic phrases.